Chapter 1639. If Lin Chen's battle at the Divine Flame Palace had awakened the various powerhouses of the sacred boundary and set off waves, then this time, the appearance of the divine elephant would truly break the existing structure of the sacred boundary. An existence that could challenge the hegemony of many forces had appeared. First, there was the Founding Era Alliance's revolution, and then there was Lin Chen's divine elephant heaven splitter. Once those reclusive families appeared, they would have a foundation that would not lose to or even surpass the sacred prison. The 36 domains of the sacred boundary were filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Some ancient families and sects, except for a few people who knew about them, did not even have a grade. But they were even more terrifying than rank 9 sect. The Founding Era Alliance's revolution had caused chaos in the middle and lower levels of the sacred boundary, and Lin Chen's appearance would cause chaos in the top forces. Inside the spacetime dimension, Lin Chen's face was pale, and his whole body was pale. He was on the verge of collapsing, as if he could not even stand steadily in the air. "Master, are you okay?" The servants asked worriedly. "I'm fine. I overdid it and used too much strength." Lin Chen forced a smile. This feeling was as if all the blood and qi in his body had been sucked out, and he was dizzy. Even someone as strong as Lin Chen's divine body could not bear it. "It's so painful. It feels like I'm going to die." Lin Chen sucked in a cold breath and looked at the system screen. Divine Spark Function. Divine Elephant Divine Spark Fragment. Entered cooldown time. Remaining time until next release, 365 days. System. Can you teleport everyone back to the location of my spiritual avatar using superdimensional teleportation in the spacetime dimension? System answers the host. No. The teleportation targets are calculated based on the actual number of targets. The original cultivation of the targets in the host's Providence plant pouch is too strong, and there are too many people. Insufficient talent points. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and released the divine dragon. When the Taishi divine light was activated, he forcibly opened the spacetime dimension and let the servants out. When the servants returned to the outside world, they were completely dumbfounded. Smoke billowed, spatial storms howled, and the continental plates had long collapsed. The surroundings were fragmented and the void fragments floating in the vacuum, as if they had pierced through the dimension. This was definitely not a power that a saint king could approach. When they looked at the holy prison beneath their feet, they sucked in a breath of cold air. The upper half of the holy prison was shattered. Long Jiushan trembled and said, "This was done by the Lord." Shangguan Wudi was flabbergasted. The martial god's divine blood clone has completely disappeared. Jiang Wn's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. She covered her red lips with her white hand and said in shock, "My God, and the wills of the gods in the holy prison. Could it be that my lord destroyed them with one move?" Even Fang Ling's mouth was agape. One move sank the will of the gods and the holy prison. When the servants looked at each other, their respect for Lin Chen reached a new peak. What kind of background did this lord have? This was simply a godlike method. When the lord attacked the Divine Flame Palace, killing a saint king with one punch wasn't the most ridiculous thing. While the servants were shocked, Lin Chen wasn't idle. He urged the Saint Dragon to frantically collect the attribute light balls in the void and took the pure white attribute treasure chest floating in the void. This attribute treasure chest actually had some divine power lingering around it, which made Lin Chen feel a lingering fear. The wills of the gods just now didn't have physical bodies, only attribute light balls. They didn't drop any attribute treasure chests. Damn, what a loss. Only this attribute treasure chest should belong to the martial god's clone. Lin Chen endured the throbbing pain all over his body. When he opened the attribute treasure chest, a new pure white hexagonal crystal suddenly appeared. Congratulations to the host for obtaining divine item, divine core fragment, power of the divine elephant. Lin Chen was so excited and overjoyed that he couldn't even care about the massive amount of attribute points he had obtained. The new divine core fragment was pieced together. Lin Chen's divine elephant divine core fragment, apart from the jade white ivory and powerful elephant head and trunk, also had the front half of the elephant's legs and body. "I've destroyed Wu Pianju's martial god bloodline and obtained the divine elephant fragment. Now, I've destroyed a drop of the martial god's divine blood clone and obtained the second part of the divine elephant divine core fragment. This is not a loss. Lin Chen had destroyed Wu Pianju's divine blood and obtained the first part of the divine elephant divine core fragment. Meanwhile, the martial god's divine blood clone had allowed him to obtain the second part of the divine elephant divine core fragment. Lin Chen had already experienced the power of the divine core fragment personally. This item could be said to be his strongest trump card apart from the battle god set. Under the premise that Lin Chen couldn't unleash the battle god set's true power at this stage, the divine elephant divine core fragment was his strongest trump card. As long as he didn't have to face a true god personally, Lin Chen could already do whatever he wanted in the sacred boundary. The 7 clones hurriedly refined the massive amount of attribute points. The Holy Dragon absorbed more than half of the Saint-grade vitality attribute points, and its strength soared all the way. Lin Chen couldn't care too much. With a flick of his finger, 2 Providence plant pouches were handed to Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun. Your sacred weapons are inside these 2 Providence plant pouches. Remember, before he could finish, Lin Chen's vision turned black, and he actually fell from the sky. Lin Ping'an rushed over and immediately caught the unconscious Lin Chen. All the servants swarmed over, their faces full of worry. Long Zhoushan narrowed his eyes. Seeing through Lin Chen's condition, he immediately noticed the abnormality. Something's not right. Master's vitality is too weak, and it's still weakening. If this goes on, it'll affect his life. Maybe it's related to the killer move just now. We can't stop. We have to send him back to Yu Wangsheng's side. The divinity fragment was still too much of a burden for Lin Chen. Clang! Clang! The sound of a sword reverberated, and the sound of a saber turned into a dragon's roar. Lang Fanyun wielded the fatal heavenly saber, while Fang Ling wielded extreme Q. The 2 of them guarded Lin Chen from both sides. The 2 of them, who had always been calm, revealed a kind of crazed ferocity and violence for the first time. The 2 of them said almost in unison, "Then we'll escort Master back at the fastest speed. We'll kill whoever dares to block our way." With the sacred weapons that made them famous back then, their strength rose again. Even if 4 sacred kings blocked their way, they would still be able to fight their way out for Master, even if it meant risking their lives. Xiao Ling'er nodded and exchanged a look with Zi Qianqiu. She waved her hand, and when the space tunnel appeared, a star palace array spun rapidly, opening up the space and turning into a surging galaxy. When the star palace array strengthened the space tunnel, it rushed into the space tunnel at lightning speed and brought everyone away, after Lin Chen and the others left, far away, in the heavenly sanctuary. The 3 sacred kings and Wu clan's patriarch, who had escaped from the sacred king domain, looked back with lingering fear. Sacred King Gui Shaw said in a trembling voice, This kid actually has a divine item. What kind of power is that? Sacred King Tian Xiong said, It's pure divine power. It's not something we can resist at all. Sacred King Chen Kuan gritted his teeth. No matter what, we can't touch Lin Chen now, rumble. Wu clan's patriarch was furious after his shock. He grabbed Sacred King Chen Kuan's sleeve and said viciously, "This is what you meant by killing us all in one go? Damn it, I was almost killed by him in one go." Chapter 1640. Calm down, Chen Kuan Saint King shouted as he slapped Wu Wu's shoulder, causing the space around him to distort. Don't tell me the holy hell didn't suffer any losses. We also invited the god's will. Don't I want this kid to die? Who knew that he had such a trump card? This is unexpected, and there's no point in venting your emotions. We've all suffered heavy losses, and what we need to do now is to stop our losses, Chen Kuan Saint King said as he tried to calm Wu family's patriarch down. Moreover, the price we paid this time wasn't in vain. At least we know this kid's killer move now. If we didn't invite the god's will and Wu family's god's blood, we would have died without knowing why. Chen Kuan Saint King's eyes glowed as he continued. When this kid fought with us, he didn't use the same combat strength as when he fought with the Godflame Palace. If he could really kill a holy king with one punch, he would have done so earlier. He wouldn't have waited until later to risk the lives of his people. I'm guessing that he won't be able to use the killer move that went against the god's blood and the god's will, or the killer move that killed the Holy King. At least, he won't be able to use it again in a short period of time. The four kings looked at each other. That's right, Chenkuan Saint King's guess was not far from the truth. A Holy King's foresight wasn't something that could be easily intimidated. The stronger the power, the more the price had to be paid. No matter how strong Lin Chen was, he was only a Saint Realm 5th level. Without using any external power, he couldn't do anything in front of a Holy King. Tian Xiong Saint King said in a low voice, "This means that we can only take his life in a short period of time." Chenkuan Saint King nodded. That's right. Don't give him a chance to breathe. However, with our current lineup, we still need Big Brother and the rest to come back. Moreover, he looked into the distance. Since he's a rising star, we naturally need younger forces to deal with him. We need more powerhouses. Wu family's patriarch said gloomily, "You mean the Genesis Alliance?" Chenkuan Saint King said seriously, "They're the only forces that can stand on our side. I didn't expect the holy hell to be reduced to the point of negotiating with these youngsters. Let's go. Killing this brat is more important than the reputation of the holy prison." Wu clan's ancestor took the lead while the four kings split into two groups. The Heaven Earth Holy King and the Wu family's patriarch had gone to find the Founding Era Alliance, while the other two kings had to return to the holy prison to stabilize the prison level below. A month later, in the sacred boundary of the mysterious realm, in a snowy Jade Dragon mountain range. This place was Iceheart Palace's new stronghold. In the past, many 5th grade and 6th grade sects coveted this new force. When they wanted to occupy its territory, they had sent many life and death realm experts. These forces tried to forcibly suppress Iceheart Palace, but before they could even enter the gate, they were directly shattered by a single sound. Only when those life and death realm saints were shaken to death did the sects around Mystic Realm realize just how frightening this new mysterious force was. Iceheart Palace, Heaven of Ice Secret Realm. Lung Yueqi was dressed in an azure long dress. She was cold and elegant. She gently caressed the face of the youth under her jade knees. Looking at his sleepy face, Lung Yueqi couldn't help but reveal a beautiful smile. She really liked this kind of peaceful moment. "He hasn't woken up yet, Big Sister Lung." A clear and melodious voice echoed in the Ice Mountain Valley. A slender and graceful figure floated over with the wind. The fairy's features were picturesque, and her temperament was like a blooming lotus. She was tranquil, like an immortal. Facing Ning Qingshuan's concern, Leng Yueqi shook her head and said, "He hasn't woken up yet. But after taking Yu Wangsheng's pill, his qi and blood have gradually recovered to their best condition. Perhaps his mind is too tired." She lowered her head and bent down, her slender jade-like fingers gently tracing the outline of Lin Chen's face. She suddenly smiled. "If possible, I want to let him rest like this forever. It's enough to just quietly stay with him." Ning Qingxian smiled and said, "The sacred boundary is in chaos right now. If he wakes up, who knows what kind of big trouble he'll cause." The two girls looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Ning Qingxian said, "He always has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He says he doesn't want to be a hero and wants to live a carefree life. But when it comes to times like these, he's always at the forefront." Lang Yueqi smiled and said, "Tell me about the first time you two met." Ning Qingxian, who was always elegant and close, stuck out her tongue lightly. Her smile was filled with slyness. "Didn't I tell you so many times? Is Big Sister Lung going to check on him? Nothing has happened between us yet." Lung Yueqi smiled sweetly. "But who knows what will happen next?" At this moment a faint white spiritual starlight flickered between Lin Chen's eyebrows, as if he was about to wake up. He's about to wake up. He's finally rested. "I'll go and tell everyone. So that they won't worry." When Lang Yueqi stared at Lin Chen, Ning Qingxian immediately transmitted her voice to everyone outside. A spatial vortex appeared in the sky of Ice Secret Realm, leading straight to the mountain valley. A group of figures rushed in. "Qi Feiyan, Master, are you all right?" "Long Jiushan, don't worry, Master. I, Jiushan, just went to roast a giant dragon's penis for you. I guarantee that your kidneys, legs, and spirit will be well." "Ji Wuchen, Shu Shu Shu, don't harm Master. It's better to drink the nourishing soup I brewed for Master. By Qianqian, is Master really all right, little demon empress? Lin Chen, nothing must happen to you. If your strongest man collapses, I won't have any orgasms to watch. By Ruoyan, Jian Qingcheng, little demon empress, and the other girls' faces were filled with worry as they rushed in with the servant. Under the snow jade tree, Lin Chen was sleeping soundly on Leng Yuechi's lap pillow. At this moment, he frowned and revealed a perverted smile, chuckling. Big sister Ruoyan. I also have a divine flame on me. Come and help me extinguish it. It seems to be a bit too hot. Big sister Yuechi, come and help me balance it. Yes, it's there. It's cold. The atmosphere suddenly became very quiet. The experienced servants looked at each other and had a tacit understanding. When the girls heard this, they instantly blushed. Their beauty was unparalleled. This guy, he's still talking so much in his sleep. When the servants saw that Lin Chen was sleeping so soundly and that there were no problems with his spirit and body, they smiled knowingly and quietly left. Only the innocent Lin Ping'an was very curious. He asked Bai Ruoyan curiously, Big sister Ruoyan, does Lin Chen also have a divine flame on him? Why can't I feel it? Bai Ruoyan's cheeks flushed red and she spat lightly, because he's a little thief. Fairy Crimson giggled and whispered a few words into Lin Ping'an's ear. At that moment, Lin Ping'an grew up. Lin Chen's perverted smile became even more arrogant. He was even drooling and talking in his sleep. Hey, Qing Xian, what are you doing? I like to eat watermelons and drink watermelon juice. These 2 watermelons are quite big. Little vixen, dance again. Please dance on me. Thank you. Qianqian, have you become fat? Let me take a look. Iji, why are you so active? Actually, I like the back. You can't do it on top. The girls' mouths twitched slightly. Are you still human? You won't even let go of Iji. What kind of dream did this guy have? Qingcheng, help me. At this time, when she heard her name, Jian Qingcheng was surprised and happy. Her heart was beating wildly. What did this bad guy do to her in her dream? She was afraid that he would go too far, but she was also afraid that he would do nothing. The beauty's heart was like a cat scratching. She pricked up her ears to listen to his sleep talk. Lin Chen was drooling like an idiot in his sleep, mumbling in his sleep. Help me count the spiritual plants of providence. Don't fall behind, Jian Qingcheng, buzz, buzz, buzz. Her bright red hair was shining with sharp sword energy. Jian Qingcheng slowly put her hand on the sword hilt and was about to draw it. Yi Qingwu suddenly stopped her. Sister Qingcheng, don't. Jian Qingcheng was expressionless and said coldly, What, you want to stop me? Yi Qingwu suddenly handed over a holy sword and smiled enchantingly. Your sword's grade is a little low. Use this one. It's a 6th grade one. It's more exciting. Jian Qingcheng took the sword with her jade-like hands and suddenly smiled. Good sister. Yi Qingwu gave her a thumbs up silently. Clang. The beauty sword was unsheathed, and the sword killed many lovers. Bang. Oh my god, it hurts. Lin Chen was sent flying by the sword. His handsome face was stunned. He covered his face and woke up. Wow, what's going on? Who slashed my handsome face with a sword? Don't hit my face. Huh. Qingcheng, what are you doing? Damn, it's a 6th grade holy sword. I'm still injured. That's enough. If you slash me again, I'll take out my gun. Huh. Damn, little vixen, you're giving her a 2nd sword? Are you crazy? Lin Ping'an, please use more strength. Chapter 1641. Lin Chen was slashed wildly by Jian Qingcheng and was forced to run everywhere. Marshal Lin was dumbfounded. Damn, this woman is unreasonable when she goes crazy. She doesn't say anything and hits me hard. This handsome guy didn't do anything to you, so why are you attacking me? Are you jealous of my handsomeness? Seeing this scene, Leng Yuechi and Bai Ruoyan smiled and looked at each other. Lin Chen's saint physique was extraordinary. Ordinary swords couldn't hurt him at all. A 6th grade saint artifact could at most hurt him a little, but it wouldn't cause any substantial damage. Leng Yuechi smiled. Sister Ruoyan, aren't you going to stop him? He was injured after challenging the Divine Flame Palace for you. Bai Ruoyan smiled like a flower. Just treat it as a lesson for him. Teacher Lung is the one who doesn't feel sorry for him. Lung Yuechi showed a beautiful smile and said slowly, "Isn't it natural for madam to tolerate husband's naughtiness?" This smile was like thousands of flowers blooming, like the ice flowers on the peak of a snowy mountain suddenly blooming with a bit of spring. Even Yi Ching Wu was a bit stunned. When such a beautiful person showed this kind of smile, even women would fall for it. "Husband," Bai Ruoyan narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, "Then I'll congratulate Sister Yuechi first." "Bai Qianqian. I'm a bit uncomfortable." "What's wrong, sisters?" Fairy Scarlet giggled. "Girl, this is a bit far for you. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea." Yi Qingwu's eyes lit up and she even said to herself, "Fight, fight." Ning Qingxian facepalmed. A quarter of an hour later. Lin Chen was cut a few thousand times, but Miss Jian Qingqing's anger finally subsided a little. Marshal Lin sat on the ground as if he was doubting life. To think that I, an arsonist who roamed the sacred boundary, was cut a few thousand times by a beautiful woman. Who can tell me what happened? I didn't do anything to you. Jian Qingcheng gritted her teeth, raised her eyebrows, and glared at him. Was she supposed to tell him that Lin Chen was unhappy because he had improper thoughts about other women in his dream? Even boys were on his mind, but he was not interested in her at all. Didn't that mean that her charm to Lin Chen was not even as good as Han Yiji's? Me. If I want to kill you, I'll kill you. It's best if I can kill you. Jian Qingcheng left in a huff. Lin Chen looked at her back in confusion and couldn't help but ask, "What did I do to make her so angry?" Yi Qingwu patted his shoulder and smiled, "Because you didn't do anything." Lin Chen. That's so deep. Little minx, can you give me some more hints? All right, stop fooling around. Everyone is waiting for you, our lord. Fairy Scarlet suddenly became serious and continued, "Now the sacred boundary is in complete chaos because of the Founding Era Alliance. The news of you destroying half of the sacred prison has also spread to all the 9th grade sects. A large number of powerhouses have come out to guard against us. So, what's your choice? Everyone is waiting." When it came to business, Lin Chen seriously pondered for a moment. "Let's go. Gather everyone. Ice Heart Palace Hall." A total of 212 servants gathered in the hall. "Greetings, Lord." The servants knelt on one knee and greeted him respectfully. In the past month, during Lin Chen's recovery process, the servants on the 16th and 15th floors had recovered 50% of their sacred power, and their injuries were all healed. With Yu Wangsheng, who was about to become a 9th grade saint-level alchemist, treating them was a small problem. When they learned about Lin Chen's actions and achievements, none of the 150 servants who joined later were dissatisfied. It could be said that they truly admired Lin Chen from the bottom of their hearts, and no longer had any objections. A person who dared to challenge a 9th grade sect, kill a martial god's son, and even turn the sacred prison upside down was more than qualified to be their lord. Moreover, Lin Chen's actions seemed unruly, but in fact, he still had a bottom line. When he released the criminals of the sacred prison, he only released the powerhouses who had surrendered to him. He would not accept anyone else, and he would not even release them. There was no lack of vicious and evil people in the sacred prison. If they were released and allowed to escape, they would cause a disaster and cause a disaster. If Lin Chen released other criminals, it would increase the burden of the sacred prison. It was clearly beneficial to him, but he did not do it. If you want to subdue a person, you must first subdue a person's heart. The newly joined servants were full of admiration for Lin Chen's temperament and actions. Their emotions were extremely high, and there was no barrier between them and the other servants. All their pride and achievements were not worth mentioning in front of this lord. Lin Chen went straight to the point. Now that the sacred boundary is going to be chaotic, we have become the target of public criticism. The most important task now is to protect ourselves and accumulate strength. Lin Chen turned to look at Jiang Taishu, who immediately understood and stood up to report. Recently, there have been 15 attempts by diviners to deduce our location. This old man has blocked all of them. Everyone can act without worry. As long as it is not the everlasting old man, this old man can guarantee that your actions will not be exposed in advance. Tianjin also walked out and said seriously, "The Founding Century Alliance has been frantically searching for our whereabouts and information. They have already searched the mystic realm many times. My lord, should we get rid of their spies?" "Very good." Lin Chen nodded and said, "In that case, let's first cover our retreat." He joked and said, "However, accumulating strength does not mean that we have to be cowards. If the Founding Century Alliance wants to cause trouble, we will do the same. Let's mess with them and get rid of their spies first. Ling and Chen Chou will be in charge of changing positions at any time. My lord, we also want to fight." The servants of the 15th and 16th floors were eager to give it a try. Lin Chen smiled and said, "No hurry. When your sacred power recovers by more than 70%, there will be plenty of fights for you to fight." "My lord." At this time, Xiao Ling'er's beautiful face was full of worry. She stared at Lin Chen's eyes. Right now, the ones suffering the most are the mortals. The Founding Century Alliance has already started to purge the mortals. They even did not hesitate to use bloodworm GU poison to torment the mortals on a large scale. Their GU poison is very powerful and has already started to be used on a large scale in the yellow domain. If a saint's bloodline is not pure, they will be corroded to death by the poison and die in pain. If one has a strong enough bloodline talent and physique, they will also be immune to the GU poison. Feng and the previous generation have already mediated the antidote, but Lin Feng one of the servants of the 18th floor, had rank 9 cultivation. She was one of the few poison experts in the sacred boundary. If there were enough materials, she could even refine GU poison that could threaten a sacred king. This answer made Lin Chen fall into deep thought. He felt a headache coming on. Standing at the current height, any choice that Lin Chen made was very important. Any decision would affect the lives of the mortals. Right now, the Founding Century Alliance was flourishing. The forces that could resist them were all on guard against each other or him. Lin Chen, detoxifying and saving people was a small problem for the Almighty Present. The problem was that saving these mortals would definitely expose the position of the entire team. If they did not save them, more and more mortals would die. Lin Chen thought inwardly, the Founding Century Alliance is completely devoid of humanity. Moreover, they have used the most brilliant method. If there are descendants of saints or other geniuses among the mortals who can survive the GU poison, these geniuses will either be recruited or destroyed. The Founding Century Alliance did not overturn all mortals in one fell swoop. For example, a mortal like Shun Lingshuang who had an unknown background but had the bloodline of a martial god could survive the GU poison. An example like Shun Lingshuang could be found everywhere in a vast world like the sacred boundary. Of course, the bloodline of a martial god was still unique. However, there were many people who had similar experiences. But once the GU poison appeared, it would be obvious who had talent and potential, unless they were no longer in the sacred boundary. They wanted to screen out lost geniuses like Shun Lingshuang and recruit them. If there was a flame that could threaten them, they would rope them in and turn them into their own people. If they could not rope them in, they would completely destroy them. This was the true rule of class. If the Founding Century Alliance succeeded, there would be no more human flourishing era. The sacred boundary would only have one Founding Century Alliance. Chapter 1642. Before Lin Chen's Godhead fragment recovered, they still had to deal with them. The Founding Era Alliance had the foundation of 10 rank 9 sects and many hidden powerhouses helping them in secret. They also had a lot to do with the forces behind the 100 saints. If they fought head-on, Lin Chen's side would not be able to defeat the other party at this stage, unless another ultimate heaven-defying came. That was under the premise that the other party's top combat power was gathered and they could wipe them out in one go. Let's save them. Lin Chen did not hesitate for long. He suddenly smiled and said, I'm also a mortal. There's no need for so many reasons to save mortals. If our location is exposed, get ready to fight guerrilla warfare. Everyone smiled knowingly. This was their lord. From now on, we'll split up. Rescue, cover, all in one. If we're exposed, we'll do as the Lord says and fight head-on. Jiang Taishu ordered everyone. Suddenly, Lin Chen smiled and said, on our side, we may have another Saint King level combatant. He looked at Long Joshan and said with a playful smile, "Joshan, do you want to experience the thrill of becoming a Saint King?" Long Joshan was stunned and almost jumped up in excitement. "Lord, aren't you asking the obvious? I want it even in my dreams." Lin Chen smiled playfully. "I'm going to the dragon race. What do you lack now? Tell me, and I'll get it for you." The 5-piece God of War set was the strongest trump card Lin Chen could use right now. The R's set strength was judged based on Lin Chen's physical strength, followed by his cultivation and mental power. If he wanted to quickly increase his combat power, he had to raise his physique refining realm and increase his physique refining realm. The R's set could increase Lin Chen's combat power countless times faster. For this, Lin Chen needed to go to the dragon race to find a new divine dragon bloodline and breakthrough opportunity. That's right, he had another divine dragon bloodline, the ancient Eon dragon. Long Joshan seemed to wake up from a dream and exclaimed, "My lord, you mean to go to the divine dragon galaxy?" The divine dragon galaxy was the vast galaxy where the dragons had fallen back then. After the 9 Races War, the dragon race launched an all-out attack on the bug race. The reason was very simple. During the chaotic war between the 9 races, the insectoids had sent out a group of extremely powerful insectoids to ambush the various dragon territories of the dragon race, causing the dragon race to almost go extinct. After the Great War of the 9 clans, the Dragon Clan, whose vitality had been greatly damaged, did not hesitate to launch an all-out attack on the Insect Clan. That battle was the real reason for the extinction of the insectoids. Unlike the dragons, the insectoids could reproduce very quickly. The higher the grade of a dragon's bloodline, the more difficult it was for them to reproduce. Therefore, the 2 races were 2 extremes. If the war dragged on, the insectoids would rise from the ashes and become even more difficult to deal with. The insectoids were crushed all the way until they were finally annihilated in the Divine Dragon Galaxy. However, the Divine Dragons had also paid a heavy price. 12 Divine Dragons had fallen and 10 insectoid deities had perished. As for the Divine Dragon Galaxy, due to the fall of the Divine Dragon and the various insect gods, it had turned into a turbid land. The Dragon Kings of the past could only concentrate their strength to tear open an opening and let the descendants of the Divine Dragon enter to explore the opportunities. Lin Chen had been paying attention to the news of the Divine Dragon's ruins since 3 years ago. The time for it to open was approaching. Without waiting for Long Joshan to answer, Jiang Taishu spoke first. "My lord, are you thinking of using the same trick again? Disguising yourself as a descendant of the Divine Dragon and sneaking into the Divine Dragon's ruins? But that's not realistic. The Divine Dragon's ruins will only allow the core descendants of the dragon race to enter. If my lord goes to the dragon race with an unknown origin, even if you have the Divine Dragon's bloodline, the dragon race won't let you in easily. They will assess you, and you'll have to wait for the next opening of the Divine Dragon's ruins. The Divine Dragon's ruins would only allow the descendants of the Divine Dragon's absolute trust to enter. If Lin Chen went there in disguise, the upper echelons of the dragon race would not let him in." Jiang Taishu did not expect Lin Chen's move. Lin Chen stretched and smiled casually. "Taishu, you think too much all day long. You're overthinking simple things." Everyone was stunned. At this moment, Lin Chen was smiling like a child as he replied, "What disguise to participate in the assessment? This trick is outdated now. I'll just fight my way in." Jiang Taishu subconsciously exclaimed, "Rob?" Lin Chen shook his head. "No, the dragon race is not the holy prison. They don't have such heinous crimes. Putting aside the grudges between the various races, from my personal standpoint, I won't go so far as to rob. I'm talking about fighting. I'm talking about showing my strength and cooperating in a friendly manner." Jiang Taishu seemed to have woken up from a dream. He clapped his hands and cheered. "My lord, wonderful." Once the decision was made, Jiang Taishu made plans. As for Lin Chen, he still needed to recuperate. After using the divine elephant godhead, his mental energy consumption was also not small. Although the divine elephant's activation mainly depended on the flesh shell's vitality, it required enough mental energy to withstand the divine power. It was like a person pulling a giant beast out to help in battle. The key was to have the strength to pull the giant beast. Secondly, one had to have the courage to stand in front of the giant beast. This courage referred to Lin Chen's mental energy. Sky Ice Mystic Realm, Snow Mountain Valley. Lin Chen sat cross-legged and opened the Providence plant pouch. 2 lotus flowers surrounded by purple light spun in front of his palm. This is the Essence Soul Immortal Lotus. It's really a magical item. Lin Chen raised his hand and swung it. The Immortal Lotus turned into a stream of light and entered his mouth. Pure Essence Soul power surged into his mind. Inside Lin Chen's sea of consciousness, the millions and millions of Milky Way soul energy started to take form. It was as if the vast sea of stars had begun to transform into a new universe. 3 days later. Boom tilde. A new Essence Soul storm swept through the space inside and outside the Iceheart Palace. Lin Chen's mental energy had completely transformed into an Essence Soul. His mental perception became even sharper. At that moment, Lin Chen's mind underwent a brand new change. In the boundless sea of consciousness, a figure stood there. It was Lin Chen. To be more precise, it was Lin Chen formed by the power of his Essence Soul. If the Transcendent Soul Realm was a vast galaxy, then the Essence Soul Realm was a new universe. Essence Soul, come out. A purple light shot out of Lin Chen's forehead and turned into a human form. It looked exactly like Lin Chen. This is my Essence Soul. It's completely different from my mental realm. Lin Chen was amazed. Previously, when he did not activate Godslayer, his mental energy's instantaneous activation speed could match a 7th Revolution Sage. Now, it was comparable to a 9th Revolution Sage. Without using any killer moves, each of his clones had the battle strength of a peak 7th Revolution Sage. His main body could fight an 8th Revolution Sage. When the clones fought together, there were few opponents below the 9th Revolution Sage. At this moment, Sky Ice Mystic Realm suddenly closed. Lin Chen was stunned. Amidst the snow and ice, a beautiful fairy in a white dress fluttered in the wind. She slowly walked towards Lin Chen. That white dress that was as thin as a cicada's wings outlined a perfect curve, revealing her snow-white skin. She was otherworldly and graceful. The flowing light on the icy surface shone on the fairy's delicate face. Her eyebrows were flushed, and she looked like the most beautiful fairy in the world who had fallen into the mortal world. Not to mention men, even women would be tempted by her. Lin Chen was stunned, and his mouth opened slightly. Sister Ruoyon, what are you doing? Chapter 1643. Bai Ruoyon pushed Lin Chen to the ground. The fairy gritted her teeth, her cheeks flushed red as she questioned the thief. I know everything. Lord Lin is really capable. The Demon Empress and Sister Yu Qi were both harmed by you. Lin Chen's mouth twitched as he smiled awkwardly. This? Who told you? Bai Ruoyon's beautiful eyes flickered with tears as she coldly snorted. Your little demon. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Damn you, Yi Qingwu, you actually betrayed me. Shang Guanju kept it a secret for me, but you actually betrayed me. Bai Ruoyon stared at the thief. If I didn't ask, would you never tell me? Lin Chen hurriedly said, No, I didn't find the right time to tell you. Kai tilde. The new Divine Flame Palace Master tore open the thief's robe when she saw the shallow but obvious teeth marks on Lin Chen's shoulders, chest, and arms. She touched them with her fingertips and pursed her lips in heartache. What a vicious woman, how could she bite? Lin Chen wanted to speak, but the fairy's lips gently pressed against his, stopping him from explaining. When the jade silk was pulled apart, Bai Ruoyon's gaze had a different kind of charm. Little thief, I regretted it when I was in the Divine Flame Palace. Why didn't I get together with you earlier in the 9 regions? This time, I won't let myself regret it anymore. You have to make up for what you owe me before. As soon as the fairy finished speaking, the divine flames around her burned and slowly condensed into a spiritual doppelganger. The spiritual doppelganger's appearance and temperament were exactly the same as Bai Ruoyon's. Lin Chen? Bai Ruoyon's dimples suddenly blossomed into a smile. There were tears in her smile. Her tears were like beautiful jade embellishments, as beautiful as the scenery of the mortal world, beautiful and stunning. Other women have beaten me to it, but I know that your first time will still be mine. The fairy's spiritual doppelganger, just like the main body, pushed down Lin Shuai's spiritual doppelganger. Lin Shuai was stunned. Both the doppelganger and the main body were pushed down. Outside the Ice Heart Palace, today, the Divine Secrets Pavilion secretly visited Jiang Taishu. Ice Heart Palace, Purple Cloud Pavilion. At this moment, Shu Qingxue, one of the 3 head elders of the Divine Secrets Pavilion, had a complicated look in her eyes. She sighed faintly, her heart filled with sorrow. I haven't seen you in so many years, and you've actually become such an old man. Jiang Taishu poured a cup of tea and smiled casually. Appearance follows one's heart. I have no intention of pursuing the first place. Instead, my state of mind is clear and bright, and I have reached a higher level. Let's not talk about the past. The beautiful woman spat and thought to herself, you sure are carefree. Can't you think about the people who are worried about you? He didn't even know how to say a word of comfort. The other 2 elders laughed heartily. Old friends were meeting, and everyone sat down to chat. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Ice Heart Palace trembled, the mountains shook, the tables shook, and even the tea was spilled. The 3 from the Divine Secrets Pavilion were bewildered. Shu Qingxue was surprised. Why is there an earthquake? Could it be that a powerful enemy is attacking? Just as she was about to say something about Ice Heart Palace, Jiang Taishu raised his hand to stop her and smiled. It's fine, this area is relatively empty. Our master occasionally exercises her body, so it's normal for her to shake a bit. Exercises? The beautiful woman was stunned, then her face turned red. She spat softly. What kind of master is that? She's not doing her job properly. Jiang Taishu laughed. Ha ha ha, our master is number 1 in the world. At the back pavilion of Ice Heart Palace, Ji Wuchen and the others had just finished assigning their tasks when they were shocked by the sudden earthquake. Immediately, Ji Wuchen and Long Jiushan smiled knowingly. Qi Feiyan said, it seems like an earthquake. Shangguan Wudi said, it's not just an earthquake, even the space is shaking. Qin Jiuxiao said, TSK, how terrifying. Tianjin and Di Mie smiled, which was rare. Tianjin pretended to hold his forehead, his cold face pretending to be uncomfortable. The tremors are making me dizzy. Fang Ling nodded seriously and said, the most amazing thing is that the frequency of the tremors is very strange. Listen, the frequency and rhythm of the tremors are even a little like the melody of the general's order. Lang Fanyun said seriously, does the rhythm of the tremors sound like the general's order? Why do I hear the club is very busy? Ji Wuchen laughed like an old man. This earthquake is really spiritual. The most important thing is that it lasts for a long time. Yun Tianguang stroked his chin. According to my experience when I was young, from the tremors of the earthquake and the space tremors and the number of airwaves produced in the air, this earthquake is happening at least 7 times in a second. It's going to be a major disaster soon. No. Sichu Changsheng suddenly raised his hand and said very seriously, you've only seen the surface and not the inside. I can even feel that the airwaves produced by the earthquake have some spiritual vibrations. What? Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Spiritual vibrations? Amazing. He's an expert indeed, he can even sense that. Jiang Wna coughed softly, her face slightly red. She glanced sideways and said, the weather's a little hot, I'll go out first. Everyone was enlightened. Lady Wna actually felt hot in this world of ice and snow. It's really time to improve the environment. Jiang Wna entered the void and left in a flash. When she stood on top of a mountain, the redness on her face had yet to fade. Chem. That's. Jiang Wna suddenly noticed that on a distant ice mountain, Xiaoling who was in charge of scouting the enemy, was holding an ancient mirror. Her beautiful eyes were staring at the ancient mirror. She remembered that this mirror was one of Xiaoling natal saint artifacts, the ancient profound heaven mirror. It was capable of seeing through all the dimensions that had been sealed or concealed, and it was able to gain insight into the spacetime in all directions. At this moment, Xiaoling was staring at the ancient mirror without blinking. Her ears were red, and her beautiful cheeks were crimson red. Lady Ling Jiang Wna's sudden appearance startled Xiaoling She hurriedly put away the ancient mysterious sky mirror, and a trace of panic flashed across her face. Lady WN, why do you suddenly have time to come here? I've already checked the surroundings. There's no problem. Jiang WAN nodded. With you in charge, we can rest assured. Xiao Ling forced herself to calm down and smiled sweetly. You're joking, Lady WAN. Your immortal aurora technique is much better than my little trick. Jiang WAN shook her head. Spatial divine technique is not a little trick. The two women looked at each other and giggled. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Jiang WAN coughed lightly. I suddenly lack a mirror. Lady Ling do you mind letting me use the ancient mysterious sky mirror? Xiao Ling was startled. Her jade-like hand gently stroked a strand of black hair as she looked into the distance for a moment. Suddenly, she turned back and smiled like a flower. Then, do you want to look at it together? That's fine. The Ice Heart Palace's space tremor lasted for 10 days. During this time, Leng Yuqi suddenly disappeared. Rumble. A piercingly cold ice flower bloomed in the sky. When the Ice Heart Palace master looked up, she could not help but be pleasantly surprised. This is Yuqi breaking through. She's starting to expand her acupoints. My god, a single expansion is more than 500 times. This already surpasses most of the people on the monster genius list. The Ice Heart Palace elders were ecstatic. However, they were also confused. Although Leng Yuqi was a genius and had the aptitude to be on the monster genius list, her accumulation obviously did not reach the level of being able to expand her acupoints by 500 times. Could it be related to the previous earthquake? Chapter 1644. The moment the ice flower bloomed, a divine flame soared into the sky. The red divine light burned the sky, and Zi Qianzhou's concealment array was activated. Seeing this, the true disciples of Ice Heart Palace in the Divine Flame Palace's stronghold were overjoyed. The palace master has broken through. What a powerful divine flame! The palace master has at least broken through to the complete Saint Heart realm, right? No, the divine flame has only increased. The palace master's cultivation hasn't broken through yet, but this is the effect of the eternal sacred flame. The elders of Divine Flame Palace were even more overjoyed. They could not hide their shock. In a pavilion, the people of the Divine Mystery Pavilion were amazed. I've long heard that the eternal sacred flame can expand and condense acupoints. I didn't expect to see it today. The foundation of the Saint Heart realm is unchanged, but it can increase the foundation of condensing acupoints. It's really a divine item. Jiang Taishu, the Lord's confidant, is probably the only human in the world who has the eternal sacred flame. In the future, she might not be inferior to her man. The three people of the Divine Mystery Pavilion were amazed. Jiang Taishu stroked his beard and smiled. How could the Lord's woman be simple? In the heaven-frozen secret realm, Orange Tier passive talent, Dual Cultivation Union has been activated. Host has received 1.4 billion Saint Grade Essence, 1,322 Saint Grade Fire Energy. Until now, Lin Chen's attributes were still soaring. The icy light on the frozen lake reflected on Lin Chen's side profile. Two beautiful fairies, one on the left and one on the right, lay quietly on the ice bed and entered a state of cultivation. The current Lin Chen's cultivation was no longer the same as before. Whether it was his saint energy, primordial spirit, flesh, or blood, they were all far superior to ordinary saints. The orange grade, dual cultivation, talent had brought the two girls a lot of benefit. Lin Chen scratched his head and laughed. I've been shaken for a few days. My mind is a little fuzzy. Fortunately, the orange tier passive talent is really powerful. The three of us have benefited a lot. Lin Chen looked at his status and attributes, a knowing smile appearing on his face. After destroying the will of the gods and the divine blood clone of the war god, my holy dragon has reached the power of 99,000 gods. Lin Chen's saint-level vitality attribute had not been fully absorbed yet. Lin Chen's holy dragon was still in seclusion, trying to break through the bottleneck of 100,000 venerable power. Especially after killing the will of the gods. Although I didn't obtain any attribute treasure chests, my accumulation of sacred essences has reached an insane level. With my previous accumulations, I can still continue to seal my acupoints. Perhaps the next time I seal my acupoints consecutively, it will be far better than before. Lin Chen thought for a moment, then looked at his nascent divinity clone. When he saw the beautiful bite marks all over its body, he almost laughed out loud and put it back into his body. Sister Ruoyon really knows how to play. She didn't even let go of the primordial spirit, causing me to suffer a bit this time. I'll have to make up for it next time. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen had just left the Sky of Ice secret realm and walked into the Ice Heart Palace. Her beautiful and enchanting body leaned against the wall with her hands crossed in front of her chest, as if she had been waiting for him for a long time. Holy body plus primordial spirit, extreme ice and extreme flame. This is 4 times the happiness. Handsome Lin, why don't you continue? Lin Chen smiled at Yi Qingwu and said, I can't help it. Your brother Chen still has things to do. Do you want to come with me? Yi Qingwu's eyes lit up. You want to cause trouble again? Then let's go. Lin Chen, wait a moment. Ning Qingshuan's elegant voice came from the empty valley. She flew through the air like a pure and untainted lotus fairy. With a wave of her hand, a silver robe with flowing silver light was put on Lin Chen. She helped Lin Chen tie his clothes and put on his star-chasing heavenly morning robe again. Ning Qingxian gently tidied up Lin Chen's sleeves and smiled quietly. Master Jin Wuxia has repaired it for you. If you want to move, you'll have to wear it by your side. Lin Chen changed into a brand new robe, and he looked even more handsome. Ning Qingxian smiled sweetly. Be careful on the road. Lin Chen was stunned, his eyes lost in thought. Suddenly, he hugged Ning Qingshuan's soft and slender waist, his 5 fingers holding the fairy's jade hand. Ning Qingshuan's delicate face blushed. Lin Chen said seriously, Qingxian, when I'm unrivaled in the world, I'll marry you and travel through the universe. Ning Qingxian giggled. How can you talk like that? Lin Chen sighed. I really don't know where so many things come from. When can I flirt and brag with all the beauties, study the Tao of yin and yang, and talk about life's ideals and my handsomeness? Ning Qingxian patted his shoulder, her eyes sparkling. She smiled sweetly. I'll wait for you. Yi Qingwu smiled faintly and said, it's so mushy that I'm getting goosebumps. You, give me a serving of mushy crispy chicken. Lin Chen rolled his eyes at her. Don't look if you don't like it. I only have super long fried chicken here. Yi Qingwu exclaimed, Ning Qingshuan's delicate and beautiful face showed a hint of shyness. She gently pushed him away. It's getting late. You should leave quickly. Senior Ji Wuchen and the others have already gone to the Purple Cloud King Valley to pick them up. You still need to go to the Pill region personally. Another wave of posturing. It's so annoying. Lin Chen and Yi Qingwu stepped into the air and opened up space with a palm. Then let's go and beat up a few people on the Saint Talentless. 3 days later. The Pill region's Holy Pill City was filled with smoke. At this moment, the Pill region had fallen into a great chaos that was rarely seen in 100 eras. Ordinary forces could not provoke the forces of the Pill region at all. This was the place where the network of connections was the deepest. Alchemists could summon a large number of elites to help with a wave of their arms. Not to mention, this was a force that specialized in cultivating alchemists. The gathering of true elites was just a matter of thought. However, this did not include the Genesis Alliance. The Genesis Alliance had used cooperation to rope in 1/3 of the Pill region's upper echelons and wanted to forcefully suppress the Pill region. With the Genesis Alliance's strength, they did not fear the Pill region at all. The Pill region's alchemists occupied almost half of the sacred boundary. Controlling the Pill region was equivalent to controlling the alchemist's lifeline. Therefore, the Genesis Alliance had always wanted to suppress the Pill region. If it were in the past, the Pill region's rank 9 forces would naturally not stand by and do nothing. However, the problem was that the Pill region's 2 rank 9 forces had joined the Genesis Alliance, while the other remained silent and did not express their stance. In the Holy Pill City, a group of alchemists was severely injured and surrounded in the Holy Pill City. Countless alchemists of the younger generation were roaring unwillingly. Why? Did the Holy Pill Association not express their stance? Are they not afraid that the Pill region's elder guild will be destroyed? The Pill deity family has already become the Alliance's lackey. Could it be that the Holy Pill Association has also changed sides? The ordinary people were in fear and trepidation. Surprisingly, there were people from the Elder Council among the besieged alchemists. Song Ilian was also among them. Her beautiful eyes flickered with the light of cutting off all means of retreat, and there was a kind of biting cold that would rather die in glory than live in Dishana. Clang! A sword of divine light swept across the sky of the Holy Pill City, cutting down countless buildings in the Holy Pill City. Everyone immediately kept quiet out of fear. A new elite had arrived in the Holy Pill City. Chapter 1645. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless rays of sword chi shot into the sky and transformed into a sword dragon. In the void, a figure slowly stepped out from the sword dragon, carrying a green sword on his back. He had a dignified appearance and a peerless heroic bearing. He could be said to be an elegant young master dressed in green robes. Carrying a pot and a sword, he could frighten ghosts and gods. He was too extraordinary. As soon as he appeared, he became the main character of the world. Everyone else was overshadowed by him. Even the monstrous geniuses present were like fireflies in front of the moon. All the alchemists' pupils shrank. The talent saint ranking had also come. Some of the Almighty's expressions were filled with despair and fear. It was him, the talent saint ranking's gentleman 10,000 swords, Zhu Bufan. The green-robed young master, Zhu Bufan, stepped on the sword dragon. Tens of thousands of swords shot out, and sword chi shot into the sky. As he looked down on everyone, he casually flicked his finger. Clang! Zhu Bufan flicked his finger, and an extremely fast sword light flashed through the air like a magatama. The sword light slashed horizontally, and the alchemists' heads flew off in an instant. Everyone's hair stood on end. Even the heaven-opening realm almighties and First Revolution sages turned pale with fright. A heaven-opening realm cultivator with such strength was undoubtedly from the talent saint ranking. Even the talent saint ranking had come out to deal with them personally. Gentleman 10,000 swords said arrogantly. A bunch of trash. Don't be noisy. Today, the Pill region's Elder Guild is still useful to us. If you surrender, you still have a chance to become a part of the Genesis Alliance. If you don't know what's good for you, all of you and the forces behind you will die today. He lifted his pot and drank. Wine dripped from the corner of his mouth as he sneered. Within 10 breaths, those who don't make a choice will die. Those who don't surrender will die. The alchemists clenched their teeth tightly. This was clearly a ruthless extermination. Not only did they want to kill them, but they also wanted to uproot the forces, families, and sects behind them. The Genesis Alliance was so ruthless. Swift and decisive, there was no other way to kill. This was the talent saint ranking. They didn't even have time to hesitate. Even the Almighties from the Genesis Alliance who came along felt their hair stand on end. It was too ruthless. They had even planned to coerce these alchemists into submission. Zhu Bufan had come up and directly forced them to pick a side. If they didn't pick a side, they would die. Killing like this, not many alchemists could be left behind at all. Several pharmacists questioned and angrily rebuked. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens and judged by the gods? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're on the Saint Talent list? Zhu Bufan sneered. I'm sorry. You can do whatever you want on the Saint Talent ranking. You have 3 breaths left. 10 breaths had passed, but no one from the Elders Guild made a statement. Very well, it seems that all of you are courting death. That's good too. It'll be easier for me to report to my superiors. I'll just kill him. Zhu Bufan stood up from the back of the sword dragon and unsheathed his sword. The sword released a green light that tore through the sky like a green moon hanging in the sky. The elders of the Council of Elders were shaken. The legacy of the Elder Council cannot be destroyed here. Elders, let's fight it out with him. Song Ilian of the Pill Region's Council of Elders stood up and bit her red lips. Her palms released countless rays of light, and 10,000 Saint Elixirs rose into the sky in an instant. It was actually somewhat similar to the phenomenon of 10,000 elixirs rising into the sky when someone used his eyes to refine elixirs. Song Elian formed a saint seal. The heaven-opening realm elders and the antiques of the Council of Elders gritted their teeth and gathered saint energy in their saint points. They pushed their hands forward and injected saint energy into the 10,000 saint elixirs. 10,000 elixir technique shatter, Song Elian shouted coldly. The energy of the 10,000 elixirs burned, releasing endless saint energy that formed a ring that suddenly exploded. You're courting death, Zhu Bufan sneered. The green sword in his hand trembled, and a crescent sword light slashed out diagonally. Bang! 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 The energy of the 10,000 elixirs surged and scattered. They were all crushed and swallowed into nothingness by the sword light. All the antiques of the Council of Elders were sent flying. Song Elian was injured by the aftershock of the sword energy. Blood flowed from her lips as she retreated with a shocked expression. This is the strength of someone on the Saint Talent ranking. He defeated the higher-ups of the Pill Region's Council of Elders with one sword strike. 12 late-stage and peak-stage heaven-opening realm experts and 2 First Revolution saints were actually unable to withstand the power of his sword. Weak, too weak. Trash like you dare to waste this saint's time? All of you, die. Zhu Bufan stepped on the sword dragon and charged forward with his sword. He flashed in front of Song Elian and sneered. You're the one who led the resistance, right? Then I'll start with you. Boom tilde. Zhu Bufan held his sword and slashed vertically in the air. Everyone couldn't bear to watch the scene of a core elder of the Council of Elders dying. Regret flashed through their hearts. This was the price of resisting the Saint Talent ranking. The Saint Talent ranking was the authority, and the Saint Talent ranking was the future of the sacred boundary. They should know very well that resisting meant death. Although Song Elian couldn't see the opponent's sword clearly, she felt the coldness before death. I didn't expect to die in such a way. I haven't completely learned the alchemy technique that little guy left me. Song Elian closed her eyes. Bang! Bang! Space shattered inch by inch, and an explosion resounded through the sky of the sacred Pill City. The coldness of death didn't spread throughout her body. Instead, Song Elian felt the warmth of a man's arm. The man's masculine and pure aura entered her nose, and the beautiful woman couldn't help but open her eyes. The young man's handsome side profile had a frivolous smile as usual. His aura was cold and evil as he smiled casually. Why are you so angry, friend? Under everyone's gaze, Zhu Bufan's sword was stopped by the silver-robed young man's finger. Zhu Bufan's sword hadn't been released yet. He blocked it. Countless Pill Region's experts and almighties were dumbfounded. He blocked Zhu Bufan's sword with one finger. Who exactly was this person? Senior Song, I'm not late, right? Lin Chen smiled casually and looked at the beautiful woman in his arms who was in a daze. It's you, Lin Chen. Song Elian's face was filled with joy. Where did this barbarian come from? You dare to act like a hero? You're courting death. Zhu Bufan pulled his sword angrily, and the tip of his sword flickered. Lotus flowers bloomed and danced like dragons and snakes. Sword lights surged like rivers converging into the sea, and turned into a storm that twisted towards Lin Chen. Senior, go to the side and drink some tea first. Leave these guys to me. Lin Chen pushed Song Elian lightly. When he teleported her far away, his 10 fingers grabbed space, and his pure strength suddenly erupted as he pulled downward. Bang! 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 Lin Chen's 10 fingers pulled downwards, and the entire sacred Pill City's sky tilted downwards. The storm-like sword Qi River was pulled horizontally and shattered, and when it exploded, Zhu Bufan was repelled and used his movement technique to retreat. Countless experts were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. The entire sacred Pill City's space was tilted by his 2 palms. Not to mention peak heaven-opening realm, even rank 3 or rank 4 sages couldn't do this. How terrifying was this child's pure strength? Wait. Just now, Elder Elian called him Lin Chen. Could it be, he's the Heaven's Choice champion, Lin Chen? Heavens, did this old man see the real person? He's the Lin Chen who challenged the rank 9 sect Divine Flame Palace alone. A single sentence caused a huge commotion, and the elder's exclamations shook the hearts of countless alchemists. Lin Chen? Could it be the Lin Chen who killed 4 Saint Kings, The overlord of the new era who challenged Divine Flame Palace and Sacred Prison alone, Lin Chen? He actually came to the Pill region to save them. Chapter 1646. Space tilted, and smoke billowed. The Holy Pill City's space shook, and it took a long time for it to recover. When everyone looked up at the sky and saw the silvery young man's back, he was like a god that had descended to the mortal world. Everyone was shocked. Countless apothecaries looked around, and hope was reignited. This person is Lin Chen? Zhu Bufan's pupils shrank. He gritted his teeth, and the sword in his hand glowed even brighter. Why is he here? Retreat. Damn it, why did we have to meet this fiend? The dozen or so rank 2 and rank 3 sages present were terrified, and they fled in panic. Lin Chen, I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. I want to see what's so special about you that those 10 fellows are so afraid of you. Zhu Bufan did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward with his sword. The arrogant person on the talent saint ranking was indeed an extraordinary genius. He did not plan to retreat at all. Smack. Lin Chen snapped his fingers and said mockingly, I've already sealed my cultivation temporarily. Unfortunately, I can't take your life today. Consider yourself lucky. I'll give you an extra gift for our first meeting. A huge grayish-white talisman fell from the sky. When it exploded, all space became stagnant and slow. Host consumed 5,100 sacred rune energy to activate the level 8 slow talisman. As soon as this peerless slowing rune appeared, the speed of all the sages of the Founding Era Alliance in the void suddenly plummeted. Rumble. Lin Chen's primordial spirit released a surge of primordial spirit power, which swept across the sky like a long whip. Bam! 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 All the people of the Founding Era Alliance who tried to escape were knocked out. Some of their spirits were shattered, and they died on the spot. Fut! Zhu Bufan spat out blood. His perfected divine transcendence spirit instantly became weak and painful. He even felt like it was being torn apart. He ambushed me. This bastard is so smart. I'm going to be in trouble if this continues. Zhu Bufan gritted his teeth and stared at the intense pain in his mind. 3 rays of light flew out from his wrist. The flowing light danced and turned into a halo that surrounded him. The rainbow-colored holy light sucked Zhu Bufan into a vacuum. He disappeared from Holy Pill City in an instant. Even his spatial trajectory appeared at a location that was extremely far away. Lin Chen was surprised. Those on the Saint Talent list sure have some means of escaping. Forget it, with my acupoints sealed, part of my doppelganger is still refining pills in Iceheart Palace, and Shenglong is still cultivating. It won't be easy to rely on my main body's pure strength to take down a desperate Saint Talent. If the people on the Saint Talent ranking were to go all out, it would be quite difficult for them to take down the other party. Lin Chen was too lazy to chase after Zhu Bufan. Zhu Bufan had more than 1 or 2 tricks up his sleeve to escape. If he chased after Zhu Bufan, he might be able to hammer Zhu Bufan to the brink of death, but he might not be able to kill him. However, Lin Chen's power of the primordial spirit had accurately hit his mental energy and triggered the destructive rupture. Zhu Bufan's mental energy was going to be very sore in the coming days. Are these people from the Founding Era Alliance? A cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. With a flick of his fingers, pure strength erupted, transforming into a dragon-shaped energy that howled through the void. Bang! 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 Lin Chen crushed the sacred bodies of hundreds of Founding Era Alliance experts with a flick of his finger, turning them into elemental light balls that filled the sky. In an instant, the Holy Pill City was especially quiet. Everyone stared blankly at Lin Chen's back, their mouths slightly agape. It was as if no words could describe this moment. In the past, the heaven-opening realm sages, who were revered as almighties, first and even second transition experts, were once the strongest realm that countless monstrous geniuses and geniuses yearned for. They were experts who stood at the top of the pyramid in the sacred boundary. They witnessed with their own eyes that these top experts were like ants that could be casually squashed in Lin Chen's hands. The moment he appeared, he crushed all the other expert. Even the legendary Saint Talent List expert, who was revered as the representative of the human race, was defeated by Lin Chen the moment he appeared. This is a man who single-handedly challenged a ninth-rank sect. Countless female prodigies in the Holy Pill City had peach blossoms in their eyes as they clenched their jade-like legs. Was there anyone in the saints' world who could compare to such a man? Lin Chen looked at the countless burning gazes in the city, coughed lightly, and said seriously, "Everyone, please stop paying attention to me, the most handsome man in the sacred boundary." Lin Chen decisively sent a sound transmission to everyone in the Holy Pill City. "I came here today for two things. First, I am here to escort the Elders Guild out. Second, if there are any alchemists and citizens of the Pill region who want to join us, you can leave with the Elders Guild." Lin Chen smiled and said, "If there are friends who don't want to, you can leave on your own. I won't force you, but I can't guarantee that there will be such a handsome and good fighter next time." Just as he finished speaking, boom, boom, boom. Two silver spatial light pillars rose from the square of the Holy Pill City. The little demon empress, one of the top 10 beauties on the monstrous genius list, sat in front of the spatial light pillar and sent a sound transmission in a serious manner. "Bastard, a certain Lin ran away with his sister-in-law. We have no choice but to save people to pay for their wages. If you join the Iceheart Palace now, alchemists can enjoy the benefits of a lifetime of protection. If you miss it, you won't have it again." Lin Chen facepalmed. This little demon felt uncomfortable if she didn't insult him. Lin Chen? She must be itching for a beating. 10 servants of the 16th floor who had recovered to their peak stood between the spatial light pillars, maintaining the stability of the spatial passage that led directly to the Wonder Realm. Even the citizens of the Holy Pill City could leave. It was up to them whether they stayed or left. "Lin Chen, the Elders Guild will never forget your kindness." More than a dozen Elders Guild stepped through the air and bowed deeply to Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Seniors are too polite. The Pill Region Elders Guild has helped me a lot. Hurry up and move the Elders Guild's things. This place is not safe." After the elders cupped their hands and bowed, they hurried to move. The old green-robed powerhouse and Song Elian flashed through the air. Song Elian was pleasantly surprised. "Lin Chen, you didn't use mental energy just now. Did you enter the primordial soul realm? Then your alchemy skills have improved greatly." Lin Chen felt that Song Elian was strange. What time was this woman still paying attention to his alchemy skills? Lin Chen rubbed his chin and smiled. "Senior Song, if you help pack the Elders Guild's things now, I can consider taking out some new alchemy manuals later." Song Elian's eyes flashed and immediately lit up. "I'll go." After sending Song Elian away, Lin Chen looked at the green-robed powerhouse and cupped his hands with a smile. "Senior, ha ha ha, little guy, I've been away for 3 days. I have to look at you with new eyes." The green-robed powerhouse saw that Lin Chen didn't have any arrogance in his eyes and laughed. This change was too fast. When he first met Lin Chen, he was still a little guy who hadn't expanded his acupoints. He still needed to use all his strength to face the Sacred Heart Realm. But at that time, he had already shown his talent. He was already someone who dared to challenge the Yi family, Zhao family, and 2 great rank 8 families. But now, he had already defeated a rank 9 sect, killed a sacred king, and stood at the peak of the sacred boundary. No one had done it before and no one would do it in the future. This change was too fast. In the blink of an eye, everything seemed to have happened yesterday. The green-robed powerhouse sighed. "With your heaven-defying talent, you can still be neither arrogant nor impatient. This is really rare. This is the first time this old man's eyes have been so accurate. Little guy, keep moving forward." Lin Chen smiled. Iceheart Palace has a lot of good wine and pills waiting for Senior's arrival. The old man and the young man looked at each other and smiled. The green-robed powerhouse smiled. "Come, this old man will introduce you." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 old men stepped on the air and sized up Lin Chen. The green-robed powerhouse introduced, "These are the 4 great elders of my elder council. They are usually in charge of one side of the elder council and are the pillars of my elder council." Lin Chen cupped his fists in a neither servile nor overbearing manner and smiled. "Junior greets the 4 seniors." Lin Chen sensed that these 4 were all rank 8 alchemists, second only to Yu Weisheng's close friend. "You are Lin Chen?" Not bad. You have some of the spirit this old man had when he was young. You old man, don't flatter yourself. This little guy is countless times stronger than us when we were young. What are you comparing to? Haha, Lin Chen, you are a very honest little guy. This old man likes you very much. 3 of the 4 great elders had a good first impression of Lin Chen. Only the 4th great elder had a thin face, empty eyes, and a hoarse voice. Little brat, you didn't show up earlier or later. You only showed up when my elders' guild was in danger. Could it be that you want to take advantage of the situation and take the opportunity to strengthen your team? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere became particularly strange. Lin Chen suddenly became a villain who took advantage of others' difficulties. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Senior's words are too serious. This junior has just arrived. The Elder Council has taught and guided this junior, so this junior is only here to return the favor. If senior has any doubts, you can choose to leave at any time. This junior will not do any shady business with the Founding Era Alliance." The 4th great elder stared at him for a long time and suddenly smiled for the first time. Good, Lin Chen. Chapter 1647. Kang Territory, Boundary Tower. Clang. A snowflake-like saber light swept across the void, cutting through the first level of the Boundary Tower. Kang Territory Boundary Tower, seeing that you have a certain level of attainment in opening up space, we represent the Founding Century Alliance to personally invite you. Don't be so shameless. A sinister youth with a demon-headed saber on his shoulder grinned maliciously. Behind him were a few handsome men and beautiful women of similar age. Their temperaments were outstanding, and they were like dragons and phoenixes among men. There were countless innate experts. There were also dozens of 9th-level saints in the void, releasing the pressure of the heaven-opening realm to intimidate the Boundary Tower. They cut off all escape routes for everyone in the Boundary Tower. If they didn't agree today, they would die. The saint in the Boundary Tower said with lingering fear as he floated in the void. He broke the tower's defense with one saber strike. What ferocious saber techniques! What tyrannical lethality, and he even has a 7th grade saber weapon. He's already a sacred heart at such a young age. It's unheard of for such a person to not have his name on the monster ranking. No. Elder Shun, who was dressed in blue, had his hands behind his back as he stepped through the air with a solemn expression. He belongs to the category of reclusive monsters. There are countless experts in the sacred boundary. Some peerless experts don't lack resources to nurture their juniors, but they lack more difficult tempering to prevent their juniors from entering the monster ranking and let them grow wild. The number of reclusive monsters who grow up this way may only be a third or a quarter of the monster ranking, but each of them is not inferior to the supermonsters on the monster ranking. Elder Shen's eyes were deep and bright, like a clear mirror. The Founding Century Alliance actually pulled in the reclusive monsters. This plan has been planned for a long time, and it's huge. Everyone in the Boundary Tower, listen up. We only have souls who die in battle, not ghosts who surrender. Elder Shen roared thunderously, and hundreds of saints flashed out of the sky-reaching tower. The sinister youth licked the saber in his hand and sneered. Looks like they're courting death. Go. Rumble. A sonic boom rumbled, terrifyingly fast. Many experts were shocked. How could this guy's saber be so fast? Bang. When the explosion sounded, the sinister youth exploded in the air. Everyone was stunned. Did the saber slash them? The previously arrogant reclusive monsters were now retreating in fear. His carefree laughter echoed in the sky. Elder Shen, is there any trouble in the Realm Tower? Old Shen was stunned. Who was this voice? A handsome silver-robed figure slowly walked over from the void. Behind him was a group of extremely powerful sages. They released a sage aura that could suppress the heavens. The young man in the lead laughed mockingly. The minions of the Founding Century Alliance are really fast. Have they even infiltrated the Green region? His appearance caused the expressions of all the Founding Era Alliance experts to change. His portrait was spread across all the sects in the Alliance and was the most important person to guard against. Lin Chen? This guy actually came to the Green territory? Not good, retreat. The Chi practitioners of the Alliance used their own techniques to flee for their lives. Even the reclusive monsters fled frantically as if they had seen a ghost. They might be pretentious in front of others, but in front of Lin Chen, they weren't even worth a fart. This person was already a level above the strongest in their clan, perhaps even more so. You think you can come and go as you please? How can there be such a good thing? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, and the primordial spirit between his eyebrows swept out like a hurricane. It was as if a large net had been opened, instantly binding all the escaping expert. When the primordial spirit power surrounded by purple clouds bound all the experts, even the people in the realm tower were dumbfounded. Primordial spirit realm? What a pure primordial spirit power! He doesn't even need to make a move to suppress them. With such power, no one doubted the authenticity of Lin Chen's legend anymore. Lin Chen turned his hand and slapped out. The pure power turned into rolling dragon chi, shattering the sacred bodies of all the reclusive monsters and alliance experts, turning them into a bunch of elemental light balls. Both inside and outside the realm tower fell into silence. This kind of impact was really not just any ordinary kind of strong. When Lin Chen had set foot here, he was just a young man on the demon list. Now, he had killed a 9th stage sage in an instant. Seeing with one's own eyes and hearing about a legend were always two different feelings. Old Shun, I will never forget your help back then. This time, I came to invite everyone in the realm tower to have tea at the Iceheart Palace. You can leave at any time. What do you think? Lin Chen said with a smile. Old Shun laughed heartily and gave him a thumbs up. Little guy, 1,000 miles a day is not enough to describe your improvement speed. I believe that the Saint talent list will completely change because of you. Old Shun turned to the elders and said, everyone, get ready to move the realm tower. We're going to the Iceheart Palace. Lin Chen looked at the dozen or so servants around him and said with a smile, you guys go and help. The servants were responsible for setting up the array while Lin Chen was responsible for collecting the elemental light balls. Even if it was a heaven-opening realm expert, the dropped attributes were quite rich for Lin Chen. The next day, when the spatial array was completely set up in the realm tower, everyone entered the array and was about to leave. Seeing that Lin Chen was not moving, Old Shun asked in confusion, little guy, aren't you leaving with us? Lin Chen said with a smile, no, I'm just a clone. You guys go first. The elders in the realm tower twitched their mouths. Such unfathomable strength, and it was just a clone, rumbled Tilda. Star palaces were everywhere, and hexagonal starlight flashed in the sky. When the silver-white spatial light pillar bloomed, the entire realm tower disappeared. Xuanyu, profound sun-sacred city. The waves of blood tumbled in the sky as they slowly swept past the cities. When countless ordinary people and cultivators encountered the blood-colored fog, their battle chi and bloodlines gradually withered, and their expressions changed drastically. Even if a battle emperor could hide in one place, he could not hide everywhere. Countless waves of blood-colored fog swept over, covering an area of 1,000,000 miles and advancing in parallel. Everywhere they passed, painful screams echoed in the sky. The blood waves were surging densely. They were actually countless tiny GU worms. These GU worms were only 1/100th the size of a strand of hair, and they were very mysterious. They would avoid the saints and attack mortals. Kai tilde. Boom tilde. Multiple balls of holy flames spread across the sky, incinerating the vast amount of crimson mist into a sea of fire. How cruel. This is the Founding Era Alliance. In the void, 3 beautiful women who were as beautiful as flowers floated in the air. Their expressions were filled with sorrow and anger. If Prince Lin Chen had not defeated Wu Pianju, our Divine Flame Palace would have become one of the leaders of this disaster. They want to destroy all mortals, monopolize providence, and control most of the sacred boundary to become the new hegemon. They are really inhumane and inhumane. The 3 women looked at each other. If Lin Chen had not defeated Wu Pianju and destroyed the Elders Guild to change the Divine Flame Palace's position, perhaps the Divine Flame Palace would have become one of the main culprits of this calamity. Chapter 1648. When the 3 ladies opened their palms, a ball of red jade liquid rose, burning with saint energy. It was as pure as water, containing the power of purification. Bang! 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 The 3 Divine Flame Palace true disciples struck their palms in the air, and 3 red jade liquids exploded like clouds and smoke. In a short time, red raindrops fell from the sky. When the raindrops fell on the mortals affected by the fog tide, the tearing sensation in their blood and meridians gradually disappeared, and the parasite poison began to be removed. After that, the 3 saint-stage true disciples from Divine Flame Palace continued to move forward, not daring to delay. This time, the joint operation led by Ice Heart Palace and Divine Flame Palace was to remove the parasite that was wreaking havoc in the major regions and prevent the Genesis Alliance from annihilating all living beings. Using parasite to select and eliminate mortals was more efficient than saints directly wiping out mortals on a large scale, and it was more efficient to select future potential stocks. Who's there? They can actually remove the parasite from our alliance. Something's not right. It seems to be 3 life and death stage powerhouses. Be careful, something's wrong. Retreat immediately. On a mountain peak far away, 2 saints opened their eyes with sharp gazes. You guys are really inhumane. A silver-robed figure appeared on the mountain peak like a ghost. When the 2 saints saw his true appearance, they were shocked speechless. Lin Chen? Rip Tilda. Lin Chen's clone casually flicked his finger and pierced through the 2 saints, but it did not take their lives. The 2 saints spat out blood, their expressions horrified. How did they encounter this god of plague? Lin Chen lifted their heads. His eyes were sharp and murderous as he said coldly, I'll spare your worthless lives for today. I'll give you a mission. Go and collect the locations of those people who control the parasitic poison and hand them over to the Ling Tian sect nearby. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. Yes. Sir Lin Chen, please spare our lives. We're just working for our superiors. We'll definitely complete this task for you. Please have mercy. The 2 saints were held in Lin Chen's hands like chickens, their bodies trembling. They did not doubt the strength of this man who had alerted the alliance. Get lost. With a toss, Lin Chen tossed them aside. Although he really wanted to kill these 2 inhumane bastards, Lin Chen still needed them. Woo, mother, don't leave you. What have we done to cause such a disaster? God, please save your people. The perception range of Lin Chen's clone was extremely wide. The cries and screams of countless mortals surged into his mind. The light in Lin Chen's avatar's eyes grew sharper as he exhaled. Looks like I'll have to speed up my journey to the Dragon Clan. Now that Lin Chen didn't have the ultimate heaven-defying or the divine spark fragment, the only things he could use to fight the Holy King were the Godslayer talent and the 5-piece set of the God of War. His body-refining foundation was not enough for him to obtain the power of a Holy King from the War God set, unless he borrowed the Godslayer talent. However, the Godslayer had a cooldown period after using it once. Lin Chen could only save it for his trump card. Therefore, he had to raise his body-tempering tier right now. Only when he had the means to fight against the Holy King could he fight against the Founding Era Alliance. 5 days later, Miracle Territory, Ice Heart Palace. Fog surrounded the area, and the array was fully activated. This was a maze prepared by Zi Qianqiu. Even a holy genius might not be able to discover this place. In addition, with Jiang Taishu concealing heaven's secrets, the Founding Era Alliance would not be able to find this place in a short time. Not only Miracle Territory, but the Founding Era Alliance also needed to suppress many other regions. They didn't expect that Lin Chen and the others had not left Miracle Territory and had instead made this place their base camp. Lin Chen was not worried about them for the time being. Now that the servants had retrieved the sacred artifacts, their combat power and abilities had increased by 1 or 2 levels. There were 3 Holy Kings in front, 2 half-step Holy Kings, and more than a dozen Peak 9 transformation stage cultivators. In addition, there was the Divine Flame Palace. Even if 6 Holy Kings came, they would not be able to defeat his team. The Founding Era Alliance was busy clearing out the various regions. 6 Saint Kings were not something that could be easily dispatched. On an island, the waves were surging and the waves were surging. 3 dragon-shaped arrays rose from the sea surface. Zi Qianqiu was personally controlling the arrays. Xiao Ling was dressed in a snow-white palace dress. She was as beautiful as a fairy. Her slender fingers touched the void, and a crescent-shaped space passage appeared in the void. Lin Chen stood on the island directly below. He was wearing the star-chasing heavenly morning robe. He had a flying dagger on his left and a sword on his right. He carried the 9-cloud star fury bow and the demon slayer battle spear on his back. He was fully armed. "My lord, are you ready?" Lin Chen smiled and said, "I am ready. You can open it at any time." The further the space passage, the greater the space pressure. This was also why some ultra-long distance space passages could only be carried by saints. If a mortal body entered a space passage without the protection of holy power, it would be torn apart. This time, Zi Qianqiu and Xiao Ling'er had opened up an unprecedented space passage that crossed more than a dozen regions. Lin Chen had the God Slayer talent. If he killed his way to the Founding Era Alliance's base camp, he could make full use of the God Slayer talent. However, it was not enough to get rid of the Founding Era Alliance's elites. Their roots were the various major Rank 9 forces. The God Slayer talent could only last for a limited time. It could not last until Lin Chen killed all of the Rank 9 sects. In other words, one battle could not finish off the Founding Era Alliance. The God Slayer talent could only be used once in a short period of time. Lin Chen could not use it easily. If he wanted to use it, he would let it erupt with its strongest power when he needed it the most. "Open!" Zi Qianqiu shouted coldly. Xiao Ling'er's hands danced, and the silver-white butterfly danced and rotated around the Star Palace array. Buzz! The crescent-shaped space passage in front of them expanded in an instant. "My lord!" The two of them called out. Lin Chen laughed and leaped. Lin Chen's voice echoed as he left. "I will leave the team to you for now. If there is anything, move immediately and fight guerrilla warfare with the enemy." Swoosh! Lin Chen disappeared, and the space passage was sealed. However, the two of them who stayed there had especially serious expressions. They had to admit that only their lord could come up with such a plan. Zi Qianqiu smiled bitterly and said, "If not for witnessing so many miracles, I would even suspect that he is crazy." Xiao Ling'er said helplessly, "My lord never does things according to our train of thought. Being able to keep up with his rhythm is already the limit." The space passage that the two of them had opened recently was one of the space coordinates that Xiao Ling'er had left behind when she entered an ancient dragon palace by chance. This space coordinates would lead directly to the Desolate Era dragon race. In other words, once Lin Chen reached the end of the space passage, he would directly descend into the Desolate Era dragon race's dragon realm. What kind of concept was that? The dragon realm was the galaxy that the Desolate Era dragon race ruled. It was the territory of all the dragon kings and revered dragons in history. Every dragon king was comparable to a human sage king. Moreover, the dragon race was born with powerful dragon bodies and was extremely difficult to kill. Just the Desolate Era dragon race alone had dozens of known clans. That was the place where the dragon race's current experts gathered. Imagine being surrounded by a group of Desolate Era dragons. Even a sage king would have to die. Even the powerful sage kings of the human race did not dare to go deep into the dragon realm alone. However, their lord wanted to go alone and go straight to the dragon race's base camp. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was simply suicide. A transformation realm human dared to go to the territory of the Desolate Era dragon race's dragon kings? This kind of action was equivalent to challenging the dignity of the Desolate Era dragon race and even the entire dragon realm. To be more realistic, a human going straight to other people's territory was equivalent to declaring war on the dragon race. Did he want to die faster? Lin Chen said, "Touch me? No way. If you touch me, my acupoints will explode. If you turn around, I will double the power of the God Slayer and make a fortune. The more productive a dragon is, the more daring he is. Desolate Era dragon race, your commander is back." Chapter 1649. Saint Monarch Region, Founding Era Alliance Headquarters. What? You want to withdraw? Are you kidding? Is the sky-bearing pavilion looking down on us? *CK your grandmother. Do you believe that I will bring people to attack the sky-bearing pavilion tomorrow? In the headquarters hall, a group of Saint Talents was seething with anger. Several Saint Talents' visions exploded, and their murderous auras were like raging beasts about to go on a rampage. The Founding-era alliance was at the most critical moment of the plan's advancement, and the Heavenly Sanctuary had yet to achieve complete suppression. The sky-bearing pavilion was the leading force of the Heavenly Sanctuary. If they withdrew, it would be very detrimental to the alliance's plan, and it would delay at least 20% of the progress. The sky-bearing pavilion master said indifferently, "Little kids, when I entered the Saint Talent list, you were still wearing your pants. You are too inexperienced to threaten me. Let me repeat myself. Our sky-bearing pavilion will withdraw." As soon as he finished speaking, he vaguely released his half-step Saint King cultivation and suppressed these Saint Geniuses. Saint Aura was like 1,000 bright moons sinking into the river snow, supporting the sky and the earth. 10 giant wheels of Saint Light rose behind the pavilion master, and 10 different types of Saint Force condensed, suppressing all the angry Saint Talent. A hurricane swept through the hall. Only the pavilion master sat in the hall, and he had the courage to suppress all eternity. At this time, the man behind the screen in the hall smiled lightly. "Pavilion master, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why can't we sit down and talk? Or is the price you proposed to our alliance not enough? These can all be discussed. Right now, our alliance is focused on taking over the Heavenly Sanctuary. Isn't the pavilion master's action violating our alliance contract?" Behind the screen, a murderous and decisive battle intent rose faintly, enveloping the pavilion master. That's right. According to the agreement between the major forces, if any party withdrew midway, the alliance had the conditions and the right to choose to suppress the withdrawing force. Oh. The pavilion master narrowed his eyes, and his expression became somewhat dignified. Although he had entered the Saint Talent list, he had not entered the top 10 of the list. And the peerless talent behind the screen in front of him was one of the top 10 Saint Talents in the world. This person was the overlord who had single-handedly created the Founding-era alliance. The other party's meaning was both soft and hard. If they wanted to negotiate, they could raise the price. If they didn't, they would have to be prepared to face the current Founding-era alliance. Cut the crap. The pavilion master suddenly sneered, "I'm not here to discuss with you today. I'm here to inform you. If you want to fight, then bring it on. My sky-bearing pavilion will receive it." With that, the pavilion master stood up, flicked his sleeves, and left. Even the peerless Saint Genius behind the screen did not expect this. The sky-bearing pavilion master was actually so decisive, not even giving him a chance to negotiate. "Your Honor," a beautiful Saint Talent turned her eyes and looked behind the screen worriedly. The sound of someone knocking on the table came from behind the screen. The other Saint Geniuses also looked at him, as if waiting for his answer. Interesting. Things are getting more and more interesting. Since he didn't tell us the reason and was determined to leave, he didn't hesitate to offend the entire alliance. This means that the thing he is afraid of might be on par with or even above the alliance. The sage's laughter came from behind the screen. It seems that it has something to do with the divine might that appeared recently. The holy prison invited out the will of the gods, but it vanished into thin air. The sky-bearing pavilion's position just so happens to be able to see the location of the holy prison. You all should immediately go and take a look at the holy prison. Immediately, a Saint Talent with murderous intent said, "Should we declare war on the sky-bearing pavilion and forcibly suppress the Heavenly Sanctuary?" "No, it's not the time yet," the person continued. "The Heavenly Sanctuary is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Without the help of a familiar grade 9 force, we will need to split more forces to do things. This is not a wise move. Moreover, the sky-bearing pavilion, which has the intention of destroying everything indiscriminately, is not easy to bully. Attacking a grade 9 sect was no small matter. Even the Founding-era alliance had to think twice. The foundation of a grade 9 sect was no joke. Although more than 10 grade 9 sects had joined the Founding-era alliance, everyone stood together for the sake of benefits. It did not mean that all grade 9 forces would risk their lives. However, the sky-bearing pavilion's action was equivalent to expressing their position. If the alliance dared to attack them, they would dare to risk their lives. Lin Chen's team could challenge the Godflame Palace because his team was special. Before Lin Chen had attacked the Godflame Palace, he had dismantled most of their backup plans. As a result, the Godflame Palace had not been able to display most of its foundation before forcing the Grand Elders to collectively come out of seclusion. However, the Founding Era Alliance was different. They had more top experts than Lin Chen's team, but they could not do the same thing. Not everyone was like Lin Chen, a peerless assassin whose name shook the world, the #1 fortune-teller who was infinitely close to the sacred boundary, a fairy who mastered spatial divine techniques, and the founder of the Dao Palace's array formations. Continue with the plan. Ignore the heavenly sanctuary for now. Go to the holy prison and see what's going on. Also, if the people of the Sword Realm do not surrender, prepare to fight them. Okay. When the various Saint Talents received their orders and left, the palace hall returned to silence. He insisted on leaving. Could it be that the other party has something more frightening than our alliance? Ha ha. It's not that I don't have a trump card against a true god. In fact, I have a lot of them. Let's see if they are worth me taking seriously. The laughter of the Saint Talent behind the screen was like an owl, echoing in the silent palace hall. In the Ice Heart Palace, Fei Wuxuang had finally recovered after being carefully treated by Fairy Crimson and Yu Wangsheng. Inside the main hall of the Ice Heart Palace, "Sister, you're finally fine." Fei Qianyu hugged her sister, crying tears of joy. Fei Wuxuang smiled and stroked her sister's hair. "Martial aunt, it's good that you're fine. Master has been worried sick recently." Fei Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Now, all the hidden experts and Grade 8 forces related to Lin Chen's servants had begun to gather together. Lin Chen's team was truly starting to become a colossus. Lin Chen's servants were very sensible. They managed their own forces and only needed to obey the orders of the Ice Heart Palace and Lin Chen. There was no need for Lin Chen to go to each force and give them orders. Today, Bai Ruoyan and Leng Yueqi came out of seclusion. After the two extremely beautiful heavenly fairies received Lin Chen's nourishment again, they had a different kind of charm. It could be said that they were the envy of others. In the main hall, Bai Ruoyan, who had just come out of seclusion, was puzzled. Where's that little thief? Why did he disappear again? Leng Yueqi raised her eyebrows and had a bad premonition. She immediately looked at Xiao Ling. She was the person in charge of the teleportation space. Xiao Ling faced everyone's gaze and helplessly spread her hands. When she told them about Lin Chen's plan, "What? Master has already set off for the Dragon Clan? What's wrong with you two? Why didn't you tell us?" When Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun, who had just returned, heard the news about Lin Chen, their expressions changed greatly. Master was really crazy. It had only been a few days, and he had already rushed to the Dragon Clan alone. He should have at least brought the two of them along. Fei Qingyu lightly covered her red lips. Fei Wuxuang's pretty face changed slightly. When the people from the Realm Pagoda, Purple Cloud King Valley, Pill Region's Elder Guild, and the others who had just arrived heard this news, their legs turned to jelly. The expressions of the three divination masters of the Divine Secrets Pavilion were even more interesting. Sneaking into the Dragon Realm alone, to think that Lin Chen could do this. He was simply courting death. Could it be that Lin Chen already had the strength to challenge the Founding Era Alliance alone? That was also impossible. Even if the Founding Era Alliance was given 10 guts, they still wouldn't dare to parachute into the Dragon Clan's territory. The Endless Dragon Clan could exhaust them to death. Moreover, after the Master used his killer move to penetrate the Holy Prison, he was basically left with half his life. He couldn't possibly exterminate the Dragon Clan in one move. They didn't understand. No matter how the servants analyzed, they couldn't understand. Lin Chen had shown off his own people this time. Chapter 1650. Zi Qianchou said helplessly, "Both of you should calm down. It's useless to shout at Sister Ling Er. Our Lord has already set off. Don't you know his temper? Even 8 Saint Kings can't stop him from doing what he wants to do, let alone 8 horses." Jiang Taishu's mouth twitched, and he could not help but hold his forehead. "Let's hope our Lord can overcome the danger this time. I've dealt with the dragons a few times, and none of them were easy to talk to." They thought that Lin Chen would take his time to plan and sneak into the dragons carefully before finding an opportunity to discuss with the higher-ups of the dragons. After knowing that Xiao Linger had the spatial coordinates of the dragon world, He immediately set up a spatial tunnel and went straight to their base camp. No, Zi Qianqiu, activate the formation. I want to go too. We can't let our lord be in such a dangerous place. The dragons are not as simple as the holy prison. Fang Ling was still worried. He stood up decisively with a resolute expression. Zi Qianqiu shook his head. We can't do it. Let's not talk about whether Sister Ling can open another spatial tunnel. My Baqian spatial formation can only be used once every 3 months. Lang Fanyun frowned. Fang Ling, calm down first. We can never see through our Lord's methods. This time, let's complete the task our Lord has given us and wait for his return. Fang Ling sighed deeply and sat back down weakly. That's the only way. Qi Feiyan looked at Long Jiushan and suddenly laughed. Brother Jiushan, you're really lucky. Our Lord has personally gone to find the dragon marrow for you. Long Jiushan chuckled. I can't help it. I've found a good backer. Ha ha ha. To be honest, when our Lord said he wanted to go to the dragon world, I was shocked too. Even if I became a saint king, I can't enter that godforsaken place, let alone now. Bai Ruoyan and Lung Yueqi looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. He was really a little thief who was ready to cause trouble at any time. Jiang Taishu shook his head and laughed. All right, stop complaining. Jiang Taishu looked at Ji Wuchen, Zi Qianqiu, Xiaoling and the rest. He suddenly laughed. After the previous battle, all of you have touched that level, right? Everyone looked at each other and smiled. That's right, their cultivations had already broken through the limits and touched upon a completely new realm. In the near future, all of them would have a great breakthrough. According to Miss Jiang Wn, she will take you to the ancient ruins of the Immortal Clouds sect and prepare a big gift for each of you. However, you can't tell the Lord about this. Miss Wan doesn't want to burden the Lord. As soon as he said this, all the servants were surprised and delighted. The Immortal Dawn sect was a giant when the sacred boundary was first established. Its foundation was so strong that it could be said to be a tyrant. The experts in the sect were as numerous as the clouds. If they were in the sacred boundary of the modern realm, the Immortal Dawn sect would have no problem fighting 2 or even 3 rank 9 sect. Later on, due to the war between the 9 clans, the previous sect master of the Immortal Dawn sect attempted to covet the secrets of the 9 clans' battlefield and was targeted by many experts of the 9 clans. The experts of the 9 clans took turns to besiege the Immortal Dawn sect. In the end, most of the experts of the Immortal Dawn sect perished in that great battle. Because of its strong foundation, the Immortal Dawn sect was targeted after the war. Many experts of the human clan secretly attacked and killed the Immortal Dawn sect. In the end, the Immortal Dawn sect was destroyed. The sect was destroyed, but its inheritance was not. Jiang Wn's parents were the only true disciples of the Immortal Dawn sect. During their last escape, they entrusted the hope of the Immortal Dawn sect to her. At that time, the resources and secret treasures controlled by the Immortal Dawn sect were enough to create several holy kings. It even involved the fate of the gods, which was why Jiang Wn was targeted by the holy prison. Now, Jiang Wn had escaped from the holy prison. After going through several life and death disasters with Lin Chen, she had decided to hand over the ultimate foundation of the Immortal Dawn sect to Lin Chen and his servant. It was very simple. Lin Chen not only saved her life, but also won her admiration and respect. After becoming her lord, Lin Chen did not even ask Jiang Wn about the inheritance of the Immortal Dawn sect, let alone threaten her. Even when Jiang Wn took the initiative to ask him for help, Lin Chen just said, "The candle that your parents desperately protect should not be used to illuminate me." At that moment, Jiang Wan sincerely admired him. She was willing to use all the secret treasures of the Immortal Dawn sect to help this lord. With the secret treasures of the Immortal Dawn sect, coupled with the previous life and death battle, the servants had touched a new realm. With the combination of the two, perhaps Lin Chen's team would have an unprecedented increase in strength. In the Holy Prison, the Holy Prison Tower was broken into ruins, and a large number of space storms were whistling. What is this? What kind of battle happened here? It actually broke the Holy Prison. The 5 Holy Kings, 4 men and 1 woman, were suspended in the air, looking shocked. They knew very well that a battle at the Holy King level could not cause such destructive power. Even a group of Holy Kings could not. At this time, the first 6 levels of the Holy Prison had been completely crushed. Even the space inside had been broken into ruins, causing a large space storm that continued to wreak havoc. The 6th level and below were still safe and sound, but the Holy Prison was no longer complete. Unless the gods repaired it, there would be no hope for it to be rebuilt. In the team, the beautiful saintess in the azure blue palace dress suddenly looked around, and a divine light flashed in her green eyes. She immediately said, "There are strong people coming. Hide first." "I'll do it." The elegant young man holding the white feather fan stepped forward and gently waved the fan. It turned into the 5 elements acupoints and spun, hiding all the Holy Kings who came to investigate the situation. Rumble. A golden and a blue holy light bloomed in the sky like 2 pillars of light. When the 2 holy auras descended, heaven and earth prostrated. One of them was wearing a golden dragon robe. He had fierce eyes and sharp eyebrows. He was majestic without being angry. His holy aura was so strong that it could burn the sky. The other person was handsome and enchanting. He had phoenix eyes, light willow-shaped eyebrows, fair and delicate cheeks, and a charming and clear temperament. He was actually a man. His appearance and temperament were peerless, not to be outdone by a devastatingly beautiful woman. These 2 people were the most senior and strongest Saint Kings among the 7 great Saint Kings of the Holy Purgatory. The True Dragon Holy King and the 1000 Fox Holy King. What happened? Why is the Holy Prison broken? Tian Xiong. The True Dragon Holy King furrowed his brows and shouted angrily. Whoosh! In the ruins directly below the Holy Prison, a holy light shot up into the sky. The holy aura was majestic and vast, and it forcefully tore through the chaotic space storm and descended in front of the 2. "My 2 brothers, you are finally back." The burly and arrogant Tian Xiong Holy King showed a rare look of fear and wariness. He said in a trembling voice, "This time, the Holy Prison has suffered great losses." Tian Xiong Holy King reported everything that had happened in the Holy Prison. The True Dragon Holy King's initial rage turned to coldness and killing intent, and finally returned to calmness. What a great junior. Lin Chen is truly unprecedented. There will be no one like him in the future. Beneath the True Dragon Holy King's calm demeanor was a murderous intent. Chapter 1651. The True Dragon Saint King calmed himself down and said to Tian Xiong Saint King, "You and Chen Kuan are not to blame for this. Leave the rest to me." Tian Xiong Saint King let out a sigh of relief. The True Dragon Saint King licked his lips as a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. "Coincidentally, I managed to obtain a divine fate from the God Emperor's ruins. It's enough to deal with this kid." The 1000 Fox Saint King chuckled. "There are many good things in the outer area of the God Emperor's ruins. This time, my brother and I have enough resources to return. The sacred penitentiary's hegemony will not be shaken." After saying that, the enchanting and handsome 1000 Fox Saint Wnyi raised his eyebrows, pressed his tongue with his fingertips, and said with a faint smile, "The 5 guys hiding nearby, come out. I'm not in the mood to play hide-and-seek with you guys." The True Dragon Saint King frowned. Hee, so it's Senior 1000 Fox. I've heard so much about you." The handsome young man appeared from the 5 elemental talisman with the white feather fan in his hand. He led the other 4 Saint Talents and cupped his fists at the 3 Saint Kings. The 1000 Fox Saint King played with his fingertips casually and said lazily, "5 Saint Talents, when did you guys become so close?" The Saintess in the lead bowed gracefully and said, "Senior, we're from the Genesis Alliance. We're just here to take a look at the situation in the sacred penitentiary." The True Dragon Saint King's eyes sharpened. "You guys are from the Genesis Alliance?" The Saintesses nodded. They were ready to use their trump cards at any time. These 2 Saint Kings had been famous for far too long. They were not to be underestimated. The 1000 Fox Saint King chuckled. "Don't be nervous. We won't touch you guys. Although you guys are handsome, I'm not interested in you guys recently. Perhaps we can even talk about cooperation." "Cooperation?" The white-robed Saintess was confused. "Senior, Please explain. Thousand Fox Saint King's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He smiled and said, our target is Lin Chen, who is a threat to each other, isn't it? If that's the case, why don't the Sacred Penitentiary and the Genesis Alliance work together? We'll provide manpower, and you guys will provide manpower. The white-clothed young master asked in surprise, Senior, this junior understands that we are working together. However, what do you mean by providing manpower? The Thousand Fox Saint King pointed at the bottom of the Saint Prison and said with a faint smile, aren't there many experts in the Saint Prison? Saint King Tianxiong was shocked. Big brother Qianhu, are you planning to release those criminals? The Thousand Fox Sacred Ruler nodded and said, that's exactly what I was thinking. This young man named Lin Chen is still a little weak. If he is ruthless and kills everyone in the Sacred Penitentiary, it will be a little troublesome. However, you have already transferred all the prisoners to the 6th floor and below during the chaos. There are still many savage fellows on the 6th and 14th floors. As long as we heal them, they will become our new fighting force. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the 5 great sages change. Indeed, if the Holy Prison could release all the criminals and cure them, it would be an extremely powerful force. After the 6th layer, they were basically all heaven-opening realm criminals. Moreover, because the Holy Prison had been established for far too long, there were many of them. Even the powerful Genesis Alliance could not ignore this force. The Thousand Fox Saint Ruler looked at the True Dragon Saint Ruler. He suddenly became serious and said excitedly, should we release those 5 guys as well? What do you think? The True Dragon Saint King frowned. Are you sure? If those lunatics recover to their peak, each of them will not be inferior to you or me. In this era, there are very few great sages who can stop them. The Thousand Fox Saint King said, now that the world is in chaos, the Holy Prison has lost its original purpose. In that case, why don't we use it to help us gain a foothold? The True Dragon Saint King thought for a moment and nodded seriously. All right. Saint King Tianxiong was confused. What were the two of them talking about? The Thousand Fox Saint King looked at the 5 great sages. Come in and take a look. This is a good chance to reveal our strength to your alliance. The Holy Prison, the 19th floor. The pitch-black space of the Holy Prison was like an endless darkness that would never welcome light. The True Dragon Saint King led the team into a cage on the 19th floor. What was locked in the cage was not a living being but a stone door. The True Dragon Saint King opened a divine seal in his palm and placed it in front of the stone door. The stone door rumbled, and dust fell off. It slowly rotated and opened. What? Saint King Tianxiong and the other Saint King Gui Sho were shocked. As one of the strongest great sages in the Holy Prison, they did not know that there was such a mechanism below the 19th floor. The True Dragon Saint King said calmly, Gui Sho, Tianxiong, you don't have to be surprised. This is the demonic eye of the Holy Prison. In the entire Holy Prison, other than the Genesis Masters, only Qianhu and I know about this place. The 5 great sages were still in shock. They felt as if their hearts had fallen into an ice cellar, and they could not help but feel fear. There was an even deeper floor below the 19th floor of the Holy Prison. What kind of existence was locked behind the stone door? When the Thousand Fox Saint King led the team into the world behind the stone door, there was a loud boom, and an unprecedented demonic chi slashed toward them. Hum. Hum. Holy light flowed, and the 5 great sages had to use their holy power to protect themselves. It was as if this place was connected to the abyss of the demonic realm. Even those on the Genius Saint ranking had to use their holy power to protect themselves before they could enter. The dark tunnel seemed to have no end. As they walked, the True Dragon Saint King said calmly, there is no handwritten order from the Genesis Masters here. Even the demonic emperors cannot sense this place, including the demonic empress. The Thousand Fox Saint King nodded. The 19th floor of the Holy Prison has locked up all the geniuses of the era who emerged after the sacred boundary was created. There are also some powerful evil sages who influenced the Genesis Masters. At this point, the Thousand Fox Saint King's expression was extremely serious. However, the ones locked up here are the most powerful geniuses in the history of the human race before the sacred boundary was created. Many of them were even chosen by the Genesis masters at their peak, and they had the potential to become gods. 2 of them were known as the most powerful great sages below the true gods. Some of them were not great sages, but they were even more powerful than great sages. They were truly monsters among monsters. The true dragon Saint King's eyes were especially deep as he slowly said, after the Great War of the 9 races, they benefited too much from it. While the gods were fighting, they intercepted a lot of information about the 9 races. Some of them even knew many secrets of the 9 races and had amazing treasures. Some even knew the location of the divine weapons and refused to hand them over. They were specially locked up here by the Genesis masters and tortured by demonic chi all day long. Until they were willing to tell us the secrets of the 9 races, they were not allowed to leave. However, these fellows were basically stubborn. None of them confessed. Because of the importance of this matter, the true gods sealed them here and would not let any of the top elites of the 9 races come into contact with them. All of this made the 5 great sages, Gui Sho, and the great sages tremble in fear. Didn't this mean that the elites here had been tortured since the sacred boundary was created? Just thinking about it made their scalps tingle. They were already considered the pinnacle of the sacred boundary. In terms of talent and potential, they boasted that they were at the top of the sacred boundary pyramid. However, the ones locked up here were the outstanding overlords of the primordial era before the sacred boundary was created. The monsters hidden in history. Chapter 1652. Saint Ruler Thousand Fox stopped in his tracks. A solemn expression appeared on his handsome face as he spoke in a serious manner. "We're here." In the darkness, they could vaguely see a group of islands floating in the void. A cage was constructed on top of the island. Chains stretched out like coiling dragons, tangled and complicated as they stretched across the void. And right below them, a demonic eye appeared, releasing a bone-piercing demonic aura that surged into the void island like a tidal wave. Tens of thousands of feet high. "Oh, someone's here," and they even brought a few children. "Cake, the mad dogs of the holy prison want to bite people again." A hoarse and insane voice reverberated through space, and it shook the soul and actually shook the space in the surroundings to the point of being on the verge of collapse. "I've come to you this time to discuss a collaboration." The true dragon Saint King stood with his hands behind his back, his saint aura overwhelming everyone present. "Are you trying to interrogate us this time? I say, old dog, don't you have any fresh ideas? If you want to interrogate us, just say it." "Collaboration? Collaboration, my ass. There's nothing to begin with, so how can there be dust? Let bygones be bygones, the cycle of karma." "Keek, this day has arrived so quickly." Different powerhouses on the Void Island expressed different attitudes. The true dragon Saint King said indifferently, "This time, I'm not here to interrogate you for your secrets. Thousands of years have passed, and you would have told me long ago if you wanted to. I'm here to release you from prison, heal your injuries, and use you for the holy prison's use. You can fight the enemy together, and you can regain your saint power." As soon as he said that, the Void Island fell silent. Fight the enemy? How could this guy say something like that? What was happening in the outside world? Why should we believe you? You're just a dog of those dogs hit true gods. My sword has killed many hypocrites like you. Tell us your true intentions, there's no point in hiding them. The Thousand Fox Saint King continued, "Everyone, the situation in the outside world has changed greatly. The gods of the human race have all come out to fight for the legendary divine emperor's ruins from the primordial era. The sacred boundary has no leader, and the human race has no god. Now is the time when we need combat power. As long as we maintain the state of the 9 Killers seal, we will be able to let everyone out. Then, we will be able to share this beautiful land and dream together. Isn't that right?" The second half of the Thousand Fox Holy King's nonsense was ignored by the old monsters. What dogs hit beautiful dream? Sharing the great rivers and mountains? That was all bullshit. What he couldn't do was to go out and be used by others. However, the most important part of the first half had aroused their intense interest. The gods weren't here. If that was the case, the true dragon Saint King pretended to be impatient and waved his hand. "I am not here to negotiate with you. If you want to come out, then come out. I will only give you 15 minutes to think about it. Boom tilde. Only then did the 5 great sages feel a bone-piercing chill. It was as if a peerless monster had awoken from the endless sea of blood and corpses in front of them, and was about to break out of its cage. If that's the case, then bring me along. As long as I can eat the sage's flesh and taste the sage's blood, hey, these are just small problems. Boom. 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 Following it, the islands in the sky began to emit a strong aura that could suppress the ancient times and was almost indestructible. Rising from the ashes and recovering from the darkness, it was as if a peerless miracle had descended upon the world. Although there was no sage aura, there was an earth-shattering aura. When the 5 great sages saw the people on the islands, their pupils constricted. Others might not be able to recognize them. These old monsters were already famous figures in the galaxy before the sacred boundary was established. However, those on the sage talent list were all noble and knowledgeable. They had read the history of the sacred boundary, both ancient and modern, and even some taboo history. If they recovered to their peak, even the founding era alliance would have to use all their strength to be able to compete with them. The true Dragon Saint King revealed a rare smile. Very good. Everyone has agreed. This is the result I want the most. I wish us a happy cooperation in advance. Even the powerful Holy King Gui Sho and Holy King Tian Xiong shuddered in fear. The people imprisoned in these 17 cages were each more monstrous than the last. They were all legendary figures in their respective fields before the sacred boundary was established. As expected of those who had been chosen by the Creator to have the potential to become gods. If these people were to form an army, the entire 36 domains would tremble in fear. The vast wilderness was vast and boundless. There were vast galaxies and countless floating continents. Just the great wilderness alone was equivalent to more than half of the human race's holy world. However, only the primordial dragon race, and a small number of primordial dragon race lived in the vast wilderness. Most of the dragon race's nobles lived in the dragon world behind the vast wilderness. The vast wilderness was only the habitat of the beast race. Although there were beast saint kings, they were far inferior to the dragon race. However, the deepest part of the vast wilderness was the entrance to the dragon world. The status of the 2 races was clear at a glance. The dragon world was located at the edge of the divine river galaxy. It had the best time and place, and it had endless energy and resources. 7 days later. Dragon World, Great Dragon Hall. Many important figures of the dragon race were gathered in the hall today. The dragon kings and revered dragons of each race were present. Hundreds of powerful dragon race members were gathered here. The leader, a single-horned dragon king, said in a low, muffled voice. If you ask me, you should change those pedantic rules. A beautiful woman with a slender waist lay on the dragon chair and chuckled. Change what? They are relying on this rule to reap benefits. Look at how many divine dragon descendants have not been to the divine dragon ruins in recent times. The grey-robed elder waved his hand and said impatiently, all right. That's enough. There are so many things happening recently. I have discussed with the elders and decided to open up another 20 slots. With our strength, we should be able to hold on. The muscular man sitting opposite the single-horned dragon king said coldly. He was surrounded by yin and yang dragon aura. It was as if the light of the great Tao had enveloped him. There will be a drastic change in the world. Some time ago, I sensed more than one divine power descending on the human race. Another divine power descended from the sky and then disappeared mysteriously. I am afraid that there will be a great war in the divine river galaxy. The races in the nearby galaxies are all ready to make a move. The blue waves spread like a cold wave. On the left, only the white-robed elder's feet were frozen with cold frost. It was as if an ice storm would erupt at any time in the dragon's body that had transformed into a human form. The icy dragon's breath wrapped around his body. One look could freeze the void. The white-robed elder's breath was cold. He said coldly, there is a shocking change in the human race. The 4 demon races have stopped their civil war. Obviously, there is a big plan. The demon race has withdrawn from various planes as if they have disappeared. There must be something wrong. Our race cannot sit still and wait for death. It is not a bad thing to cultivate more new dragon race members. Sticking to the rules is just a precursor to destruction. Chapter 1653. The handsome young dragon king in golden armor nodded and said, "That's right. That mysterious divine power has some traces of a divine beast. Even I have never heard of it." An old dragon king beside him suddenly opened his eyes. His dragon eyes shone with a demonic light, releasing a breathtaking light as he stared at the three old antiques on the high platform. However, an increase of 20 slots isn't enough. I suggest increasing it to 40 and inviting the dragon kings of each race to stabilize the plane entrance. How about that? Honorable elders, you shouldn't have any objections, right? All the mighty figures of the dragon clan looked at the three old men on the high platform in the hall. That's right, the dragon king's suggestion was just a suggestion. The highest authority still depended on these three honorable elders. In the past, when the great dragon king did not appear, it was basically these three honorable elders who made the decisions for the clan's important matters. One of the old men with squinted eyes maintained a smile as he said with a slight smile, "I don't think there's a problem with 40 slots. As long as you're not afraid of losing your divine dragon descendants, I'm willing to personally stabilize the plane entrance." The mighty figures of the dragon clan and the dragon kings were overjoyed. This way, there would be 70 slot. It would more than double. More divine dragon descendants would benefit from the divine dragon relic this time. Soon after, the dragon king's gazes turned sharp again. In the allocation of slots, whoever was allocated more would benefit. In terms of overall strength, our clan should take 8 slots. T. What else can you do besides fighting? Do you think you can only rely on your fists to enter the divine dragon relic? You don't even know how you were killed by the Zergs. Cut the crap. I want 4 of the 40 newly allocated slots. Huh? What did you say? You're dreaming in broad daylight? The dragon kings of each race glared and shouted angrily. The strongest 9 dragon clans were the first to start arguing. The atmosphere in the hall was tense, and it felt like internal strife would break out at any time. Just as the 3 old men were about to stop them, "I have something to say. Please listen carefully." At this moment, a clear young voice came from outside the hall. "In a while, I'll see the 3 old men hesitating and indecisive. The 5 kings and 6 clans are divided into 7 rows and 8 groups. I'll pick one of the 8 groups to cause chaos among the 9 clans." How arrogant. Upon sensing the ghostly aura outside the hall, all the dragon kings sat up in shock. Their expressions were filled with disbelief. This aura, outside the palace, silver light sprinkled down and starlight swirled. A handsome silver-robed young man walked into the palace with a cynical smile. The eyes of the 3 old men in the hall shone brightly as they squeezed out 2 words from between their teeth in shock. Human race. The 28 dragon kings and 42 revered dragons present were all stunned. Their expressions were the same. They were all in a state of confusion. All of them stared at Lin Chen as if they had seen a ghost. This was the territory of the dragon world's desolate ancient dragon clan. Experts gathered here. In the past, there were descendants of the divine dragon who ran amok under the heavens. Later, there were the dragon kings of the desolate ancient dragon clan gathered here. However, a human had managed to sneak into this place. No, rather than saying that he sneaked in, it would be better to say that this brat came in openly. And he was alone. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Chen casually walked into the palace. His movements were not sloppy. He entered the hall, took a seat, and crossed his legs on the table. Even the dragon kings were flabbergasted by his proficiency. It was as if he had returned to his own home. "Boss, are you kidding me? This is the dragon world. You're a human, the enemy of the dragon race, and you're here as if you're at home? Are you crazy, or are we crazy?" Lin Chen crossed his legs and rested his hands on the back of his head as he smiled mockingly. "I want a spot. You guys can do whatever you want." After saying that, he even took out a teapot and poured himself a cup of fragrant tea. The strong tea fragrance lingered, and the steam rose like floating clouds, reflecting the stunned expressions of the dragon kings. What the F***ck? Do whatever they want. Do whatever you want. What is this brat's background? Is his background so wild? How did he get in? Speaking of which, the human race even came to the dragon world to drink tea? This was as strange as a dragon appearing out of nowhere when all the supreme experts of the human race were gathered together. No dragon would be able to sneak in. Lin Chen saw that everyone was silent and said with a smile, "Hey, why aren't you talking anymore? Continue. Are you all shocked by my handsomeness and talent? Actually, I'm very low-key. I'm just a little bit handsome, a little bit flirtatious, and a little bit flirty when it comes to picking up girls." Lin Chen's casual manner made a beautiful woman in a palace dress, a dragon sovereign, test him. Senior 1000 transformations white dragon, is that you? Senior 1000 transformations, stop fooling around. It's not good to scare a dragon at this time. We were all covered in cold sweat just now. What kind of situation is this? Senior, can't you stop for a while? The group of half-step holy kings shook their heads helplessly. Only the Dragon King's expressions were uncertain. They were puzzled and deep in thought. The 1000 transformations white dragon was an auspicious beast in ancient times, by Ze. It understood the spirituality and charm of all things and had the ability to transform into thousands of things. It then had a divine dragon and had a single descendant, which was why it was called the 1000 transformations white dragon. Lin Chen's words and actions were so strange that the Dragon Kings and Dragon Sovereigns did not even dare to believe that he was a human. They directly thought that he was the 1000 transformations white dragon who was most proficient in transformation. They thought that the old 1000 transformations white dragon was playing with them. Is your brain damaged because of me? Lin Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said with a smile, "Friends of the dragon race, I'm not some 1000 transformations white dragon. I'm the most handsome in the human race's sacred boundary. I'm unrivaled in all races, Lin Chen." Whoosh. Lin Chen purposely released a powerful essence spirit fluctuation from his glabella. It spread out like a ripple, sweeping through the palace and even thousands of miles away. All the dragons could hear it clearly. This essence spirit aura was completely different from the dragon races. Only humans had it. It could not be faked. Lin Chen of the human race. The three elders in the palace mumbled to themselves. Then, their expressions changed drastically. Lin Chen of the demonic world. Lin Chen. This name was too famous. Even the higher-ups of the dragon race paid attention to it. Such a person had recently appeared in the human race's sacred boundary. He challenged the human race's rank 9 sect, the demonic world's condensed point, single-handedly challenged the demon emperor's crown prince, and defeated the 9 great saint talent. It was impossible for the dragon race not to know such a person. But they did not expect that he would dare to directly enter the dragon world and appear in front of them. Rumble. The wind was like a knife, and the wind was as fast as lightning. 2 terrifying claw winds came from Lin Chen's left and right. It was so aggressive that even a half-step holy king could not take it head-on. They attacked as soon as they confirmed his identity. The god of war's golden light flashed. Lin Chen leaped into the air at lightning speed. He turned around and kicked sideways. Then, he punched the 2 dragon sovereigns who had suddenly attacked. Chapter 1654. Bang! 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 The entire palace exploded with golden light, and dragon chi rolled in. Everything in the palace was not messed up, and it was especially sturdy, as if even the space enchantment was specially strengthened. The 2 bad-tempered revered dragons were repelled, and they shook their numb dragon arms and laughed sinisterly. As expected, he's a human, not a dragon. This is the first time I've seen such a human. His body refinement strength is even better than our dragon. Lin Chen carried a spear and a bow on his back, and a sword and saber on his waist. With the golden light of the god of war around him, the entire palace was illuminated. He stood in front of the dragon kings and the 3 elders, and his aura was overwhelming. The god of war was undefeatable. He swept his gaze across all the dragon kings and revered dragons, and there was no fear on his face. There was even a faint battle intent brewing. All the dragon kings slowly stood up. Through the 2 exchanges just now, All the Dragon Kings could clearly sense that Lin Chen was a genuine human. They had to admit that they were also surprised. He, looks like the one who came today is a real person. Lin Chen of the human race, your name is really well known. Just like what the intelligence said, his style of doing things is unpredictable and hard to predict. His state of mind is excellent, but he's brave but not smart. That's all. If the human race were all idiots like him, our dragon race would have long unified. Lin Chen of the human race, let's not talk about strength for now. Just based on your courage to barge into our dragon race, I still approve of you. All the Dragon Kings focused their gazes on Lin Chen. Some were mocking, some were disdainful, some were doubtful, and some were appreciative. They did not put Lin Chen in their eyes at all. No matter how monstrous his strength and foundation was, it was impossible for him to shake them. Below the level of a true god, who could barge into their dragon world territory alone? Just based on the dozens of Dragon Kings present, even the strongest Sage King in human history would be crushed by them in an instant. To put it bluntly, even if Lin Chen brought Fang Ling, Lang Fanyun, and all his servants here, under the premise of a frontal assault, only death awaited them. There was no other outcome. Dozens of Dragon Kings were equivalent to dozens of Sage Kings. If they attacked together, they could flatten any region. Wait, don't make a move yet. One of the three elders who had spoken in favor of increasing the quota spoke. His eyes shone brightly as he asked Lin Chen with a smile. Young man, you spent so much effort to enter my dragon world. I'm sure you're not here to cause trouble, right? The Dragon Clan elder's eyes were deep and mysterious. He stroked his beard and smiled. Tell me why you're here. Elder Tongxian, why are you talking so much nonsense with this human? Let me devour him. A Dragon King with ferocious blood-red scales and a murderous aura bared his teeth. He seemed to hate the human race very much. Elder Tongxian raised his hand, indicating that he did not need to say anything more. He stared at Lin Chen without blinking. Oh, I've finally met a discerning senior. Lin Chen chatted cheerfully. He had already connected with the God Slayer innate skill and the 5-piece God of War set. If there were any unforeseen circumstances, he would instantly fight against dozens of Dragon Kings with all his might. Elder Tongxian was the elder who paid the most attention to the human race in the Dragon Clan. He was in charge and had foresight. He had long been paying attention to Lin Chen. It had to be said that he had seen too many amazing sage talents and geniuses of the era. The sacred boundary had not been established. Although the human race was chaotic and not unified, there were also more heaven-defying sage talent. However, he had never seen a talent like Lin Chen. This young man wanted our Dragon Clan's quota. What is he trying to do? Thousands of thoughts flashed through Elder Tongxian's mind. If one paid close attention and dug deeper into his growth trajectory, they would be able to catch a glimpse of his growth arc. He had grown at a terrifying speed that was akin to jumping ranks. He had massacred the genius role, eliminated the monster role, challenged the authority of the monster role, condensed his acupoints in the demon world, challenged the human race's monster role with his clone, challenged a rank 9 sect, killed a divine son, defeated 9 sage talents alone, and challenged the holy prison. It had not even been 5 years since he had completed all these heaven-defying feats. 5 years was like a snap of a finger to the human race in the sacred boundary, let alone the Dragon Clan who had a long lifespan. The other Dragon Kings did not know about this series of latest information. It was first-hand information from the spies Elder Tongxian had arranged in the human race. Admittedly, the genius role and monster role were nothing in Elder Tongxian's eyes. However, if it was related to Lin Chen's growth speed, one would discover a terrifying fact after digging deeper. This kid's growth was too fast. It should be said that it was unprecedented. At least, the past demon emperors, gods, and even the Azura king who had left did not have such a heaven-defying growth speed. It was impossible for someone like him to simply come to the dragon world to cause a ruckus. Elder Tongxian wanted to know Lin Chen's intentions. His actions made all the Dragon Kings look askance at him in astonishment. What is old Tongxian thinking this time? Could it be that Elder wants to uncover his secrets and is holding back for the time being? But that's too ridiculous. The divine dragon's relic is not even enough for our clan's divine descendant quota, and he wants to give it to the human race? Is he really counting on this young man to succeed? Although Elder Tong Xian's decision was very correct every time, it was too ridiculous this time. Giving the human race a chance to enter the divine dragon's relic? My intentions are very simple. I need a quota to enter the divine dragon's relic. Lin Chen shrugged and went straight to the point. As a price, I will temporarily join your dragon clan's team. As far as I know, there are still many powerful insect clan members in the divine dragon's relic, and their numbers are astonishing. Even with the heritage of the divine dragon's descendants, you will still encounter danger, right? You may not lose your life, but the insect clan likes to devour your divine dragon's bloodline the most. They can't get close to the powerful divine dragon's remains, but they love the divine dragon's descendants the most, right? Lin Chen bluntly revealed the current situation of the divine dragon's relic. Ha ha ha. Nonsense, you humans really know how to scheme. So what if the truth is so? Not to mention how precious the quota to enter the divine dragon's relic is, do you think we will let you in just because you humans are the enemy of our dragon clan? The single-horned dragon king laughed mockingly. Moreover, without the divine dragon's bloodline, you won't be able to withstand the divine dragon's aura at all. In order to suppress the insect clan in that dimension forever, the divine dragons of our dragon clan released their strongest divine aura before they died, forming the strongest barrier outside the dimension. Even the gods of your human race couldn't break it forcefully. What are you going to use to enter? Lin Chen raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The crimson gold dragon's breath transformed into a dragon form and descended. The majestic divine dragon's aura lingered around the dragon shadow, and the divine dragon's human form appeared beside Lin Chen. At this moment, the palace was suddenly greeted with a deathly silence. Countless dragon kings stared at Lin Chen's divine dragon, their eyes wide open and tongue-tied. Ancient Taishi dragon? What a pure ancient dragon's bloodline. This is a genuine ancient dragon. I didn't expect that there would still be an ancient Taishi dragon in the modern world. Ancient dragon's bloodline, even my primordial dragon clan doesn't have many of them. Where did this kid come from, ancient dragon? The truly pure ancient dragon's bloodline, without any trickery. What shocked the dragon kings the most was that this kid was actually of the same bloodline as this ancient dragon. It was as if this ancient dragon was one with him, just a part of his body. A divine dragon's descendant was a part of a human's body? What a joke. Chapter 1655. Lin Chen smiled playfully. When he opened his palm, an exquisite dragon scale appeared. It was surrounded by red light and golden light, like a king. This item shocked all the dragon kings even more. Some of them also had this item when they were young. The dragon scale of the king of 10,000 dragons. Lin Chen smiled and said, if you use the words of your dragon race to describe me, I should be called the king of 10,000 dragons. According to the rules, the king of 10,000 dragons is qualified to enter the dragon race's blood pool to train and obtain the qualifications to compete with the descendants of the divine dragon. Kid, you're the new king of 10,000 dragons, Jilying Bang Bang? A beautiful woman with a green dragon horn on her head exclaimed in shock. Lin Chen joked, not a hard exchange. The expressions of all the dragon kings were very interesting. Good fellow, this kid actually disguised himself as a dragon and snatched the title of king of 10,000 dragons in front of everyone at the 10,000 Dragons conference with the power of a human. Moreover, they discovered a shocking fact. Lin Chen clearly did not experience the blood pool, but he had the bloodline of the ancient dragon. The divine dragon bloodline was divided into the divine dragon bloodline and the ancient dragon bloodline. In terms of strength, there was not much difference between the two before they became divine dragons. The real difference was in potential. After the ancient dragon bloodline grew into a divine dragon, there was a certain amount of potential to reach a higher realm. Every ancient dragon was the closest to the ancestral dragon or had the potential to become the ancestral dragon, and the peak of the divine dragon bloodline could only be the divine dragon. According to the historical records of the dragon race, billions of eras ago, when the dragon race was at its peak, the dragon race geniuses with the divine dragon bloodline could only be considered the second echelon of combat strength. Therefore, the ancient dragon bloodline was the peak of the desolate-era dragon race. They were so shaken when they saw that Lin Chen, a human, had the ancient dragon bloodline. What you mean is that you need the quota and the price is to protect our descendants. Is that what you mean? Elder Tong Xian looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, "No, other than that, I can also let your dragon race." He stared at all the dragon kings present and said word by word, "I can also make your dragon tribe's bloodline soar." Lin Chen's voice was soul-stirring and full of charisma. Elder Tong Xian asked in surprise, "Lin Chen, what do you mean?" Lin Chen smiled coquettishly. "To put it simply, I can make the bloodline of the dragons of your dragon race reach a whole new level. Regardless of whether you're young and talented, or if you're a descendant of the mystical dragon with monstrous potential, I, Mr. Lin, will be able to raise your bloodline potential to a higher level." As Lin Chen spoke and laughed, his words stirred up 1,000 ripples. Before the dragon kings could mock and ridicule him, a ball of dragon breath appeared in Lin Chen's sacred dragon palm. Boom tilde. The crimson golden dragon aura released the pure and vast divine might of the ancient dragon. The crimson golden brilliance reflected the expressions of all the dragon kings. If it were an ordinary expert, they might only be able to sense the divine dragon's aura. However, the dragon kings could see something deeper. The grade of this ancient dragon bloodline was even higher. This is. The one-horned dragon king's pupils constricted, and he shuddered all over. This dragon's strength is only 100,000. Although its potential is strong, it's not enough. What's going on? Strange, too strange. How can this ancient grand she-dragon bloodline be so perverse? Even the son of the great dragon king back then wasn't so heaven-defying when he reached 100,000. Elder Tong Xian's dragon eyes shone brightly. Lin Chen smiled faintly. "Everyone, do you want to have fun every night and the red flag won't fall? Do you want to become the #1 dragon of all times and reach the peak of your dragon life with your bloodline soaring? Do you want to go one step further and have a stronger divine blood? It's very difficult to feel it when you're bragging. Let me fulfill your wishes and experience it for yourself." Boom. Crimson golden dragon aura surrounded him. Strong winds blew, and divine light illuminated the world. Lin Chen bathed in the light of the divine dragon, looking like a god descending from the heavens. With a flick of his finger, he pointed at one of the venerable dragons who had attacked him earlier and the one-horned dragon king. Host has consumed 400,000 mid-grade enhancement points and 800 top-grade heavenly Dao points to activate attribute transfer function. Enhancing target. Rumble tilde. 2 beams of divine light appeared out of nowhere. The bloodlines of a Saint King Realm Dragon King and a half-step Saint King Realm revered dragon suddenly change. Blood chi surged throughout their bodies, and their dragon bodies glowed with new strength. The refreshing feeling even made the 2 dragon experts moan at the same time. "Ah, this feeling of blood surging. How many years has it been since I've felt it?" The remaining venerable dragons and dragon kings were dumbfounded. They could clearly feel the 2's bloodline power soaring in a straight line. If their bloodlines were like a calm ocean before, then their current bloodlines were like raging waves. What happened next was unforgettable for all the dragon kings. The entire race was in an uproar. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 supreme masters of the dragon tribe were summoning waves after waves of powerful divine dragon aura. However, no one present was weak. They stared at the changes happening to the 2 of them, and their hearts were in turmoil. A moment later, when the 2's bloodlines stopped surging, their cultivation did not change. However, in the dense and complicated dragon veins in his dragon body, the speed at which the dragon power was being generated was 10% faster. Even the power of the special abilities hidden in their bloodlines had increased by 10%. The 2 of them looked at Lin Chen in shock. Their eyes were filled with incomparable shock, astonishment, and palpitations. In less than 15 minutes, their bloodline potential had increased by 10%. One had to know that the 2 of them were venerable dragons and dragon kings. They were the most powerful of the dragon race, and their bloodlines were complete divine dragon bloodlines. The divine dragon bloodline was not some holy dragon bloodline. Everyone present was a powerful figure in the dragon race. They knew very well how much price and resources one had to pay to increase a divine dragon bloodline's potential by 10%. Moreover, it was only a possibility. However, this human youth made their divine dragon bloodline breakthrough with a flick of his finger. What kind of concept was that? This was practically comparable to a divine dragon's technique. This is King Godly. What happened? Their divine dragon bloodline increased by 10% just like that. Divine dragon above, is this real? A human actually has a miraculous technique comparable to a divine dragon's. Could Lin Chen be a descendant of the dragon race that has been lost for many years? No. This is 2F King ridiculous. This kid only used one finger. One finger and it soared. On this day, the dragon race's upper echelons were shocked. The dragon race's kings were completely stunned. If a rank 9 holy dragon bloodline had such an upgrade, they would not even look at it. However, the divine dragon bloodline's nature was different. The two were on a completely different level. Elder Tongxian did not care about his image. His mouth was slightly agape as he stared at Lin Chen in shock. He had expected this kid's techniques to be extraordinary, but he did not expect them to be so heaven-defying. The divine dragon bloodline soared all the way in the blink of an eye. Where did this deity come from? Chapter 1656. Looking at the dragon kings and revered dragons' incredulous gazes, Lin Chen smiled coldly. Everyone, I, Lin Chen, can make your dragon tribe rise to the top, but I can also become your eternal nightmare. A sharp glint flashed across his eyes, and all the dragon kings felt a chill in their heart. This time, I came to the dragon realm only for a slot to enter the divine dragon ruins. If you want to cooperate, the matter of bloodline enhancement is negotiable. If you don't give it to me, you can't stop me if I want to leave. Moreover, with my methods and foundation, I'm sure you know what to do if I set my eyes on the dragon tribe. Lin Chen laughed mockingly. Do you want a friend with a lot of money or an enemy who is handsome and can fight? I'm sure you know what to do. I've always liked to deal with smart people, and the dragon tribe is the same. If other human holy kings saw this scene, their jaws would probably drop. Since ancient times, the dragon tribe had been arrogant and unruly. They didn't take anyone seriously, let alone this group of dragon kings. But today, Lin Chen was the first human to go to the dragon tribe alone and even dare to threaten the dragon king. Little friend Lin Chen, no, Your Excellency Lin Chen, can you really help us raise the grade of our bloodlines? A beautiful woman in a beautiful jade-green palace dress asked in a trembling voice. She had been a revered dragon for a long time and was one of the dragon tribe members closest to the Dragon King realm. If she could upgrade her bloodline at this juncture, it would be of great help to her breakthrough. Lin Chen didn't say anything. He put on his self-made sunglasses and looked into the distance with an unfathomable expression, as if he was an aloof and lonely master. That's right, silence was better than an answer. Pretentious, must be high. Aura, must be stable. The dragon kings of the primordial dragon tribe were shaken. Their hostility and killing intent toward Lin Chen instantly disappeared by more than half. What was left was hesitation and contemplation. For a time, the hall was filled with the dragon kings talking back and forth and sending secret voice transmissions. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Chen suddenly added another dose of shocking news. He pushed up his sunglasses and said with a smile, "By the way, I can take back the bloodline enhancement I gave you whenever I want." This sentence was like a bucket of cold water being poured over the single-horned dragon king who had just received a bloodline upgrade. Good heavens, this brat was waiting for them. Lin Chen's words were both soft and hard, putting considerable pressure and temptation on the upper echelons of the dragon race. Most of them had reached their current positions not because of the righteousness and honor of the dragon race. Everyone wanted nothing more than to reach a higher position and obtain the opportunity to improve their strength. Now, the opportunity had come. However, there were too many taboos. If they allowed a human to enter the divine dragon realm, it would be equivalent to slapping them in the face. However, all the upper echelons of the dragon race had witnessed Lin Chen's bloodline surge with their own eyes. It couldn't be faked. What a Lin Chen! Elder Tongxian clicked his tongue in wonder and thought to himself, this boy's methods are truly heaven-defying. Moreover, This move is really deep. I'm afraid not only does he want to enter the Divine Dragon's relic, but he also wants to use this opportunity to rope in the upper echelons of the dragon race. Lin Chen was playing a game, but how could the upper echelons of the dragon race not be? If they could let Lin Chen help them upgrade their bloodline first, it wouldn't matter if they were demoted after breaking through the realm. At least the strength of the breakthrough would be real. These dragon kings might be thinking that they should upgrade their bloodline first after breaking through the realm. Even if I take back the bloodline upgrade, there's nothing to be afraid of. Unfortunately, things like desire can't be calculated. Lin Chen smiled playfully in his heart. His attribute transfer function didn't even need the consent of other creatures to directly transfer the strengthening points to strengthen the other party's bloodline. Once they had enjoyed the refreshing feeling of the bloodline surge, they would never be able to go back. With the power to upgrade, who would be willing to let it be taken back? Therefore, Lin Chen wanted to let the upper echelons of the dragon race fall into his open scheme. He disdained to play those tricks. Whether or not they could see through his intentions, they had to follow his path. If the dragon race was sensible, it wasn't that he couldn't give the dragon race an opportunity. He still had a lot of other attribute points. After all, after killing the wills of the 10 true gods, his attribute points had all reached a heaven-defying level, except for the set essence. At this moment, Elder Tong Xian looked at the two people beside him. The second elder, who had silver-white dragon horns and grayish-white dragon scales, slowly stood up and said coldly, "I don't agree. Even if this kid has many secrets, I won't allow it." His hoarse voice was as sharp as a blade. "He's not of our race, so he must have a different heart. Even if this kid has the ancient dragon bloodline, he's still a human." Silver-white dragon Qi roared like a giant dragon, wandering in the void and lingering in the palace. When that elder stared at Lin Chen, a fierce light flashed across his eyes. "Although I don't know how this kid obtained the ancient dragon bloodline of our race, the ancient Taishi dragon bloodline shouldn't be in the hands of a human." So the negotiation still failed. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and shrugged, his battle intent rising. "This elder wants to kill me. Looks like there's no point in discussing our cooperation." The crossbow atmosphere was on the verge of erupting. Elder Tong Xian raised his hand and stopped the elder with the silver-white dragon horns. Even the dozen or so dragon kings hurriedly said, Don't. Elder Lian, go back and rest. Leave this to us. Look at this young man. He traveled hundreds of millions of miles to our dragon world and bestowed a great opportunity to one of our dragon kings and revered dragons. He's full of sincerity. Yes, look at us. We beat him up the moment we met, and he even rewarded us with an opportunity. He's a great man. How can he be one of those cunning people with such a magnanimous heart? Yes, he's an honest child. Elder Lian, you can rest at the side. Don't worry about the rest. Elder Lian frowned. These guys changed their minds at the speed of flipping a book when they saw that they could increase their strength. What do you think? Elder Tong Xian looked at the green-robed old man who had been resting with his eyes closed. He had a ruddy face and white hair. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being. There was a green dragon mark between his eyebrows. He was one of the ancestors of the green dragon, a Wangu Qingtian dragon. The current Wangu Qingtian dragon was one of the origins of the green dragon tribe. After the baptism of the ancestors, the bloodline could be upgraded to the divine dragon grade. When the green-robed old man opened his dragon eyes and stared at Lin Chen's divine dragon, his gaze was complicated. Elder Tong Xian, you know my character. I don't want to interfere too much in this matter. I'll leave it to you to decide. The Wangu Qingtian dragon chose not to interfere in this decision. A smile suddenly appeared on Elder Tong Xian's face. Since that's the case, how about this, Lin Chen? Now, one of us won't interfere, while the other wants to seize your ancient dragon bloodline. I'll support you in entering the divine dragon relic. It'll be a draw, that's right. The highest decision-making power was still in the hands of the three elders. Elder Tong Xian's smile had a deeper meaning. He said loudly, however, since it's a draw, I'll do things according to the rules. Lin Chen, don't say I didn't give you a chance. In the past, The descendants of the divine dragons who made an exception to enter had to defeat one of the descendants of the other divine dragons to enter. He raised a finger and said in a probing tone. Moreover, regardless of whether you succeed in the challenge, since I've provided this opportunity, you have to upgrade the bloodline of the 10 dragon kings of the dragon tribe. The dragon kings were overjoyed when they heard this. Lin Chen shook his head. Impossible, at most 5. Also, you have to include the 2 from just now. Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about. Elder Tong Xian pondered and said, then 7. Hearing this, Lin Chen decisively turned around and walked out of the hall. Okay, 5. It's a deal. Elder Tong Xian agreed immediately. He thought to himself, this kid is really good at keeping people in suspense. Chapter 1657. However, seeing how determined Lin Chen was, it would probably be very difficult to help them improve their divine dragon bloodline. They took the bait. Lin Chen snickered in his heart. With his current strengthening points and heavenly path points, it would be easy to strengthen all the Dragon King's bloodlines to +13 and above in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the effect just now was only strengthen +1. He could create them in batches. However, Lin Chen wanted to make things difficult for them and cast a long line to catch a big fish. Then, Elder Tong Xian continued, today, I will make an exception and let you participate in the challenge. However, you need to defeat 4 gods' descendants in one go. Our dragon race has always relied on strength to convince the masses. If you don't even have this bit of strength, if you and your divine dragon successfully defeat the gods' descendants, I will give you this opportunity. He pointed at Lin Chen's Ars Vambrace. Furthermore, you are not allowed to use this item. You can only use your basic strength as a human and the divine dragon's methods to fight against the 4 gods' descendants. Elder Tong Xian was implying that Lin Chen could not use the Ars Vambrace. He could do whatever he wanted with the rest. If you lose, you still have to fulfill your promise to us. Furthermore, our Desolate Era dragon race is willing to be on good terms with you. If you win, we will discuss the conditions of entry. Even if you can't accept the conditions, I can guarantee that you can leave safely. Every time the Divine Dragon Relic opens, our race suffers heavy losses. It's not a bad thing to have strong reinforcements. If you can fight against 4, you can become an important force. It's not too much to give you a slot. Elder Tong Xian ignored the gazes of the other Dragon Kings and looked straight at Lin Chen. How about it? Do you dare to accept the challenge, the rising star of the human race? Lin Chen laughed and cupped his fists at Elder Tong Xian. Thank you, Elder, for fulfilling my wish. Bring it on. Another wave of attribute points came to him. It would be a waste not to fight. 2 days later. In the azure dragon plane of the dragon realm, 4 floating continental plates rotated like the sun and the moon. In the middle of the 4 continental plates, 10,000 space formations were set up. The dragon talismans were flickering with red light, burning with eternal dragon light. Only the space in the middle was particularly sturdy. The 4 continents were all supreme beings from the dragon tribe. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was filled with dragon roars that were as mighty as a tide. Red clouds were entwined around, and the formation space that was burning with dragon talismans was constantly surging back and forth. The pure pressure of the divine dragon was like 2 tornadoes. They were on par with each other, raging violently and spreading out from the space of the formation. 2 giant dragons appeared out of nowhere, and they fought each other crazily in the central space of the 4 continental plates. They either breathed, used their divine arts, swung their tails and claws, or transformed into human form to fight fiercely. Prince Wuhui is number 1 under the heavens. The real choice is our crown Prince Ao Fenshen. Prince Wuhui, do your best. Kill him. Today was the day when the selection for the divine dragon's ruins would be held. The dragon race's monstrous geniuses and divine descendants would all gather. The minimum requirement to enter was to have an 8th grade holy dragon bloodline, and that was just the minimum requirement to spectate the battle. At this moment, the 2 divine dragon descendants were engaged in a fierce battle. One of them had crimson scales, a Chilean head, a long beard, a carp tail, and ferocious dragon claws with 5 claws. The dragon's body was suffused with scorching holy flames. What was magical was that the flames burning on the dragon's body were of different colors, each with their own merits and abilities. The other had a pair of wings. The dragon's head had a curved beak, and its dragon feathers were like beautiful jade gems. Its 4 claws were like that of an eagle's. When the dragon's wings spread out, they covered the stars and covered the moon. The dragon's body was resplendent, and every dragon feather seemed to be releasing light that absorbed the stars, shining brightly. It was actually a descendant of the myriad flames divine dragon and the star calamity divine dragon. They were both sons of the great dragon king, and their cultivation had reached the peak of stage 8, which was equivalent to the cultivation of the human race's heaven-opening realm. However, their actual combat strength far exceeded the perfected heaven-opening realm. The bloodline divine arts of the divine dragon descendants stunned countless dragons. Violence and beauty, power and benefits, these were the best to stimulate the primal desires of the dragon race. When the 2 divine dragon descendants fought, even some of the older dragons shouted until their blood boiled and their faces turned red. Bang! 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 Starlight shot out in all directions. When the curved dragon claws swung down, a series of shocking explosions occurred. A spatial storm swept up in the void. The dragon's crimson scales rolled, and dragon blood faintly seeped out. The descendant of the all-fire god Crown Prince was injured. Stop, this is the end. The main selection of the divine dragon relic this time will be Crown Prince Wuhui. An extremely old dragon elder floated in the air and shouted coldly. Damn it, this guy is simply a cunning old fox. The all-fire dragon god Crown Prince transformed into a handsome and cold youth. He had a pair of red eyebrows, and his fiery red dragon eyes were filled with unwillingness. Ao Fenshen gritted his teeth and said, from the beginning, he absorbed the power of the stars and concentrated it for defense. He kept wearing down my strength, and after that, he concentrated his strength to suppress the dragon. Despicable. The descendant of the star calamity divine dragon, Crown Prince Wuhui, transformed into a handsome young man in white when he transformed into his human form. After all, in terms of brute force, I really don't have the confidence to take you down. The main selection of the divine dragon relic had to fight within the rules. The descendants of the divine dragons had many killer moves, and the upper echelons of the dragon race would not let them fight with real weapons. Every descendant of the divine dragons was the future pillar of the dragon race. If they hurt their foundation in such a battle, the losses would outweigh the gains. None of the races wanted to bear such a loss. The descendants of the divine dragons were the same as most of the humans on the Saint Talent ranking. If they fought with real weapons, most of them would have to fight to the death to determine the winner. Therefore, according to the rules of the battle, the Dragon King of the Yin-Yang Dragon Clan would cover every dragon competing for the main selection with a layer of Yin-Yang Dragon aura to protect their dragon bodies. Whoever broke the opponent's Yin-Yang Dragon aura first or beat the opponent until they surrendered would be the winner. That was why Ao Fenshen was so unconvinced. In terms of attack power, he was confident that he could surpass Crown Prince Wuhui, but he lost in the battle. Rumble. At this moment, 8 pillars of light formed by dragon aura descended from the void. When they revealed their true appearance to the 4 continental plates, they were 8 dragon kings. The handsome extreme jail dragon king, who was wearing a blue dragon robe, laughed heartily without any arrogance. Everyone, the 30 main selection slots have been decided. However, after a discussion among our upper echelons, we have decided to increase the number of main selection slots by another 40 due to the changes in the world. As soon as he said that, all the dragons on the 4 continental plates were in an uproar. An additional 40 main selection slots. Did the sun rise from the west? It was more than double the usual number. The descendants of the divine dragons who had lost were even more excited, and their eyes lit up. However, before we start the assessment, I would like to make it clear to all the participating dragon descendants that we will have a special guest in this assessment. A special guest. The dragons on the 4 continental plates were confused. Who could make the dragon kings treat them as special guests? Rumble. At this moment, an earth-shattering ancient dragon aura broke through the cloud. A vast and majestic golden dragon claw appeared from the clouds of the beyond the heavens. Then, An ancient dragon that was shining with golden light danced in the sky and appeared out of nowhere. It was hundreds of thousands of feet long, and its body was like a long river. Red clouds surrounded it. It had the head of a chileen, the tail of a carp, a long beard, and deer-like horns. Every single golden dragon scale on the dragon's body was glowing with a crimson golden divine light, and it was the divine miracle of the ancient dragon. Hiss. This is a descendant of the ancient dragon? It's a genuine ancient Taishi dragon. Oh divine dragons! The ancient Taishi dragon actually still exists in this world. No, look, there's a palanquin on the ancient Taishi dragon. While countless dragons were shocked, the descendants of the divine dragons, the primordial dragon princesses, and the crown princes on the 4 continental plates all had serious or fierce expression. Palanquin carried by the ancient dragon? Who was it that dared to use the descendants of the ancient dragon to carry the palanquin? Chapter 1658. Above the ancient Taishi dragon, Lin Chen looked at all the dragons around him. Consumed 2,220 top-level talent points. The stealing omen will automatically steal from the target. Host received 95 million saint-level health points, 90 million saint-level health points. Lin Chen had stolen a large amount of saint-level health points from all the dragon. His stealing omen talent was in the automatic activation mode for a long time. As long as he encountered a powerhouse whose cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lin Chen's, it would automatically steal. It was just that the amount of attribute points he had stolen in the past was neither too much nor too little. Thus, Lin Chen did not take it to heart. But this time, he had already gained a lot from his trip to the Dragon Clan before even entering the Divine Dragon's relic. The system automatically activated its talent and stole a large amount of saint-level health points from dozens of Dragon Kings and Dragon Sovereigns. Although each Dragon King stole once, it directly increased Lin Chen's Divine Dragon's power by 8,500 Supreme Beings, breaking through the final 110,000 Supreme Being. Even Lin Chen's pure strength soared to over 80,000 before stopping. The Dragon Kings, who were comparable to sage rulers, had terrifying health point. After all, there were very few powerhouses in the human race who had reached the heaven-opening realm in body refinement. Only by killing top powerhouses could one obtain a high amount of health points. At this time, directly below, something's not right. Why do I feel the aura of a human? Old man, you should know your limits even if you're bragging. This is the territory of the dragon realm. There are dozens of primordial dragon clans, dragon sovereigns, and the divine dragon altar at the front. There are also dragon kings at the back. Other than the true gods of the human race, who would dare to come here? Aren't they courting death? No. There's really the aura of a human on the descendant of the ancient dragon. At this moment, thousands of dragons were boiling, and the dragons in the 4 continental plates were in an uproar. It's him. On the western continent, on a dragon mountain, a beautiful woman in a long blue dress was like the blue sea. Her temperament was like the clouds, and her appearance was beautiful. She was even more beautiful than the beauties of ancient times. She did not need any makeup to be beautiful. Her translucent coral-like azure dragon horns made her look as beautiful as a fairy. Luo Shuiyu was a top prodigy of the dragon tribe in recent years. After returning from the 9-tribe battlefield, she had completely inherited the complete bloodline of the extreme hell water divine dragon and became a new divine dragon descendant. Her strength had been soaring. However, Luo Shui's face was filled with disbelief. She remembered the young man on the ancient dragon very clearly. It was the human Lin Chen who had barged into the devil race's battlefield alone. How amazing are you, Lin Chen of the human race? The beautiful woman covered her red lips with her hand and muttered to herself, you even dare to trespass into the dragon realm, boom tilde. Quite a number of divine dragon descendants were even more enraged. They released a violent dragon aura that wreaked havoc like tornadoes, twisting the clouds and causing the weather to change. Among them, the angriest one was the princess of the divine descendant of the imperial golden dragon clan of the eastern continent. She stood up angrily from her dragon chair in the void. Her brows were slightly raised, and her almond-shaped eyes were wide open. Her elegant and noble golden dress was incomparably elegant and elegant. Her exquisite and beautiful body was perfectly proportioned. She was an outstanding beauty. However, at this moment, her jade-like dragon eyes were filled with towering fury. The princess of the Imperial Golden Dragon Clan shouted angrily, "You are not allowed to insult the great ancient Taishi Dragon Clan, lowly human." Bam! She twisted the space of the dragon realm with her phoenix steps and instantly teleported thousands of kilometers away. The princess of the divine descendant flipped her hand and slapped toward the sky. The vast golden dragon aura contained a sharp golden light that could destroy all things and charged toward the prodigy on the dragon's back in the sky. The ancient dragon opened its mouth and spat out a dragon breath that could swallow the stars and absorb the moon. The reddish-gold storm instantly crushed her attack. The princess of the divine descendant's dragon eyes trembled. Why would the great ancient dragon be willing to become a human's mount? She stared at the ancient Taishi dragon's dragon eyes. The latter glanced at her coldly, not taking her seriously at all. There was only vigilance in its eyes. "Xingyu, what are you doing? Attacking without permission in the main selection meeting is a violation of the rules. I will abolish your position in the main selection." "Damn it, what did you say? How dare you abolish my clan's Xingyu's position?" When the two dragon elders angrily rebuked, the powerhouses of the Imperial Golden Dragon Clan all stood up in a thunderous rage. Princess Xingyu gritted her teeth. "It doesn't matter if I don't have a position. Today, I will destroy this human who humiliated the ancient dragon." The ancient Taishi dragon and the Imperial Golden Dragon were of the same origin. However, the ancient dragon was several levels stronger than the Imperial Golden Dragon. Furthermore, its bloodline was noble and superior to ordinary divine dragon bloodlines. Princess Xingyu had worshipped the ancient Taishi dragon since she was young. It was extremely difficult for her to see the ancient Taishi dragon. Today, she did not expect that she would be able to see the ancient Taishi dragon with her own eyes. Before she could be happy, the ancient dragon appeared with a human on its back, instantly igniting her anger. She was even willing to lose her position in the main selection to destroy that person on top. Are the little girls of the Dragon Clan also so fierce? Fighting as soon as they meet. Lin Chen, who was on the dragon palanquin, laughed heartily and slowly walked down from the palanquin. Immediately, two elders of the dragon race stood beside him and solemnly introduced the dragon race to him. "Today, I will solemnly introduce this human to you. He is a good friend of the Dragon Clan, Lin Chen. He has been classified as one of the candidates to enter the Divine Dragon's relic plane. Furthermore, he is the only good friend of the human race that the higher-ups of the Dragon Clan have for so many years." As soon as this was said, the powerhouses of the Primordial Dragon Clan and the Desolate Dragon Clan were completely dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with shock, confusion, and disbelief. A good friend of the human race? And AF** King candidate to enter the Divine Dragon's relic plane? What a joke. It's fine if you have a good friend of the human race, but you even allowed a human to enter their Divine Dragon's relic plane. Isn't this slapping the Dragon Clan's face? Even if the noble Dragon Clan died outside and jumped down from here, they would not do such a disgraceful thing. Crazy. The higher-ups must be crazy. Is there too much wax in my ears? I didn't hear clearly. The two elders just said that he is one of the candidates to enter the Divine Dragon's relic plane. Is it me or the higher-ups who are drunk? There must be a C in their brains. Allowing a human to enter the Divine Dragon's relic plane? To think they can think of such a thing. We protest. We protest. This is a decision made by the higher-ups without permission. It will affect the foundation of the Dragon Clan. F***ck. I want to go up and swallow this human. A mere human dares to talk about entering the Divine Dragon's relic plane. The powerhouses of the various major dragon clans all stood up and angrily rebuked the dragon kings and elders of the higher-up. Some of the Dragon Clan members were violent and vicious by nature. They bared their teeth and breathed out dragon aura, wanting to transform into huge dragons and rush up to swallow Lin Chen. Imperial Golden Dragon Princess Xingyu's almond-shaped eyes were filled with fury and killing intent. She said coldly, "He can be a candidate." What a joke. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and said with a mocking smile, "This dragon princess, don't jump to conclusions so quickly. If I enter, it will only be good for the Dragon Clan. There will be no harm. A certain beautiful woman from the Azure Dragon clan stood in the spectator stands of the southern continent. She stared at the side of the young man's face in a daze. It was the current Azure Dragon Queen, Mu Tianqing. Mu Tianqing's beautiful eyes were dazed as she stared at Lin Chen. Why was this human's aura so similar to his? Chapter 1659. When a shocking change happened in the dragon world, outside the Divine River Galaxy. The rotating star ring was releasing energy that was 1,000,000 times more powerful than the explosion of the heaven-opening rel. It was like a pair of polar stars under the starry sky, revolving around each other and relying on each other for a long time, as if it would never change. Unknowingly, one of the polar stars began to gradually separate from the outside. Under this pair of polar stars, there was a hidden space entrance that was as dark as the abyss, very hidden. Under the entrance, there was actually an ancient site, surrounded by a large number of human figures, some with horns on their heads, some with beast tails, and all kinds of strange human forms. This plane was actually full of the demon race. Moreover, every demon race member was comparable to the star-receiving realm of the human race. This overwhelming number, there were more than thousands of demon race members. Within the pitch-black hall, a beautiful figure that was tranquil and otherworldly sat on the throne in the void. She wore a wide black robe that concealed her slender and exquisite figure, and merely the outline of the robe revealed her pitilessly beautiful and enchanting figure. She was wearing a ghost mask, a red ghost mask, and green fangs, which was especially ferocious. Only the pair of phoenix eyes under the mask were clear like autumn water, and her eyebrows were like the spring mountains in March. There was a bone-chilling coldness between her eyebrows, as if she was born without emotions. The tip of her eyebrows was decorated with a little cinnabar, and the Empress's phoenix eyes saw her charming appearance for the first time. A general of the demon race who was completely red knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Reporting to the Empress, all the disobedient ones have been eliminated. More than half of the demon race venerables have been awakened, and 18 of the 24 demon race seats have come out." In response to the Empress's call, the 4 great demon race venerables have arrived at the Western Demon God continent, and want to discuss the joint battle plan with the Empress. The Empress's voice was cold and emotionless. "You haven't told me how many days it took them to decide." The demon race general trembled and said respectfully, reporting to the Empress, less than a day." The Empress stood up, and the beautiful phoenix eyes under the ghost mask flashed with a fierce killing intent. "Is that so? In less than a day, the 4 demon race venerables decided to use the power of the 4 races to live and die with my race. Heh, a bunch of traitorous old things." The demon race also had 4 major branches. Each branch had a demon king in charge, but the real masters behind them were the 4 elders of the demon race. They were above countless demon kings and could compete with the gods of the human race. If the Empress wanted to unify the demon race, she would need to take down the elite forces of the 4 clans. She sneered and said, "Let's go and meet them." Even if the 4 old things joined forces, they wouldn't be able to last more than a few moves against this emperor. If they surrender, there's still room for negotiation. If they don't, I want all the elites of the 4 clans to join my army. When my demon great sect reigns, it will be the day of the destruction of the human race. The devil great general ordered, "Yes. I will immediately mobilize the experts from the 4 clans to follow the Empress." The demon-human Empress was getting closer and closer to unifying the demon-human clan, and the only mortal enemy of the devil cultivator race was the human race. The origin of the demon tribe was the highest secret of the gods of the human race. Only a very small number of people knew where the origin and secrets of the demon cultivator came from. But the only thing that the later generations of the human race could be sure of was that the talent of the demon cultivator race was heaven-defying. They had the wisdom and learning ability of the human race, and also the talent of the 4 great demon races. They were the most terrifying enemies of the various races in the future, so the demon cultivator race had been in seclusion for a long time. The current demon cultivator race had long grown into an existence that could support the heavens and the earth. The Divine River Galaxy was one of the largest galaxies in the universe. But outside the Divine River Galaxy, there was an even vaster galaxy that was darker and filled with the purest violence and law of the jungle. Since it was the firmament battlefield of the extraterritorial battlefield, to be precise, it should be the firmament galaxy outside the firmament battlefield. The firmament galaxy was the territory of the 4 great demon races. The 4 great demon races were the desolate demon race, the heaven demon race, the bloodthirsty demon race, and the last, the calamity demon race. Each of the demon races was especially terrifying. Whether it was the top experts or the number of demons, the demon race was the strongest after the Ashura race. As strong as the dragon race was, they had to admit that in terms of overall strength, the dragon race was inferior to the demon race. However, the demon race was always in internal strife. Even if they did not go to war with the other races, the internal strife and killing continued. They were ferocious creatures that had no fate with peace. Only fighting and killing could make this race feel alive. After the baptism of many wars, the surviving human race, demon race, and dragon race were in a tripartite situation. However, the fastest growing race was the demon cultivator race with the demon race's bloodline. However, why was the demon cultivator race not destroyed when they were at their weakest? It was as if there was an invisible and powerful force silently protecting the demon cultivator race. Karma seemed to have begun to take shape long ago. In the firmament galaxy, there was a planet that released endless energy. Energy hurricanes that tore through space whistled and whistled constantly, as if countless natural disasters were formed. In the endless storm, the void distorted a few figures. Core, buried heaven, why did you have the time to call us here? Did you find a new bait? Buried heaven, you better give me a good reason, or I'll tear down your lair. Hey, why don't you give me a few female demons to play with? Oh right, I want heavenly demon honorables. The figures in the distorted void cackled strangely and sinisterly. Only the wicked young man in the middle closed his eyes and rested. His lips curled into a playful smile. His appearance was very strange. He had the face and body of a human, but there were 4-headed demonic snakes coiled around his chest and shoulders. Numerous demonic eyes rotated around his neck. Even his palms were full of demonic eyes that emitted a breathtaking light. If Lin Chen was here, he might recognize this young man immediately. He was the sky-burying demon emperor that he had killed before. However, the one that Lin Chen had killed back then was only a consciousness clone. The one here was the sky-burying demon emperor's true body. This place was none other than the headquarters of the Calamity Devil clan, the heaven-burying devil emperor's lair. The several consciousnesses standing near the sky-burying demon emperor were all the consciousnesses of the demon emperors. This was a meeting of the highest level of the demon race. When the sky-burying demon emperor opened his eyes, the devilish light disappeared. His eyes seemed to contain a world of devils as devilish energy filled the sky. He smiled faintly and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Our bait has taken the bait and the fish has been reared. Even the heavens are on our side." The moment he said that, the other demon emperor's consciousnesses were instantly interested. "Oh, are you saying that our plan has succeeded? I say, you called us out." Could it be that? The sky-burying demon emperor's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, "That's right. The gods of the human race have all entered the god emperor's ruins." Whoosh tilde. The consciousnesses of the demon emperors instantly exploded with devilish energy. They were all in a state of ecstasy. Ha 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 ha. It looks like our plan with the dead primordial demon emperors tens of millions of eras ago wasn't in vain. It wasn't easy for us to drag the broken god emperor's ruins back from the distant edge of the universe. This move is really useful. That dead fortune-teller's prophecy is really smarter than the heavens. The sky-burying demon emperor said with a smile, "Now that the fish has taken the bait, they are still fighting over it. Right now, the human race in the sacred boundary is at its weakest." It was a terrifying and bone-chilling fact. The God Emperor's ruins were actually set up by the demon race. Chapter 1660. The God Emperor's ruins were brought here by the devil race. A trap within a trap. The devil race had already expected this situation. Now that all the human gods had left the sacred boundary, the divine river galaxy would be without a leader. The situation was getting more and more chaotic. Hearing the news from the humans, one of the devil emperors laughed and said, "The human gods claim to be the gods of all things. the representatives of the highest holiness. When they are truly tempted, they are not any slower than the devil race. Won't these old foxes guess that we will take advantage of their absence when they leave the sacred boundary? No, they will definitely expect it. Another devil emperor laughed evilly and said, Even so, even if they know that it may be a bait, they will still take the bait. This is the bad nature of the human race. The human race is really a pitiful race. The gods know what it means to leave the sacred boundary, but they still chose to abandon the human race at the sacred boundary. If those saints know the truth, they will probably lose hope in their faith. I can't wait to devour these despairing fellows. Although the devil emperors were satisfied, none of them suggested to attack the human race first. Yes, even if the gods had left, the human race's foundation was still not to be underestimated. Moreover, with the devil emperor's status, they could see the entire situation. If the devil emperors took action, they would affect the whole situation. The dragon race might not sit still and wait for death. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Moreover, the devil emperors might keep an eye on the gods in the god emperor's ruins. If they attacked the human race, it was entirely possible that they would be attacked by the gods. Every race knew that the devil race's goal was to control all the existing galaxies and races and become the final overlord. Therefore, this was only the beginning of the first trap. They still had a second and third trap. However, a serious expression suddenly appeared on the heaven-burying devil emperor's face as he looked at the devil emperor's wills. The human gods taking the bait is only one of the pieces of news that I have brought to you today. There are two other important pieces of news. Secondly, the devil empress has completely reappeared. Her realm is already slightly higher than ours. The heaven-burying devil emperor glanced at the wills of the various devil emperors and said indifferently, if we were to fight her one-on-one, we might not be able to defeat her. Something unexpected happened in the devil cultivator race. The inheritance of those old things in the devil cultivator race allowed her to break through to a whole new realm. Several groups of demon emperors' wills instantly erupted with sky-high hostility and killing intent, and even a bit of jealousy. Damn it, I didn't agree with this plan back then. Now, I've really raised a tiger to invite calamity. Hehe, don't be so quick to deny it. We still have a backup plan, don't we? We have all witnessed the talent of the devil cultivator race. If we want to complete the unification, their strength is indispensable. This is a double-edged sword. The sharper it is for us, the more advantageous it is for us. The devil race hates the human race and will definitely declare war on the human race. That will be the best time for us to make our move. A demon emperor willpower suddenly said, buried heaven, she's become a demon god king? The heaven-burying devil emperor shook his head and laughed, not really. If she becomes a demon god king, we don't need to mess around here anymore. We can just make her a king. If we join forces, she will definitely die. The demon emperors were all scheming and astute. Even the devil cultivator race was part of their plan. However, there were always accidents in the plan. The growth of the empress seemed to have exceeded their expectations by a little. The heaven-burying devil emperor looked at the wills of the demon emperors and said seriously, so, our first choice now is to stop the civil war and coordinate all the forces of the four races. We will keep an eye on the god emperor's ruins and the dragon race. Once the devil cultivator race's army attacks the human race, let them fight to the death and then we will take them all, one of the demon emperor's wills said in a hoarse voice. Then, what's the third important news you mentioned? All the demon emperor's wills looked at the heaven-burying devil emperor. Speaking of this, the heaven-burying devil emperor said seriously, the third thing is something unexpected. The prophesied child that we intercepted from the devil cultivator race did not appear. Back then, the devil cultivator race had a shocking fortune teller who predicted that the human race would have a child of prophecy who would rise against the heavens. With his own strength, he would be able to affect the balance of the various races. This was also the reason why the devil cultivator empress split into 3,000 clones and went to the sacred boundary between the mortal realm and the human race. That demon emperor's wills were puzzled, since the prophesied child did not appear. Why, no. The heaven-burying devil emperor said in a deep voice, the prophesied child did not appear, but someone more troublesome than the prophesied child appear. Once this was said, the demon emperor's wills were stunned. More troublesome than the prophesied child? What kind of background did the other party have? The heaven-burying devil emperor flicked his finger and the devil chi jade slip exploded. Information about a certain person suddenly exploded. The demon emperor's wills received all the information in the devil chi jade slip in an instant. After a while, one of the demon emperors said in a gloomy voice, "What a human Lin Chen! This child's growth path is really unprecedented. This child is not even 20 years old, but he could sneak into the sacred prison and get rid of your will. The human race has given birth to such a shocking genius." The heaven-burying devil emperor nodded and said, although this emperor could only create an extremely weak will avatar because of the sacred prison's suppression, it was still defeated by this child with one punch. If we only look at his potential, he may not be as good as some of the human race's sages, but if we only look at his growth rate, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is unparalleled in the world. Add to that his performance at the sacred boundary and the source of the divine power that suddenly appeared at the sacred boundary a while ago, according to our spies, it also came from here. Moreover, when this emperor's will avatar first met him, it could not see through his destiny at all. This emperor has reason to believe that he will become an even more troublesome existence than the prophesied child. The demon emperor's wills looked at each other and then said, "This child is so troublesome that we should go to the human race in person." The heaven-burying devil emperor shook his head. "No, if we go, the dragon race will immediately keep an eye on us. The devil race may also make a move. Should we send our avatars?" "No, the human race has a divine weapon that can detect the aura of a demon emperor. Our avatars cannot enter the sacred boundary. Ha ha ha. How about this? Spread the news of this child to the 4 great demon realms, put a bounty on his head and hand him over to our descendants. You are the son of the heaven-burying devil emperor. I'm afraid that you are close to the top 10 of the human race's genius saint ranking. Let them deal with this child properly." Haha, this emperor also agrees with this suggestion. It is a good opportunity for the young demonkin of the 4 great demon realms to gain experience. Now that the gods of the human race are all out, there are very few existences that can threaten those little bastards. It is a good opportunity for them to sneak into the human race's sacred boundary and cause a ruckus. We can also take this child's head back while we are at it. If this Lin Chen had appeared 1,000 years ago, with his growth rate, he could really become a threat to us. However, he is too weak now. The devil race has already appeared and the war is not far away. We only need to pay attention to his presence and don't let him escape after the war. Ha ha ha, this emperor can't wait to start the war. The laughter of the demon emperor's wills was as sharp as owls, echoing in the eternal universe. Not long after, Lin Chen became the primary target of the 4 great demon realms crusade. Since ancient times, no human had ever received such treatment. Chapter 1661. Ignoring the angry scolding of the dragons, the 2 judging elders calmly announced, "That's right, the Dragon King. This young friend Lin Chen will be participating in the main selection competition. He and his Taishi ancient dragon lineage will be participating in the main selection competition together. Moreover, he has to defeat 4 divine descendants of the dragon race on the basis of the original rules to obtain the qualification to enter the divine dragon dimension. Lin Chen has a very good relationship with the dragon race. He has promised that once he enters the divine dragon dimension, he will do his best to protect the dragon race from the Zerg." At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly raised his hand. "Well, I emphasize fairness, and F*King fairness when I do things." He smiled and said, "I suddenly feel that this rule is unfair to all of you. How about this? If the divine dragon descendants have problems with me entering the divine dragon dimension." The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. As usual, his words stirred up 1,000 waves. "If you think there's a problem, all of you can come up. Don't talk about 1 against 4. 1 against 10, 20, or 40. Anything is fine." Silence. An eerie silence. The dragons who had been hooting and roaring earlier suddenly quieted down and looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. Even the elders of the dragon race were dumbfounded. They had worked so hard to pave the way for Lin Chen, But this kid didn't play according to the usual routine. 1 against 4 and you still think it's not enough? You have to know that you're facing divine dragon descendants. They're not inferior to the human race's saint talent ranking. If divine dragon descendants join forces, the effect is far greater than 1 plus 1. Mu Tianqing's red lips parted slightly. Similar, too similar to him. He was exactly the same as the former king of 10,000 dragons. Other than being much more handsome than Gil Ying Bang Bang, his tone and charm were exactly the same. Boom tilde. The void vibrated. A man with black armor and dragon horns floated in the air, his expression as cold as a knife. I can't pretend that I didn't hear those words. The eldest prince of the Tianyu prison dragon race. Kai tilde. Rip tilde. The azure aurora whistled like a tornado. A handsome young man in an azure robe had a pair of azure dragon wings on his back. Every time he flapped them, a spatial storm would be stirred up. He sneered and said indifferently, I didn't think that His Excellency Lin Chen of the human race would also come to the dragon realm. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. The wind god winged dragon crown prince was another descendant of the divine dragon. Boom. 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 Divine light descended one after another. Dragon auras filled the skies and interweaved densely like a net. Numerous divine dragon descendants with transcendent auras and incomparably noble life auras stepped into the air and appear. Their expressions were arrogant, as if they were the strongest kings of the world. There were a total of 19 crown princes, princesses, and descendants of gods. All of them were ruthless characters who wanted to compete for a spot in the main selection or fight a battle with Lin Chen. When Lin Chen had transformed into the Azure Dragon race, he had only faced the crown princes and princesses of the Primordial Dragon race and the Primordial Dragon race. But now, he was facing the highest level of the Primordial Dragon race. The two were not on the same level at all. It was like the difference between the Genius ranking and the Saint Talent ranking. Me too. I broke the rules and attacked just now. I'll take it that my spot is gone. I want to participate again. Princess Xingyue was extremely cold. There was only pure killing intent in her eyes as she looked at Lin Chen. She couldn't wait to fight with Lin Chen. There were a total of 20 descendants of the Divine Dragon. Who the F***ck could stop them? There's a good show to watch. I'd like to see what kind of abilities this Lin Chen has to dare to behave so atrociously in our dragon realm. The descendants of gods will tear him to pieces. The ancient Taishi dragon must return to the dragon realm. The dragons clamored crazily. They couldn't wait to see Lin Chen crying for his parents, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. However, when they thought they could see Lin Chen's regretful and fearful expression, Marshal Lin forced them to open their mouths. Is there more? Is that all? His expression was a little excited, and even a little expectant. All the dragons present twitched their mouths when they saw Lin Chen's expression. They were dumbfounded, and some of them even looked as though they had seen a ghost. That's all? Do you think it's too little? Does this person really know the seriousness of the problem? 20 divine dragon descendants. Do you not understand the situation? The divine dragon descendants who went up to the arena were all green with veins popping out. The women had cold eyebrows and sharp killing intent. Good heavens, all of them were infuriated by Lin Chen. As long as he opened his mouth, all the dragons would be in rage. Even the judging elders were staring at each other in bewilderment. They even wanted to stop Lin Chen. What is Lin Chen thinking? After all, if anything happened to him, they wouldn't have the chance to upgrade their bloodlines. Elder Tong Xian, who was nearby, raised his hand and stopped the other elders. Wait a moment. Go ahead. Elder Tong Xian's gaze was especially deep. He looked at Lin Chen expectantly and muttered to himself, "Little fellow Lin Chen, let me see what realm you can reach without using those external forces and trump cards." He seemed to be able to see very far. He saw things and possibilities in Lin Chen that the other dragon elders did not see. Then let me witness this unprecedented showdown between the human and dragon race until the very end. The Dragon King of the Yin-Yang Creation Dragon Clan was a beautiful woman with a noble and elegant aura. She had black and white dragon horns and was dressed in a green palace dress. She walked in front of both parties and gathered a faint yin-yang aura on her slender fingers. Then, she flicked her finger. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Waves of yin-yang aura swirled around the divine descendants and attached themselves to them. The yin-yang dragon aura was a means to protect the divine descendants. Once the yin-yang dragon aura was broken, they would be judged to have lost. Just as the yin-yang creation dragon king was about to give Lin Chen a layer of yin-yang dragon aura, Lin Chen waved his hand and said with a cynical smile, "Senior, you don't have to trouble yourself to put a condom on me. I like to do it directly." All the powerful figures were stunned. Lin Chen looked around at all the divine descendants and smiled mischievously. "I bet you can't even break through my defenses. If I bleed even a drop of blood, it's my loss." Boom tilde. All the dragon descendants were completely enraged. He was too arrogant. He was bullying them too much. If the divine dragons didn't show their power, he would treat them like snake skin. Lin Chen didn't say anything. He stepped into the air, and the ancient Taishi dragon swam into the space of the dragon race's array formation. Once he entered, the dragon race talismans surrounded by a red glow instantly filled the space and appeared one by one, enveloping the entire space. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All the divine dragon descendants followed closely behind and entered the array formation space. This unique array formation space could only be used by the dragon race. It was completely different from the human race's array formation. Once they entered the array formation space, Lin Chen's huge ancient Taishi dragon body shrunk by 10 times, and the space became even more solid. The yin-yang creation dragon king shook her head helplessly. "Forget it. We'll do as Lin Chen says." She waved her sleeves, and the array formation space quickly closed like an eggshell. "Let the main selection begin," the referee elder shouted coldly. Countless dragons stared fixedly at the situation within the array formation with burning eyes, afraid that they would miss out on any detail. Rip tilde. Almost at the same time the order was given, the winged dragon prince of the wind god spread his wings and flew over. He was the first to make a move as he was the fastest. Boom tilde. The space surged, and a special energy froze the space. The winged dragon prince was very fast, but Lin Chen was even faster. Slowdown rune. Lin Chen pushed with one hand. Host activated the 8th grade slowdown rune. 35,000 points of sacred level rune energy consumed. A grayish-white talisman appeared and suddenly exploded. The space completely froze. At that moment, the divine descendants of the dragon race were shocked. The slowdown rune was either an instant kill or a heavy blow. Chapter 1662. To others, the descendants of the divine dragons were a force to be reckoned with. In Lin Chen's eyes, they were a walking treasure trove of elemental light balls. There were too many elemental light balls. Every descendant of the divine dragons had a dazzling array of elemental light balls. Lin Chen was dazzled by them. He couldn't wait for more descendants of the divine dragons to challenge him. Even if he couldn't kill them, he would try his best to get all the elemental light balls out. A slowing talisman shook the world and froze the vast expanse of space. It was as if even time had stopped. In the bodies of all the descendants of the divine dragons, the dragon veins that were comparable to the sun, the moon, and the stars were mostly sealed by this rune. Even their dragon forms had become extremely difficult to defend. What technique is this? 80% of my dragon veins have been sealed. Oh no, this D*MN human is too fast. Is he a 6th revolution saint? Just as all the descendants of the divine dragons were feeling uneasy, the ancient dragon soared into the sky, and Lin Chen attacked aggressively. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lin Chen's holy dragon instantly activated, instant light division shadow, and cast out, extreme hell heavenly prison. The sky was filled with water chains that bound everyone, completely sealing off the movements of the mystical dragon descendant. The extreme hell heavenly prison was activated by 110,000 supreme strength of the dragon veins. With the effect of the slowing rune, even the descendants of the divine dragons couldn't break free quickly. Lin Chen attacked like a bolt of lightning. He gathered all of his strength, and the terrifying pure strength created a shockwave. The high and mighty dragon race must occasionally descend to the mortal world to take a look at the lives of the mortals. Let me help you. He clenched his fist, and 80,000 supreme strength of the divine dragons erupted. He punched the chest of the winged dragon crown prince, who was the most handsome and fastest. Bang! Bang! Heaven and earth shook violently, and a terrifying shockwave broke through the cloud. The winged dragon crown prince's chest cracked, and his body fell backward. As blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, the yin-yang dragon aura around him was broken. Lin Chen coldly turned around, and with a whip kick, he slashed horizontally. Bang tilde! With another explosion, the wind god winged dragon crown prince was sent flying. His eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. Buzz tilde! Almost at the same time, Lin Chen's power of essence spirit transformed into 8 essence spirit burning dragons that roared. Bang! 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 The burial shadow illusory dragon crown prince, who was the closest to Huang Xiaolong, had a mental breakdown from the roar. Lin Chen struck out another palm in the air. His 5 fingers were filled with the power of world extermination, and his palm landed on the crown of the illusory dragon prince's head. It shattered his yin-yang dragon chi, and his consciousness was severed from the shock. Hiss tilde! The experts of the various desolate ancient dragon clan sucked in cold breath. Is this guy still human? The descendants of the divine dragons stood at the pinnacle of the younger generation. They were supreme existences that ruled over the various major dragon tribes. Yet, they were defeated by him with a single punch and a single palm strike. Even the human race's saint talent list wasn't that freakish. Eliminated. The beautiful female dragon king in the green palace dress immediately shouted and teleported the 2 injured people out. Seeing the dazzling array of attribute light balls falling from the sky, Lin Chen looked up and laughed. Ha ha ha. Awesome, too awesome. Beating up the descendants of the divine dragons is so *king awesome. The experts of the dragon clan felt their scalps tingle. This guy is *king lunatic. Their contempt for Lin Chen had completely disappeared. What was left was only unprecedented respect. Especially the higher-ups of the various dragon clans. They had never seen such a heaven-defying human before. Such an existence was enough to threaten the future of the dragon clan. Bang! 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 All the descendants of the mystical dragons unleashed all their might and unleashed their dragon chi that soared into the heavens. They destroyed the 9 heavens and broke through all restraint. The descendants of the divine dragons were not to be trifled with. In the time that Lin Chen killed the 2 crown princes, they had already broken through the restraints of the slowing rune and the extreme hell heavenly prison. How dare you? I want you dead. Attack together. We'll win if we kill this kid. Cut through his center and attack his weak point. Force him to defend and suppress him with firepower. The descendants of the divine dragons roared as their dragon chi rose and revealed their true forms. One by one, the descendants of the divine dragon transformed into ancient dragons and appeared in the world. This scene left the primordial dragon tribe and desolate dragon tribe powerhouses dumbfounded. The dragons swept through the world as if a historical miracle of the dragon clan had descended upon the world, returning the world to the primordial age. Golden divine light. The imperial golden dragon's Xingyu was the first to open his mouth and spit out a beam of light that swept across the universe. It actually caused the space within the array formation to distort into pace. Divine lightning descent. A descendant of the extreme lightning divine dragon waved his dragon claws, and thousands of streaks of lightning transformed into the dragonfish Song Yang. Like a rapidly spinning roulette, it enveloped Lin Chen. Silent Yellow Springs sword. The descendant of the 9 abyss Yellow Springs dragon used his dragon tail as a sword. One peerless dragon race bloodline divine abilities after another exploded, attacking straight at Lin Chen. The attack range was wide and dense, and Lin Chen had no chance to dodge at all. It was as if as long as he stood in the vast array formation, he would be baptized by this wave of attacks. There was no way to retreat. This was the combined counterattack of 18 divine dragon descendants. It was rare in history. Bam! 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 Lin Chen and his ancient Taishi dragon were affected by the countless attacks. The aftershocks that spread for millions of miles continued to explode. The stable space within the array formation was on the verge of collapsing several times. The attacks lasted for dozens of breaths. The descendants of the divine dragons were panting. When they looked at each other, they understood each other's intentions. He's going to die this time. I've taken out all my trump cards. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be crippled. It's impossible for him to escape unscathed. There are only a handful of 9th refinement stage saints who can withstand so many of our attacks. Almost all 9th refinement stage saints would be severely injured, let alone Lin Chen, who only relies on pure strength. Just as the descendants of the divine dragons were discussing, Xingyu seemed to have sensed something, and her expression changed slightly. Legend has it that the ancient Taishi dragon of the divine dragon level is invincible. It has indestructible ancient dragon scales and an immortal divine dragon body. It's even stronger than our royal golden dragon body and is known as the king of absolute defense. Could it be? Bam! 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 A large amount of dragon aura in the form of blades, waves, and storms were completely torn apart by a flash of golden light. Rumble tilde. An ancient dragon shining with golden light flew in the sky and danced in front of the divine dragons. On the head of the ancient dragon stood a tall figure. His silver robes fluttered in the wind, shocking the world. A man and a dragon were surrounded by golden divine light. It was like a halo that enveloped the dragon and Lin Chen's body. He was unharmed. Princess Xingyu's eyes narrowed. It really didn't even break his defense. Lin Chen's lips curled up. It's my turn now. Chapter 1663. All of the elders of the dragon tribe rose to their feet. Even the representatives of the desolate antiquity dragon tribe were shocked beyond word. What? That's an ancient dragon-level special superpower. A perfected bloodline special superpower. That's definitely the power of a perfected bloodline special superpower. But that's not right. A peerless divine ability as strong as the perfection stage, even if it is activated with 110,000 venerable strength, it can't block all of our attack. For the first time, the proud descendants of the divine dragons started to panic. The primordial dragon tribe did have descendants of the ancient dragons who were good at defense. Some of them had even passed the main selection and displayed their powerful strength. However, even the powerful descendant of the ancient dragons couldn't block all their attacks perfectly. Although the ancient dragon bloodline was powerful, it could only be fully displayed after reaching the divine dragon level. Before becoming a divine dragon, the difference between the ancient dragon bloodline and the divine dragon bloodline would not be so huge. It was even more impossible for one dragon to block 18 descendants of the divine dragons when the difference in their cultivation levels was not that big. Elder Tong Xian, who was hovering in the eastern continent, was excited. The absolute defense of the ancient Taishi dragon? Lin Chao smiled mischievously. The +16 ancient dragon bloodline is so strong that even I am scared of it. Ha 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 ha. I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. Since that's the case, it's my turn now. Rumble. Lin Chen's palm shook, and endless energy burst out. He moved thousands of miles in an instant and hit the Tianyu prison dragon crown prince, who was leading the group. One palm followed by 10 punches. Lin Chen's punches were as fast as a storm, and his 10 most powerful punches penetrated the Tianyu prison dragon, who was known as the King of Defent. The divine dragon and Lin Chen moved almost at the same time. Heavenly Claw, Azure Dragon Sword. The golden claw split into 5, and the dragon tail slashed the 9 heavens. The life and death Dao dragon crown prince shattered his yin-yang dragon aura. Dragon blood splattered everywhere, and attribute light balls filled the sky. Don't let him succeed. Let's attack together. Such a powerful defense can't be maintained for too long. We can't let this human enter the divine dragon relic. The remaining divine dragon descendants suddenly went berserk, unleashing their ultimate killer moves one after another. All of them were actually targeting Lin Chen alone. There were some dragons whose bodies were surrounded by nebulas and swirling star sand. The dragon's body was as vast as a long river, and the star sand condensed into a vast dragon claw that had the power to tear apart the universe. Some of the dragon bodies were rolling and surging. The violent power of water was like a raging wave that swept through the sky. Some of them had billions of lightning bolts on their bodies, and the lightning bolts slithered around their bodies like electric snakes. They were like the god of thunder descending upon the world, invincible. Some were entwined with the aura of death, as if they were buried dragons that came faintly from the yellow springs of hell. They wielded death and destruction, and their dragon heads breathed out a world-destroying aura that could extinguish all life. Some of them exhaled cold air, opened their eyes like the blazing sun, and inhaled air like tornadoes. Their bodies seemed to be made of black iron, and their bodies were completely black. Their bodies could support the heavens and earth. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Good heavens, the attribute light balls in these divine dragon descendants' bodies had increased explosively again. I'll definitely kill you. Princess Xingyu, who was surrounded by boundless golden light, unleashed her dragon claw and slashed it toward the space directly above Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen raised his palm toward the sky and attacked head-on. Bang! Continuous mushroom clouds exploded into the sky, and Lin Chen's laughter reverberated throughout the heavens. Use whatever killer moves you have. He was like a ray of reddish-gold divine light as he swept over together with the ancient Taishi dragon and engaged in a battle with all the divine dragon descendant. The eyes of the dragon race elders on the 4 continental plates shrank as they sighed in shock. He actually fought to this extent. The Crown Prince and the rest really don't want humans to enter the divine dragon plane. I've never seen him fight so desperately in a battle. Damn it, I don't know what kind of bewitching potion this kid fed the higher-ups. All of them are so determined to give this kid a chance to choose. I sent a voice transmission to the 2 Dragon Kings just now, and I didn't even have a chance to bargain. Within the array formation space, Kai tilde, rumble tilde, Lin Chen's legs were like blades, and his fists were like ferocious dragons. His elbows crushed the void, and every move he made fully unleashed his pure strength. Inside the bodies of the dragons, he beat them up violently, as if he had entered an unstoppable realm and was invincible. The divine dragon descendants were beaten back by him, and their expressions were full of shock. Although Lin Chen's pure strength attacks were powerful, the divine dragon descendants, who had used all their trump cards, could completely withstand them. It wasn't that they couldn't withstand Lin Chen's attacks. However, Lin Chen's defense was too crazy. They couldn't break through his defense at all. This guy and the ancient Taishi dragon directly endured all the attacks and fought at close range. Every move they made was full of strength. Originally, the dragon race was good at prolonged battles. Now, they were panicking. The yin-yang dragon energy wasn't enough to withstand Lin Chen's violent attack. Lin Chen swung his leg in the air and sent the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Dragon Crown Prince flying. Dragon blood splattered, and the yin-yang dragon energy was broken. He was eliminated. The Creation Dragon King immediately grabbed the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Dragon Crown Prince with her slender hand and teleported him away. Lin Chen used the Taishi Divine Light to withstand the endless attacks. He flashed like lightning and raised his hand to grab the Extreme Q Thunder God Crown Prince's dragon horn. When he grabbed the dragon horn, Lin Chen used the dragon horn and the horn as a long whip. He swung it fiercely and swept around like a windmill. The Thunder God Crown Prince's dragon body was used as a whip by Lin Chen. He destroyed everything along the way and sent the other divine dragon descendants flying. Princess Xingyue attacked with a golden light. Seeing that there was an opportunity, her dragon claws tore through the clouds and came crashing down, aiming for Lin Chen's head. Just when Princess Xingyue thought she had succeeded, her dragon eyes, which were as beautiful as jade, narrowed slightly. The young man below suddenly turned his head, and the corner of his lips curled up, as if he had already predicted her actions. In the next moment, something strange happened. Whoosh! A purple light flashed, and Lin Chen's figure disappeared instantly. The huge blazing dragon body appeared in Lin Chen's position. Princess Xingyue's condensed claw instantly hit the dazzling radiant dragon body. There was a burst of light, and dragon blood spurted out. The owner of the dragon body screamed, "Damn you, Xingyue! Where are you hitting? This prince is dying from the pain." The owner of the dragon body screamed before he was eliminated. What? Princess Xingyue was shocked. Her dragon eyes were filled with disbelief. She quickly looked around and saw that Lin Chen had already appeared in another space. That position is the position of the eternal light dragon crown prince. He and the eternal light dragon crown prince exchanged positions in an instant. Princess Xingyue's dragon eyes narrowed. How was this possible? Intermediate orange-grade talent, Shadow Shift. On the other side, the Taishi ancient dragon swung its tail and turned it into a sword. It came crashing down and slashed two divine dragon descendants. The yin-yang dragon aura was broken again, and another two divine dragon descendants were eliminated. Lin Chen's figure flashed again and charged toward another divine dragon descendant. The divine dragon descendants watching the battle outside the array space were dumbfounded and horrified. A brutal beating. It was a brutal beating. Lin Chen single-handedly trampled on more than a dozen divine dragon descendants and pressed them to the ground. Chapter 1664. One person could beat more than a dozen divine dragon descendants. Among the experts of the same generation, perhaps only the legendary 10 people on the Saint Talent ranking could do such a thing. No, rather than saying that this human was strong, it was more accurate to say that his Taishi ancient dragon bloodline was too heaven-defying. Under normal circumstances, Lin Chen's strength of 80,000 supremes could only be compared to a descendant of the divine dragon at full power. However, his absolute defense had completely reversed the situation, turning the battle into a one-sided massacre. Only he could beat others, and no one could beat him. This was too much of a bully. All the divine dragon descendants' attacks were to break through Lin Chen's defense, but they were beaten up by him again and again, forcing them to fight him with pure strength. In the end, they were crushed by him until the yin-yang dragon chi was broken. Bang! 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 After a series of shocking explosions and the dragon's breathstorm dissipated, the battle came to an abrupt end. There was only a huge extreme hell heavenly prison left in the array space. Lin Chen's primordial spirit power enveloped it, and no one could sense what was happening inside. This guy actually defeated 19 demis. How is it? Princess Xingyue hasn't appeared. How's the situation inside? I can't sense it clearly. My senses have been cut off by his primordial spirit power. Should we go and rescue the princess? Just as the Imperial Golden Dragon experts were about to move, the beautiful woman in palace robes, Dragon King creation, raised her hand. Wait, Princess Xingyue's yin-yang dragon chi has not been broken. Her life is not in danger yet. The various dragon elders looked at each other, not daring to act rashly. Inside the array space. In the extreme hell heavenly prison, Lin Chen pressed down on Princess Xingyue's head with one hand. The Taishi ancient dragon had wrapped around her dragon claws and dragon tail. One person and one dragon bound her tightly in the extreme hell heavenly prison. He had beaten all the divine dragon descendants until they were all eliminated. Only Princess Xingyue was not. Lin Chen laughed mockingly. How is it? Do you admit defeat? Princess Xingyue gritted her teeth. No. What kind of man are you? You only defeated us with the bloodline ability of the Taishi ancient dragon of the dragon race. In the words of the human race, you are just picking up the wisdom of others. What kind of man are you? Lin Chen laughed and slapped her dragon horn. The princess moaned, her dragon eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. If I were to give the Taishi ancient dragon bloodline to you dragons, would you be able to unleash such power with the strength of 110,000 venerables? What? You're not convinced? If you're not convinced, I'll bully you until you're convinced. Princess Xingyue said unwillingly, no matter how glib your tongue is, you still relied on the ancient Taishi dragon bloodline to defeat us. Otherwise, with that little bit of brute force of yours, this princess can easily defeat you. How dare you insult the ancient Taishi dragon? I'll kill you. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Ayo, you're quite stubborn. He turned to look at Sheng Long and deliberately said loudly, Jiyu Long, show her what you're made of. Lin Chen's holy dragon let out a long roar and swung its dragon tail towards her tail. Smack. Ah. Princess Xingyue cried out and gritted her teeth. Rogue. Lin Chen laughed. TSK, TSK, TSK. So the dragon princess also knows how to cry. Come, cry for me again. The dragon tail swung again. Smack. Princess Xingyue's face turned red. You bastard. Lin Chen laughed. You dare to call me a lowly human? Come, come, come. I'll let you, the noble dragon princess, make some strange sounds. Smack, smack, smack. The ancient Taishi dragon swung his tail repeatedly, causing Princess Xingyue's shame to soar. Her anger towards Lin Chen burned even more. Ever since she was young, everyone respected her as the dragon princess and regarded her as the hope of their race. Who dared to hit her like this? The more Princess Xingyue wanted to resist, the more Lin Chen suppressed her with pure strength. When she wanted to activate the power of the dragon bloodline to release the dragon breath, Lin Chen directly used a slowing rune to suppress her. Damned humans! Princess Xingyue was angry and ashamed. When she broke through the slowing rune's restraint, her dragon body trembled, and she transformed into human form. As soon as she transformed into human form, Princess Xingyue wanted to attack. Whoosh! The ancient Taishi dragon also transformed into human form. It used the power of the extreme hell heavenly prison's water prison to bind her with chains. Then, it used pure strength to capture Princess Xingyue. When she saw the ancient Taishi dragon's human form, Princess Xingyue's pupils shrank. She realized that the ancient Taishi dragon was really of the same bloodline as Lin Chen. This ancient dragon bloodline was of the same origin as him, and the one who controlled it was Lin Chen. The princess was burning with anger. Her admiration and worship for the ancient Taishi dragon exceeded her fear of Lin Chen. The beauty scolded coldly, "You despicable human actually tarnished the great ancient dragon." Lin Chen frowned. "You keep saying that humans are despicable. Today, I will teach you how to respect others." Princess Xingyue shouted, "Whether it's now or in the future, you are not worthy of the ancient dragon's bloodline." A trace of displeasure flashed across Lin Chen's brows. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up. He lifted Princess Xingyue's chin with his fingertips and lifted her snow-white dimples. "Everyone says that a tiger's but can't be touched. I, Lin Chen, want to touch a dragon's but today. I'll let you know that humans and dragons are equal." After saying that, Lin Chen raised his hand. Smack! A touch of red appeared on Princess Xingyue's elegant and noble snow-white dimples. Shame and anger intertwined. "What kind of man are you? If you have the ability, let go of this princess. I will definitely defeat you one-on-one. Loser, you still don't know how to repent." Smack! You stinky bastard, scoundrel, damn pervert. Disrespecting others, disrespecting other races, you deserve to be beaten. Smack! You, cry for me. Smack! You. Don't let this princess go out, or I will definitely teach you a lesson. Ah! Smack! Do you concede? Do you admit defeat? No, I don't admit defeat. You don't admit defeat. Sigh, it seems that I have to use my lost technique, the ultimate version of the Dark Horse Dragon Claw. Smack! Lin Chen became more and more addicted the more he smacked her. Outside the extreme prison, heavenly prison, why is it taking so long? Could it be that Princess Xingyue is resisting Lin Chen's fierce attacks? Hiss! The princess is really a role model for our generation. That thief is fierce and ferocious. His moves are so ferocious that it makes one's hair stand on end. Princess Xingyue is actually blocking this vicious person for so long. She is too strong. No wonder she became the main candidate in the first round. The dragon race experts on the 4 continents discussed fervently. Only the creation dragon king's face was slightly red. No one knew what she sensed. "Your Highness, what is the situation now?" A dragon supremacy elder looked at the creation dragon king. She controlled the yin-yang dragon energy. The situation in the extreme prison, heavenly prison, was now covered by the power of the primordial spirit. Other dragon kings could not penetrate it. Only the creation dragon king could sense the situation inside through the yin-yang dragon energy. Therefore, once the yin-yang dragon energy was broken, it meant that Princess Xingyue had lost. They had to go in and save the dragon immediately. The creation dragon king covered the blush on her face and shook her head. Xingyue's dragon energy is not broken yet. She does not intend to admit defeat. Yes, according to the rules, if the dragon energy was not broken and the candidate did not admit defeat, it could not be considered the end. The dragon energy only protected the lifeline of the dragon body, but she could still feel pain. Lin Chen's palm imprinted on the beauty's snow peach. It only hurt but not hurt. Under the premise that she was restrained, there was no way to stop the battle. Therefore, if Princess Xingyue wanted to escape the sea of suffering, she had to admit defeat. However, the person she hated the most was Lin Chen, a human. How could someone as arrogant as her admit defeat to Lin Chen? Wasn't that worse than killing her? Chapter 1665. Princess Xingyu, you can do it. You are our pride. Princess, you must do well for Lin Chen. Yes, let him see the greatness of our dragon race. How dare he barge into our dragon world? Princess, teach him a lesson today. Ha ha ha, that brat must have used up his ancient dragon bloodline ability and is now being beaten up inside. He can't defeat Princess Xingyu with just 80,000 supremacy power. The Imperial Golden Dragon race experts cheered. Even the dragons of other races cheered for Princess Xingyu. Even though the dragon race had many grudges in the past, once they united and had a common enemy, they would become especially cohesive. Now, their target was Lin Chen. Only the Creation Dragon King couldn't help but hold his forehead. If they knew what was going on inside, would they still be able to shout these cheers? Inside the extreme prison, heavenly prison, smack, smack, smack. Are you still not going to admit defeat? The people outside are all cheering for you. Lin Chen kept waving his palm as he teased. Some dragons are even asking you to show me the greatness of the dragon race. Yes. It is indeed great. I have seen it. Lin Chen laughed. Princess Xingyu gritted her teeth, and her face and ears turned red. Her embarrassment had reached an unprecedented peak. Let me go if you dare, boom. Before Princess Xingyu could finish speaking, Lin Chen actually pushed her away. This stunned her for a moment, but she didn't care. She wanted to transform into a dragon and pounced on Lin Chen again, boom tilde. Lin Chen's aura suddenly erupted, and Princess Xingyu, who was about to move, suddenly stopped. Her beautiful eyes stared straight ahead, and her delicate body trembled slightly as she froze on the spot. Lin Chen's expression was completely different from before. His eyes were deep and vast. His fighting spirit soared as he stared at Princess Xingyu. Princess of the dragon race, the joke ends here. If you continue to be stubborn, you won't even have the chance to regret it. Lin Chen said indifferently, as for whether or not I'm worthy of the ancient Taishi dragon bloodline, you were wrong from the very beginning. Lin Chen's gaze made Princess Xingyu feel a lingering fear. Lin Chen said nonchalantly, it's the bloodline of the ancient Taishi dragon. Is it worthy of me? Boom tilde. A sharp primordial spirit blade shot out from between her brows, falling straight into Princess Xingyue's body. She was repelled 1,000 miles away, and her yin-yang dragon chi was broken. Her beautiful face was pale. Since I've taken advantage of you so much, I'll go easy on you this time. Lin Chen patted the dust off his shoulders and said with a casual smile, I've been kind enough to you. Shua, shua, shua. The extreme prison, heavenly prison collapsed, and the dragons finally saw the situation inside. Lin Chen walked on air calmly, completely unscathed. On the other hand, Princess Xingyue's dragon chi had been broken and her pretty face was pale. The difference between the two was obvious. The main selection is over. According to the rules, Lin Chen of the human race has obtained a spot in the main selection. At that moment, the Creation Dragon King personally announced the result. In the dragon race's venue, all the continents were in an uproar. He had actually passed. Moreover, even Princess Xingyue was unable to defeat Lin Chen in the end. He had challenged 20 descendants of the divine dragons alone and still won. Such a battle record was unparalleled in history. However, Lin Chen was not arrogant. In this battle, the rules were just in his favor. The main selection competition was completely different from a life-and-death battle. In the main selection competition, the descendants of the divine dragons would have to leave once their dragon chi was broken. While protecting them, it also limited their combat strength. If it was a life-and-death battle, the trump cards of the 20 divine dragon descendants would be enough to last until his Taishi divine light was broken. At that time, he would have to face the bloodline abilities of the 20 divine dragon descendants. Even if the other party was injured, they were not to be trifled with. Without relying on the War God set and the God Slayer talent, Lin Chen would have to use at least one of his clones and the power of his primordial spirit to take down the 20 divine dragon descendants. Lin Chen's holy dragon roamed the void and collected all the attribute light balls that had fallen earlier. This time, all the saint-level vitality attribute points were absorbed by Lin Chen's main body. He focused on breaking through to the tempered body realm. Lin Chen floated in the air and looked at the Dragon Kings and Elder Tong Xian. He smiled casually. How is it? I can enter the divine dragon plane this time, right? Elder Tong Xian and the Dragon Kings hidden in the void looked at each other and nodded with a smile. No problem. Despite the protests and curses, Lin Chen was still invited to a seat of honor by the elders arranged by the upper echelons of the dragon race. He was treated as a distinguished guest. This was the first time in history that a human had received such treatment. The old monsters of the various races who had not come into contact with the upper echelons were extremely curious and trying to figure out the meaning behind this. According to their understanding, the upper echelons of the dragon race had always been considerate. How could they make such a decision that was against everyone's wishes? The only possibility was that Lin Chen had offered conditions and benefits that the upper echelons could not refuse. Princess Xingyue pursed her lips slightly as she watched Lin Chen leave. She stood rooted to the ground. As a dragon with a noble bloodline, and a divine dragon bloodline at that, her instinctive reaction was very correct. At that moment, Princess Xingyue's instincts told her that if she took another step forward to attack, she might face death. Lin Chen. How many secrets is this person hiding? Princess Xingyue's face flushed red when she recalled what Lin Chen had done to her. She gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. That damn hooligan. I must make him pay the price. Thinking of Lin Chen's words, Princess Xingyu was inexplicably furious. No matter what your background is, Lin Chen, you are not worthy of the great ancient Taishi dragon bloodline. Our race will definitely take back the ancient dragon bloodline. Lin Chen's obtaining a spot in the main selection caused a huge uproar among the various races. Countless dragon elders, deacons, and higher-ups angrily rebuked the upper echelons. The answer they received was, Lin Chen has made outstanding contributions to our race, so he should be qualified. As soon as these words were spoken, the various clans were enraged. If you have any contributions, just say it directly. How can you convince the masses by hiding it? Regarding this, the upper echelons entered a state of secrecy. They had no choice. They couldn't tell them that this child could increase the grade of the divine dragon bloodline, right? The upper echelons had not eaten enough yet. How could they let the lower echelons know the truth? In short, Lin Chen's arrival caused a storm in the dragon realm. As for the other divine dragon descendants, under the guidance of their dragon king, they took the opportunity to participate in the subsequent selection and strive to obtain an additional spot in the main selection, in a special secret chamber in the dragon realm. This place was specially opened by the upper echelons for Lin Chen to rest. Other than a small number of dragons who knew about it, most of the dragons did not know about it. In a way, Lin Chen was now the focus of attention. The upper echelons of the dragon race did not want him to have too much contact with the dragons below. Rumble. The secret chamber suddenly shook. A terrifying pure power brewed and broke out. It was as if a true dragon had flown into the sky and pierced through the cloud. Lin Chen opened his eyes. When he exhaled, the strong spatial barrier in the secret chamber stirred up a storm. My body refinement strength has finally broken through 23,000 venerables. My physical shell awakening is at the 4th stage. My physical shell's strength has increased by 400%. In other words, my physical body's pure strength can reach 115,000 venerables. Lin Chen's eyes shone brightly. Just pure strength alone, without using any other means, he could now wrestle with a 7th transformation sage. Chapter 1666. However, it's still not enough. Lin Chen shook his head. Lin Chen knew the basics of physique tempering very well. He still couldn't break through the limits of the 5-piece Ars set and the Sacred King realm. Previously, he could withstand so much pure power when using the 4-piece Ars set. Other than his physique tempering realm, He also had the support of the Meridian Condensing Realm from the God-Slayer talent. Now that he was using the 5-piece Rs set, although the rate of energy depletion was slower, the threshold for achieving a higher level of power was also higher. Moreover, Lin Chen still didn't have the powerful Meridian Condensing Realm foundation that he had when he was in the God-Slayer state. Relying on pure power alone wasn't enough for Lin Chen to have the pure power to contend with a Sacred King with the 5-piece Rs set. He had to be stronger. I need more top-level Heavenly Tao points to awaken the 5th stage. Although I have 420,000 top-level Heavenly Tao points left, I still need to use them in other areas. I can't use them all at once. Lin Chen frowned. He deeply felt the limitations of the human race. Compared to those top-level experts and geniuses with peerless bloodlines, his physique-tempering innate talent was too weak. After all, he had injured so many descendants of the divine dragon and obtained the saint-level blood essence attribute. If he didn't have the ability to awaken the flesh, the actual increase in his supremacy power would only be slightly over 10,000. Lin Chen frowned. This can't go on. The speed of increasing the strength of the flesh is too slow. Lin Chen dared to fight and fight. He always went all out. However, this didn't mean that he was arrogant and conceited. He had seen too many arrogant geniuses. To Lin Chen, they weren't just opponents. They were also mirrors. One was a mirror to see himself clearly. Lin Chen was arrogant but not arrogant. He knew very well that the arc of his growth was too fast. Even with the system, there was still a clear gap between him and those peerless geniuses with heaven-defying talent. For humans, without heaven-defying opportunities, it was extremely difficult for their physique-tempering realm to advance by leaps and bounds. They would be limited by their bloodlines. If the Holy Dragon with the Taishi Ancient Dragon bloodline were to absorb the saint-level blood essence he had just obtained, perhaps the increase in pure strength would be even greater. This trip to the Dragon Clan is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I have to seize this opportunity. I can't waste it. I'm only limited to improving my flesh shell. I can't fall behind in my cultivation of Saint Acupoints either. I have to strive to perfectly advance to the highest level of condensed Acupoint. Lin Chen's eyes flashed. In terms of talent, I have the Ancient Dragon bloodline, so I shouldn't be too bad. However, the problem lies in the fact that I've treated my Holy Dragon as an independent entity. As such, my body refinement talent has disappeared. If Lin Chen only used the Taishi Ancient Dragon bloodline in his body refinement talent would be heaven-defying. However, he wouldn't be able to use the Holy Dragon as a great help. If that's the case, the next best option should be to let the Holy Dragon absorb all the saint-level blood chi attributes obtained from the Dragon Clan. That's right. He had to make a choice now. If he chose to focus on increasing the Holy Dragon's strength, he would have to give up on his physique-tempering realm. When he needed to use the War God set, Lin Chen would have to fight in the form of the Holy Dragon possession. However, if he did that, Lin Chen would lose his Holy Dragon as a great help on the battlefield. However, Lin Chen urgently needed to face the foundation of a top expert. He had to make a choice. According to Jiang Taishu's speculation, the Dragon God's providence of the Dragon Clan has decreased. The divine dragons of the divine realm have most likely come out of seclusion to spy on the divine emperor's ruins. I might not have such an opportunity the next time I come to the Dragon Clan. The divine dragons of the Dragon Clan won't easily let a human like me win over the upper echelons of the Dragon Clan. I have to accumulate more strength this time. Lin Chen made up his mind. He had to settle everything in one go. He had to temporarily give up on his physique-tempering realm. There were only 4 goals for this trip to the Dragon Clan. First, let the Holy Dragon break through the upper limit of pure strength. Second, let the accumulation of Acupoints reach perfection as much as possible. After killing the Martial God's avatar and the Will of the Gods, Lin Chen had a feeling that the next time he exploded his Acupoints, he might explode 5 Acupoints consecutively. What he had to accumulate now was the 50th Saint Point. He had to achieve the most perfect number of Acupoint. Third, find the whereabouts of the ancient primordial dragon's bloodline. With the addition of another ancient dragon bloodline, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Fourth, Find the divine dragon marrow of the Tianyu prison suppressing dragon for Long Zhoushan. Long Zhoushan was born in the war zone, a place where the flames of war raged and there was no order. He had only relied on his pair of dragon fists to create a world. However, he had once told Lin Chen that before he had reached the peak of his fame, he had encountered a bottleneck. That was the limit of his physique tempering. Coincidentally, during that time, he had obtained a piece of divine dragon bone that was 100 feet long. It was the divine dragon bone that belonged exclusively to the Tianyu prison suppressing dragon. Within the bone was the divine dragon marrow, and the tyrannical energy could be said to be heaven-defying. Although it could be absorbed, the risk was extremely high. Even a sage ruler would not dare to casually absorb energy with divinity. Even a dragon of the same race would have a certain degree of risk when absorbing it, let alone a human. The probability of absorbing it was almost more dangerous than dying. Long Zhoushan had chosen to risk everything. He had guided the marrow into the bone. If he succeeded, his name would resound through the ages. If he failed, his name would be wiped out. When he had guided the marrow into the bone, the pain he had endured was indescribable. The screams he had let out could make living beings within a radius of 10,000 miles shudder. The excruciating pain lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. When he finally succeeded, he was already covered in blood and barely kept his life and consciousness alive by relying on an elixir. After that, Long Zhoushan had borrowed the power of the Tianyu prison suppressing dragon's dragon marrow to soar into the sky. He had become the king of physique tempering and had created his own unique title, the primordial revered dragon. He had become the most promising sage ruler of the era with a physique tempering cultivation. The current Long Zhoushan still had the qualifications to become a physique tempering sage ruler, but there was still a short distance. This time, Lin Chen had helped him find the divine dragon marrow of the Tianyu prison suppressing dragon to shorten this distance. Oh right, let's see what the sixth part of the God of War needs. Lin Chen then remembered that he had obtained the sixth part of the God of War after killing the sage ruler previously. The system's evaluation of the precious attribute treasures would depend on the host and the difficulty of killing the target. For example, when Lin Chen was a war emperor, killing a second-stage sage would drop a supreme-grade talent. It was completely different from killing a second-stage sage when he had just become a sage. Because of the host's basic cultivation, the difficulty of killing an enemy of the same realm would also be different. The system opened, Golden God of War set, 6th piece, Ultimate Helmet, Final Design. Required manufacturing requirements, 10 feet of pure gold divine iron, 9 heavenly stars, 10 supreme-grade metal-type odd crystals, 3 million top-grade heavens path points, 1 trillion points of set essence. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Each piece was more ridiculous than the last. Note: if the host completes the final piece, it can be equipped with a perfectly matched God of War weapon and can unleash the true power of the God of War set. The limit of the power depends on the host's cultivation and foundation. If the final piece is not completed to complete the set, the host's current 5-piece set will reach 100%. It will not be comparable to the complete God of War set's 2% charge. The system's answer left Lin Chen speechless. It couldn't be helped. The God of War set was worth this price, and the other party was giving away one piece for free. However, the manufacturing requirements were really terrifying, especially the 9 heavenly stars. Lin Chen had never heard of it before. At this moment, a woman's voice came from outside the secret room. "Your Excellency Lin Chen? Are you free now?" Lin Chen raised his brows. "Oh, girl." He took out an ancient mirror from his crotch and looked at his face. He rubbed his chin and sighed. "You attract bees and butterflies wherever you go. Lin Chen, oh Lin Chen, you are indeed the most handsome man in the sacred boundary. You are almost catching up to that man. Ah, you are so damn handsome." A woman's pleasant voice came from outside the door. "If you are not free, I will leave." Hey, I am free." The system was speechless. "Look at yourself." Chapter 1667. Lin Chen pushed open the door. Under the moonlight, he saw a blue dress that was as vast as the sea. The glistening moonlight adorned her exquisite and slender waist, soft as if it was boneless. The woman was slender and elegant with beautiful eyebrows, eyes like jade and limpid autumn water, and shallow dimples. The space between her brows was filled with tranquil elegance and gentle and moving tenderness, and her red lips were slightly red, outlining a peerless and delicate dimple. Lin Chen couldn't help but whistle frivolously. The moon above the sea shines on the beauty, and the sea of flowers shines on the beauty before the end. The beautiful woman rolled her eyes at the arsonist. She stroked her hair and said helplessly, "What, do you humans like to talk like this?" Lin Chen shrugged and said with a naughty smile, "If you don't like it, then I'll change my words. Beauty, why are you looking for me? If you want to explore new ways of playing, please be prepared. I'll try to be gentle. If you want to learn new knowledge about health between the sexes, I suggest you bring a midnight snack and come find me, because I'll be talking for a long time. If you want to, please find someone else, because I already have a master." The beautiful woman was bewildered. "You don't remember me?" Lin Chen said with a smile. "May I ask your name?" The beautiful woman's dimples suddenly puffed up, and she muttered, "You can even forget this." Seeing the beautiful woman's slightly bitter expression, Lin Chen was immediately shocked. He said doubtfully, "Could it be that I've taken some strange poison and entered a temporary amnesia state, and then we've done this and that with you repeatedly 250 times, and then 250 times again? In the end, the water flows faster, and the spear is more handsome. I've become a scum who abandons you." The woman in the blue dress said, "Stop, stop, stop. What's your brain made of? How can it be so messy?" Lin Chen shrugged. "Isn't that how it's written in novels?" Lin Chen suddenly thought of something. He stared at the woman from top to bottom, left to right, and then vaguely remembered something, but he couldn't remember it completely. The woman said helplessly, "Nine Clans Battlefield, Dragon Clan Battlefield, Luo Shuiyu." Lin Chen was shocked. "You're Luo Shuiyu, Beauty Luo?" "Oh. I'm sorry, a handsome man like me has seen too many beauties and can't remember them all at once." Luo Shuiyu, whose temperament was as calm as water, couldn't help but feel a little angry. No matter how calm a woman's temperament was, she would more or less care about her appearance. "How long has it been since we parted? Are all the women around you prettier than me?" This was not Lin Chen's fault. After Luo Shuiyu obtained the complete divine dragon bloodline, her temperament had changed greatly. It was normal that Lin Chen did not recognize her immediately. Lin Chen smiled casually and said, "Then, why are you looking for me? If we continue chatting, the water will turn into the sea." Luo Shuiyu asked with a serious expression, "Are you sure you want to continue staying in the dragon tribe? The dragon realm is already in an uproar because of you." Lin Chen waved his hand and said indifferently, "It's a small problem. Even if they want to touch me, they have to consider whether or not they can take me down." Luo Shuiyu looked around vigilantly, then leaned close to Lin Chen's ear. The tip of Lin Chen's nose twitched. The delicate fragrance of a dragon princess was really unique. Next, Luo Shuiyu moved closer to Lin Chen's ear and transmitted her voice to him. "You have to be careful from now on. Because the battle strength you displayed in the selection assembly was too strong, it alarmed several divine descendants of the ancient dragon bloodline. They are already planning to awaken a Grand Elder to judge you. Moreover, this Grand Elder is in charge of the dragon tribe and also possesses the ancient dragon bloodline. Moreover, he is quite hostile to the human race and has been in seclusion recently. If they find out about your situation, even if the upper echelons want to protect you, they may not be able to." Luo Shureyue's words attracted Lin Chen's attention. Ever since the second battle with the martial god clan and the holy prison, Lin Chen knew that those people with strong backgrounds and great power were quite dangerous. They might have a killing move left behind by a true god. That kind of person was quite dangerous. Lin Chen said seriously, "How long will it take for them to notify me?" Luo Shuiyu said, "In less than a month, that Grand Elder will definitely receive the news. As for the news of him coming out of seclusion, I don't know." Lin Chen said again, "When will the divine dragon relic truly open?" Luo Shuiyu pondered for a moment, then said, "There's less than half a month left. If we participate in the selection according to the current number." She said worriedly, "If you enter the divine dragon relic, it will take at least 6 months before you can leave. When you return to the dragon tribe, you will definitely encounter that Grand Elder. So, if possible, I hope that you can leave. That Grand Elder views the human race as his mortal enemy. Before the human race's sacred boundary was established, he was already at the level of a saint king. If he comes out of seclusion, seeing the deep worry between the beautiful woman's brows, Lin Chen suddenly smiled. Thank you. You even came here to tell me. Lin Chen's eyes were especially resolute. However, once I've decided on something, there's no going back. Unless the Divine Dragon Relic blocks the way, I'm definitely going to the Divine Dragon Relic. Luo Shireyue's heart trembled. Looking at the young man's deep eyes that flickered like a sea of stars, she suddenly felt relieved. That's right, he was a man who never did things according to common sense. He seemed to have always been this fearless and did not have a fixed way of doing things. Last time, he also fought his way to the demon race's battlefield like this. He was crazy, but he had grown up to be so abnormal. He really was a man who could not be judged by common sense. You don't need to thank me. I should be the one thanking you. Luo Shueyu smiled. Because you injured the divine descendants, their injuries have not yet healed, causing their battle strength to sharply decrease during the selection. For this reason, I was able to obtain a spot in the main selection. Originally, with my strength, obtaining a spot in the main selection was very slim. Before Luo Shueyu could finish speaking, a dragon tribe elder hurriedly ran over. Lin Chen immediately pushed Luo Shueyu into a secret room. He had been secretly ordered not to have any private contact with the dragon tribe. Lin Chen stood outside the secret room and looked at the dragon tribe elder who had just arrived. He smiled and asked, "Elder, what business do you have with me?" Handsome people knew what the elder was talking about, but handsome people did not say anything. The elder panted. Lin Chen, Your Excellency, I'll have to trouble you to act again and let the divine descendants go. If this continues, the dragon tribe will become your enemy. Their injuries have not yet healed. Lin Chen slapped his head. Aya, look at my memory. I read too many novels in seclusion. Let's go, quickly take me to Kang. The elder anxiously led the way. Lin Chen had been in seclusion for the past few days, and the upper echelons had been tossing and turning. Lin Chen thought to himself, this time, they think I'm on the 5th layer and they're on the 10th layer. In reality, I'm still in the atmosphere. Chapter 1668. In the Dragon King Palace, a group of figures were lying on the soft dragon chairs in the magnificent palace. Next to them was a group of half-step Holy King level dragons and the 4 dragon kings in charge of the selection assembly. At this moment, even the Holy King level dragon kings were dumbfounded and tongue-tied. The elders of the various clans were circling around their god's descendants, so anxious that they broke out in cold sweat. Damn it, if anything happened to the god's descendants, their great dragon kings would skin them alive. It hurts, why hasn't it healed yet? What are you doing? We've taken the human's pills, drank the dragon's blood, and repaired the dragon scales. Why aren't the wounds healing? It hurts, sob. Am I going to die? Am I going to die in the dragon world, in the so-called safest place of the dragon clan? That human, he wants to kill us. He's the enemy of the dragon clan, the enemy of all the dragon clan. That Lin Chen clearly wants to kill us. You higher-ups actually invited a wolf into the house. Bah, disgusting. You higher-ups are simply bastards. You let a human injure and cripple us. Now we're about to die. Are you satisfied? The divine dragon descendants wailed incessantly, their screams desolate. They clutched their wounds, their faces full of pain. Even the yin-yang creation dragon king, who was as calm as water, felt helpless for the first time. She had personally taken action, but she had not been able to heal the injuries of the god's descendants. Instead, they were getting worse. The dragon clan had never seen or heard of such a method. Looking at the wailing divine dragon descendants, Princess Xingyue suddenly seemed to wake up from a dream, her heart palpitating. She recalled Lin Chen's words, "I've taken advantage of you so much, I won't do anything to you. I've been polite to you." Princess Xingyue's delicate body trembled slightly, and she subconsciously shrank her slender waist. Her jade-like hands covered her towering jade peach in shock, and her beautiful eyes revealed unwillingness and fear. She gritted her teeth and said unwillingly, that sentence was actually true. If Lin Chen had not taken advantage of her, Wouldn't she be like this now? Lin Chen. Just how many secrets is this man hiding? Princess Xingyu unwillingly stomped her feet. I can't take it anymore. I will avenge the crown prince and trample on this brat. F***ck, if I don't beat up this human bastard, I swear I'm not a dragon. Seniors, where did you hide him? By luring in such a dangerous human, you are colluding with the enemy and betraying the dragon race. The elders of the various clans rebuked angrily and stood up. Draconic chi surged, as if they were blaming the higher-ups. Hey! Someone entered the palace. It was Lin Chen. He strode forward as if he didn't recognize anyone. He put on his self-made sunglasses and smiled playfully. I think I heard someone say that I'm handsome behind me. Aya, I can't stand compliments. It's better if you tell me these things in person. Boom. 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 The elders of the various clans were thoroughly enraged. Damn it, you still have the guts to come here. Handsome my ass, you're going to die today. Just as the elders were about to transform into dragons and pounce forward, Lin Chen raised his hand. Wait, I know you're jealous of my handsomeness. However, if you start fighting here, you won't be able to save your descendants. If anyone wants to fight with me, can you wait until I'm done saving the dragons? I, Lin Chen, will accompany you to the end. As soon as he said that, the elders hesitated, and their anger lessened. Yes, saving the dragons was more important now. However, they had to prevent this guy from doing anything to the princes and princesses. Under the vigilant gazes of the elders, Lin Chen walked to the half-dead descendants of the divine dragons and placed his hand on their chests. Host has removed the target's extinction split creation talent. The 9 Nether Yellow Springs Dragon Crown Prince's wound immediately stopped bleeding. With his own recovery ability, his wound quickly scabbed over and healed. The 9 Nether Crown Prince said in surprise, I seem to be able to recover on my own. He looked at Lin Chen with fear and resentment. However, he was more afraid. Although he had not revealed all his trump cards in the main selection, if they really fought, he did not think he could kill Lin Chen. In fact, he would definitely die. The dragon race had always respected strength. If they lost in the main selection, it could not fully represent the overall strength of the descendants of the divine dragons. However, Lin Chen was different. His strength had completely subdued these proud descendants of the divine dragons. In Lin Chen's eyes, the scene before him was completely different. Exquisite red attribute light balls filled the entire Dragon King Hall. There were too many of them. As far as his eyes could see, they were all saint-level blood chi attribute. During this period, the 19 injured divine dragon descendants had been dropping saint-level blood chi attributes. All of this was within Lin Chen's expectations. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen could not help but smile. He shook his head and sighed. Sigh, when I hit you, the pain is in my heart. I originally wanted to befriend the dragon race, but I didn't expect you to be injured to this extent. I wasn't even serious. Aya, I'm sorry. Pain in your heart. The various elders were so angry that they almost pounced on him and bit him to death. Damn it, what pain in your heart? Your mouth is about to split from laughing. *tch, do you still have any shame? If you were really in pain, why did you go into seclusion for a few days before coming? *tch, were all humans so infuriating? It was not difficult to understand why the dragon race's ancestors hated humans. If all humans were like this, wouldn't the other races be so angry that they would besiege the human race? Witnessing Lin Chen personally touch the descendants of the divine dragons alive, the high-level revered dragons and the 4 dragon kings looked as if they had seen a ghost at such a miraculous moment. They were cured so easily. How many more tricks did this human Lin Chen have up his sleeves? The various dragon kings had taken turns to test the treatment. The injuries of the divine dragon descendants were not ordinary poisons or injuries. Instead, there was an invisible force that tore apart their self-healing ability, causing the wounds to become bigger and bigger, unable to be stopped. If all the experts of the human race could master such a killer move, the dragon kings trembled all over. Just thinking about it made their scalps tingle, especially the creation dragon queen. Her beautiful eyes stared deeply at Lin Chen for a long time. In a way, Lin Chen's method was the most effective against the yin-yang creation dragon race. The yin-yang creation dragon's best talent was the yin-yang power of creation, which allowed them to recover extremely quickly. However, in front of Lin Chen, the talent that the yin-yang creation dragon race was so proud of was completely useless. Host has received 59,999 saint-level vitality, 202 top-level talent points, 12,000 saint-level vitality, 9,000 saint-level vitality, 2 saint-level fire-type energy, 4 saint-level wind-type energy. Lin Chen received a huge amount of attribute points again. This time, he transferred all the saint-level vitality into the sacred dragon's body. Seeing Princess Xingyu staring at him, Lin Chen raised his brows and said, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen such a handsome guy before?" Princess Xingyu, who had always been noble and elegant, stomped her feet and scolded coldly, "You." Before she could finish speaking, Lin Chen made a gesture. His left hand clenched into a fist, and his right hand slapped the back of his left fist a few times. He teased, "Do you want to be beaten again?" Princess Xingyu's pretty face flushed red again, and she gritted her teeth in anger.